Good morning, everybody.
Morning, George.
Hi, Peter. First meeting. All right.
I'm excited.
Me too.
Morning, folks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I had a little IT problem. Somebody was borrowing my computer in the night and doing some printing, and the IP address was changed on my printer, and it prints differently than my defaults and stuff now. So it must have snuck in from outside. So I think we're still waiting on Sean. I think the first thing I can do as the chair, though, is approve the marijuana licenses. That can be done by administrative approval by the chair, I believe, which I still am for one fleeting day, one fleeting meeting, unless we have some other meetings between now and I may declare some emergency meetings just to wield power. And George will be taking over on the 12th, next Tuesday, for his year. We rotate chair every year. And as Sean said, my reign of terror, my 1-year reign of terror is now over. Okay, we have Sean here now. So the first item of the day is beyond the approval of marijuana licenses is an action session. Consideration approval of resolution 21-02. Well, the first one, there are 3 of them here. And my understanding is that the first 2, approval of resolution 21-02, a rezoning case RZ-2020-002 and 21-03 rezoning case RZ 2020-0003. I think maybe I'll turn this over to Fred to open this hearing, but I believe we're continuing those first 2 to another date. Is that correct? And then we'll, your intention is to consider 21-04. Is that right, Fred?
Yeah, that's correct. So what the first two rezoning cases are still being heard by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard all 3 rezoning cases at their December meeting. They made a recommendation on the 3rd case, the Yankee Creek Road case, and sent that on to you. And they continued the other 2 cases to their next meeting on January 20th. So what I would recommend that the county commissioners do is continue, make a motion and take action to continue those 2 cases to a date certain after January 20th. So you have a chance to receive the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comment regarding that?
You do have time available on your agenda on January 26th or February 2nd or February 9th, whichever looks best for you. I don't know how long each of the cases takes individually, Fred. The way our agenda is set up now, we could either do it at 8 o'clock in the morning again and do both of them at the same time, or we could do both of them at like 11:30 after the COVID update on one of those days.
So I'm sorry, Beth, you said the 26th or the 2nd, or you said a 3rd date?
The 9th of February.
26th, 2nd, or 9th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd recommend at least a minimum of an hour and a half, if not 2 hours, for those 2 cases. And what I would do is I'll have a staff report for both cases, but because they're 2 separate rezoning requests on 2 separate properties, there will be 2 separate resolutions for you to take action on.
I note that February 2nd is Groundhog Day, so that's a good day to have a repeat. of,
Meeting.
of a hearing, have it all over again. So, no, I think as long as the schedule works with everything else we've got going, I think it's more, our days are open on those days unless one of the other commissioners has a reason they can't be there on any of those 3 days, but.
And do you want to do them early again, like we're doing this one? So you could do both of them in the morning before the rest of the day gets all convoluted.
Sure.
Okay.
And leave at least an hour and a half, so nothing till 9:30 or 10, something like that.
Okay. So February 2nd works for everybody?
Sure.
Okay.
I wasn't really, I just noticed it was Groundhog Day. Any of those days is fine. Yes, Stefan?
Can we request the 26th? I mean, every week hurts us because people still aren't getting service. So the sooner after the planning commission meeting, the better for us.
It's all right by me.
So the 26th will be difficult for me to provide. I will not have my staff report to provide to the county commissioners that close to the planning commission, hearing. The planning commission meets on the 20th. Then I need to prepare a packet for you. I can't prepare a packet within 24 hours. Or I guess 48 hours to send to you. I guess I could try to do that. But I would request more time.
So it's my understanding the 2 cases in Echo Hills were delayed so that planning commission can do a site visit, which they'd like to do. I'm not correct.
No, the planning commission requested more information. They requested, I believe, 4 items. So they wanted more information in order to make a recommendation.
Oh, okay.
I think there was some, I think there's some thought that the commissioners ourselves might make a site visit, but we have done those before. But since this is a quasi judicial hearing, it has to be a published site visit, like a public meeting, and we have to all do it together so we all receive exactly the same information. And so there's no ex parte communication. And Peter, I presume that you would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, if I was misinformed with my initial question, so it doesn't much matter to me. If what I was trying to think is, can we work a site visit into the schedule now?
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, Sean, Randy, are you guys? I mean, this would be the time for us to do something like talk about these cases a little bit and decide if we want to site visit.
Yeah, I mean, I did one myself, and I thought it was pretty informative, and I would recommend that we do that, kind of like we did for that hearing up above Idaho Springs. The other thing I would say is, maybe I'm getting my dates wrong, but did you say, Fred, that the Planning Commission meeting is on the 20th?
Yes, that's correct.
So I know that there's a deadline in place for, the packet preparation, but the next commissioner meeting is 6 days later, not 48 hours later. So I know part of that's the weekend, and I wouldn't expect you to necessarily work over the weekend. But if there's a scenario that involves getting the packet on Monday morning, I personally would be comfortable with that. And I'm sensitive to Clear Creek Broadband's desire to have this conversation sooner rather than later.
And you said the meeting isn't, because I thought I heard you say the 22nd, which was a Friday, and then I understood what you were saying, but it's the 20th, is that correct?
The planning commission meeting is the 20th, yes. And then our next meeting would be the Tuesday, the 26th.
What do our rules say anything about? I know there's like time between scheduling a meeting that you have to have. Can we do the 26th? Because I kind of, as it relates to my impact on my workload, I would be fine receiving a packet on this on Monday. But I also, if staff doesn't think that they can do that, or if they think it's going to impact the quality of the product, then I could wait till the 2nd as well.
I see Fred's point is that he needs to have something out to us into the packet for us to be able to study over the weekend ourselves typically. And I kind of agree. If I had it on Monday morning, it would work, but I think Monday morning is the same as Friday night in work world, unless somebody chooses to work over the weekend. And we do need it by Monday morning. So those two, Friday night and Monday morning, are pretty much the same thing, unless because otherwise we're telling Fred to work on it over the weekend. So.
Yeah, I not knowing what the planning commission is going to do on the 20th. Yeah, I mean, I can put something together for Monday morning, the 25th. So if that's what the county commissioners want, I will do my best to get something to you by then.
But you couldn't have it by Friday afternoon, right? By close of business Friday.
Well, I might be able to, but that's, it's pushing it. These are big staff reports. These are big cases.
So it's a 2-day, yes, so it's a 2-day process to get it done, and you'll have 2 days of work time to work on that exclusively then.
Yeah, assuming I don't have anything else to do.
Why don't we shoot for that? And if it turns out that it doesn't work out, we can always move it back to February 2nd.
Okay.
So January 26th at 8 a.m. And we would need a motion secure that.
I mean, I don't know. I feel fairly indecisive. I want to respect Clear Creek Broadband's, desire for expediency. I know that it's been a long time coming. We were talking about this all the way back in 2017. On the other hand, I think it's wise to give staff time to produce a quality report and not have to scramble and cut corners. Not that, Fred, you would cut a corner. You probably would just work all day on a Saturday or something.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of inclined to go with staff recommendation as much as I'd like to see it sooner than later too. I want to make sure that we have a robust and informed conversation on that Tuesday and have time to digest it. And I'm certainly going to look at this really closely just to make sure I'm well informed on Tuesday. And so,
yeah, and we also talk a lot about wanting to make sure the public has sufficient notification, et cetera. So I think all of that said, I think I'd prefer to just do it on the 2nd and let another week go by.
yeah, and by that you mean the public has the opportunity to see the agenda posted as well with the information in it, correct?
Yeah, longer time to process the packet, longer time to, just for 3 business days between hearing and hearing just seems to be cutting it really tight.
Yeah, so the public has the opportunity to see the final report also. Yeah, I think that I think the 2nd's the better call for that reason.
Are you okay with that?
There seems to be some controversy arising around the case, and I think it's better to give the public time to see the report rather than have them. That it'll only be in their hands. It'll only be in everyone's hands for 48 hours if that's the case, or 24 hours if it doesn't get there till Monday morning.
Kind of waiting to see if Sean had any additional comment. I'm happy to make a motion.
I mean, I waited on it, but I'm fine going with a consensus. And I just would note that we've already used up a quarter of our time and we haven't really started talking about this.
Yeah, just setting the date. Let's go with a 2nd.
Do we have a motion?
Do we need one to set it?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we, oh, that's right, because we're continuing. I move that we continue, or go ahead, George, why don't you guys make a motion?
You are allowed to make motions, Randy, if you like.
Okay, I move that we continue, with one motion, can we continue both right now? I move that we continue resolution 21-02 to rezoning case RZ 2020-0002 to February 2nd
At 8 a.m.
at 8 a.m. and 21-03 in one motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now consideration of approval of resolution 21-04 rezoning case RZ 2020-0004 rezoning to plan development for a 125-foot communication tower on property located at 280 Yankee Creek Road for Clear Creek Broadband to facilitate the provision of high-speed internet broadband service for these areas. Fred?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Fred Rollenhagen, Planning and Building Services Unit Services Manager. This is consideration of rezoning case number RZ 2020-0004. Request to rezone property from MR1 to planned development for a 125-foot high telecommunications facility that is planned to be included in a network of high-speed broadband service facilities intended to serve approximately 775 households on the east side of the county. And the location is at 280 Yankee Creek Road. The applicant is Clear Creek Broadband, Stefan Andrade, agent, and I'm the case manager. And yes, as I had said before, just to provide a summary, this is one rezoning case that was heard by the Planning Commission with two other rezoning cases on January 20th. And as I had said before, the Planning Commission went ahead and recommended approval of this particular case and sent it on to you. They held back the other two cases because they wanted to get more information on visual impact, on understanding a little bit better the coverage of those facilities, and understand get a better understanding of the impact on property values. So that's why they held it back for more information. So let's see. So I trust that you have my staff report. I'm not going to go through every single part of my staff report. I will try to sum up and get it through as quickly as possible so I can turn it over to the applicant so the applicant can make a presentation. But just a little bit of overview. PD is the zoning that is being proposed. And just a little bit of information on that. The Planned Development District provides a means of developing tracts of land for creative and flexible development concepts that are not otherwise provided for within other zoning districts, and which would achieve a more desirable environment than would be possible through the strict application of the minimum standards of other zoning districts. But in addition to that, are the telecommunications regulations in the zoning regs indicate that freestanding low power telecom facilities are permitted only in a PD zoning district. And that's by design. It's by design to kick in this rezoning process so you can hear these applications in a rezoning request. Let's see. So Clear Creek Broadband was awarded a state grant through the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies to provide last mile service utilizing fixed wireless access technology to up to 775 households or approximately 2,000 to 3,000 people in multiple neighborhoods on the east side of the county. The primary purpose and function of this site is to transmit and receive wireless communication frequencies. The tower will be colored shades of browns and greens to provide as much shading and camouflaging of the tower as possible. Clear Creek Broadband is working with IREA to run electric service to the site. Utilities are going to be provided underground, and the facility does not require water or sewage disposal utilities. In addition to the tower, also any equipment will also be colored the same brown and green colors to help camouflage all of the facility as much as possible. The county would have the right to place equipment and antenna on the site after consultation with Clear Creek Broadband and the property owner. So if we need, if there's a need for that, that opportunity would be possible. The way the request is written. As I said before, this rezoning application is one of 3 applications submitted to the county to construct 3 towers to help build out the full broadband network as originally proposed. All 3 applications have been reviewed by staff and Planning Commission during its hearing in December. While the Planning Commission approved a favorable resolution for this particular application, it continued the other 2 applications to its regularly scheduled meeting on January 20th and requested additional information to be submitted related, as I said before, to visual impact, coverage, and tower effect on property values. We did receive some referral responses, as I indicated in my staff report for this particular case. Received one response from Bear Creek Watershed Association with no concerns. Received a comment from Evergreen Metro District with no concerns or comments. We received a comment from IREA, from Brooks Kaufman, and they indicated 2 things. That number 1, IREA will maintain existing utility easement and facilities unless otherwise requested by the applicant to modify them under the association's current extension policies. And they indicated that the towers must be a minimum distance of the total height of the tower, plus an additional 25% distance from existing overhead electric facilities to assure the towers do not fall onto them in an accident. And staff is recommending that this also be a condition of the approval of the rezoning to assure that IREA's requirements are adhered to. I also received a comment from Emerge, East Mount Evans Resources, Growth and Environment, strongly in support of the request, indicating that the lack of service is a major problem in this area where there is a total lack of broadband service by other potential providers. Emerge indicates that quality broadband service is a necessity and its lack has a significant impact on property values and sale potential. Also received a comment from Stoy Streepy, our county engineer, just simply indicating that if the installation of these facilities results in more than 800 square feet of site disturbance or requires a new connection to the county road system, that a grading and excavation permit will be required. After the submission, after the staff report was submitted to you, I also received 3 more comments from individual property owners, and I believe the county commissioners received 2 of them via email. I received 1 comment from Adam Tisdale, located at 190 Yankee Creek Road, indicating no concerns for the application. And I also received 2 letters, one from Carl Johnson and one from Rachel Weir. And I believe they also sent those letters to the county commissioners. So what we need to do is we need to put these 3 comments on the record. Not exactly how to do that in electronically like this. I would typically hand them out to the county commissioners. But so the county commissioners have received these received two of these comments via email. What I will do is, I don't know how to make them available to the public right now, but what I'll do is I'll make all 3 of these available. I'll post them on the county's website under active cases, under the planning department's active cases page, so they can be reviewed by the public. I hope that's acceptable. But you received two, the two, I did not have a chance to receive, to review the two comments that were also sent to the county commissioners from Carl Johnson and Rachel Weir, but they contain a number of concerns to the application. So I trust that the county commissioners have had a chance to read them. And if you had not, I would encourage you to have it, to give yourself time to take a look at them. In my staff report, I also, there are standards for considering a zoning amendment. And I put those beginning on page 2 of 7. And there are basically 5 standards for review. Standards that the regulations indicate that we must at least consider these standards for considering zoning amendment. And so I have those indicated. I can go through them if you would like, but what I'll do is I think what I'll do is I'll wait until and unless you have any questions about them. I also included, beginning on page 4 of my staff report, the telecommunications facility performance standards. So there are also specific standards for telecom facility applications. I went through those, provided information regarding each of those standards. And then I provided you the Planning Commission's recommendation at the end of page 6, as well as staff recommendation. The Planning Commission recommendation, as I said before, they met on December 16th. They held a public hearing, and they recommended, actually unanimously recommended approval of this specific application at 280 Yankee Creek Road and sent it to you. With the stipulations and conditions that are shown in your attached draft resolution that should also be in your packet. Staff, in terms of staff recommendation, just very quickly, you know, this is something that, well, let me go through a little bit more. Staff acknowledges that there is a need for expanded broadband service in the county and acknowledges the need for these facilities. Further, the master plan calls for build out of broadband and telecommunications infrastructure. However, staff must note that rarely has the county permitted towers without better buffering and camouflaging. And in many applications, the facilities are shorter to the ground to take advantage of ridge lines and other high points to gain coverage while keeping the facility hidden from view. When a tower has been approved by the county, typically a stealth type version that looks like a tree or something similar has been approved to help camouflage the tower. A few shorter towers have been permitted along the I-70 corridor without additional camouflaging or buffering when they were located in a heavy commercial or industrial area. So as presented in the staff report, the applicants did provide reasons for not proposing a stealth tower and have gained support from the local community for their current proposed design. I just indicated in my staff report that staff would feel more comfortable recommending approval of the application if there were more evidence showing the need for the tower height. This could include more information about the intended land coverage of the tower's radio antenna and or propagation maps that show RF frequency for the tower. So with that said, I'm offering in my recommendation 3 options for the county commissioners. 1, for you to approve the request as submitted. 2, you could continue the case and request additional information and justification for the specific request and the particular tower height. Or why a different location that is more hidden view is not possible. Or number 3, you also have the you could also deny the request if you believe that it does not meet the performance standards for telecommunications facilities. So with that said, that's my staff report. What I would recommend that the county commissioners do at this time is, if you have any questions for staff, go ahead and ask them to me right now. But if not, the applicant has a presentation, and when you're ready, I would recommend that you turn it over to the applicant so they can make a presentation to you. And then after that presentation, if you don't, unless you have any questions of the applicant, then open it up to public comment, and go through that public comment portion before you deliberate.
I have a question for you, Fred, or a couple of them, in order to sort our way through that and before turning it over. In the interest of everyone's time, economizing everyone's time and the likely outcome, to help determine what that outcome is, so we don't go through an entire presentation and then go through an entire presentation again. Your recommendation seems to be that you would prefer to see more information rather than a recommendation to approve, from what I just heard you say. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, that's correct. As in a nutshell.
Okay. And then a couple of other items are, and I have no problem going forward with the presentation from Clear Creek Broadband if that's the applicant's desire, and the other commissioner's desire. As far as the two letters go I think requested, and I did receive those and I had read them, but they had requested that they be, read into the record or posted in the records in some way. We can read those letters at some point during this proceeding if we need to into this, so that there is a public demonstration of those letters and their message, or we can simply post them where the public can access them also later. And then I had one question, but I don't know if it was specific to the project, but I don't know if it should come before or after a presentation. I'll just go ahead and state it at this time. One of the things that was brought up in the letters was that if this application requires the other two locations, if this site requires the other two sites to be approved as drawn in order for this site to function, does that predispose in any way the outcome of those two hearings, which have been continued now? And if it does, is that a reason for these to be heard, all three of them to be heard together at one time? And I know I kind of felt like I needed to hear but I don't want to spend a lot of time doing something that takes everyone's time if in fact that's a better route. But I think we would have to hear that from the applicant.
Yeah, I think that's up to the applicant to tell you that. As I said, all I can do is bring you the Planning Commission's recommendation, and in this case, they gave you recommendation on one of the rezoning requests.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a confusing bunch of questions I asked, but I think they're germane. Any comments? Any other questions?
A quick question about the packet. When I'm looking at the view shed analysis, I don't think I fully understand it. Maybe it's because the colors are so hard to tell the difference between unlikely visible and non-visible. But looking at the picture on the left that shows the tower for Yankee Creek at the bottom, I see neighborhoods like most of Witter Gulch that is not shaded green. I also see Golden Willow. Does that mean those homes are not going to be able to be served by this aerial, or does that mean something else?
If you're looking at the last page of the official development plan, sorry, good, I'm not on mute. So that green, that's just so that's a view shed analysis. I guess I would have to defer to the applicant. I'm assuming that line of sight means that you can get coverage, but I don't know.
I think it means that, but I think there's also the ability for there to be some curvature, so you don't need direct line of sight, but I would defer to CCB also for that. And also the other comment I have is I think it would be, I would appreciate maybe a little bit more data because this picture doesn't really give you any indication about whether it is an offensive object in your line of sight. I mean, I took a tour and I was from Echo Hills. You can clearly see all the antennas up on Squaw Peak. I don't know whether this would be similar to that from parts of the county, or it just really doesn't. I don't really have a good way to gauge what it means.
Okay.
And maybe like a few actual pictures where you could, put in an image of a representation of what the aerial would look like from a few different vantage points, at least from my perspective, would be pretty helpful. And that's all I have for now.
George, did you have any questions or comments? And before we get into a presentation.
No, I don't think so. I think I mean, Randy, the questions you asked are thoughts I share. But if the applicant prefers to make the presentation, then rather than answer those questions now, then I'm fine with that too.
Right. Well, I just wanted that to be out there because it kind of, what I've heard is a desire for a little more information from staff, from Fred, and a little bit from the commissioners. And if the applicant wanted to jump directly to those questions, then that might produce a decision to do a continuation on this one also, or we can go ahead and go for it today, but it might end up in that result anyway. So what's your pleasure? I think I would turn it over to the applicant at this time to make the presentation, or choose to answer those questions and then seek a continuation if we need more information in the interest of time. But I'm willing to sit here for the full time and listen to the presentation and have the discussion too.
So are you turning it over to me now, Randy?
Yeah, go ahead, Stefan, please.
We would prefer the approval of the Brookvale Yankee Creek site separate from the other two sites. I believe that some of the issues that were brought up regarding the visual impacts of the towers are somewhat misunderstood. The telecommunications provisions that you're looking at and the examples of towers that have been referenced, by and large, are much larger than the towers in what we're proposing. We're not, and part of the reason why we didn't propose and go to the expense of doing a monopole tower, which is what is familiar for most people when it looks at cellular sites and other types of telecommunications facilities, is not only the cost, which is exponentially higher than the type of proposal or the type of tower that we propose to use, but also the visual impacts of those towers. And that's reasons why a lot of times cellular companies will stealth those towers, because they are so much larger, both in terms of their footprint and in terms of their physical size. We do not need, from an engineering point of view, whether it's an RF engineering point of view or a structural engineering point of view in terms of the wind loads, a tower of that magnitude. Nor did we get granted from the state a tower of that size, because that's not what we were proposing. We were actually looking to go under the state regulations of small cell, which are much different than cellular towers. So there is a progression in the telecommunications industry to move towards more small cells, as opposed to what has historically been regarded as telecommunications towers. In addition, we did look and evaluate going to the various ridge lines, but as Commissioner Wood pointed out, ridge lines are actually more visible to more residents in more areas than trying to blend them into the various undulations of the topography of the hill. So it was a balance between how many homes could we cover, how many were going to be visibly impacted by a tower, and how many were going to be able to receive the service in terms of the speeds of the service, because that's a direct relationship to the proximity and the viewability of the tower. Now, as Commissioner Wood pointed out, they do not need direct line of sight, they need near line of sight. And we've sent a non-disclosure to the planning department regarding sharing our RF engineering for each household to be served for the Echo Hill sites, which would serve Echo Hills as well as Old Squaw Pass neighborhoods. We'll do the same for Yankee Creek, but essentially it's the full area that's a part of the state application for the 775 homes that was originally submitted back a little bit over a year ago and was finally approved in March of 2020. So, you know, we're not trying to hide anything. This is nothing that is new. These are plans and proposals that were originated, 20 years ago and were codified, I think, in the NeoConnect plan that was sponsored by the state and the county. And the technology that we selected, the areas to be covered, were all areas that do not have any broadband currently. It's not as though they have little broadband, there is zero. And that was a part of the condition and the qualification for receiving the state grant. So I'll answer any and all questions. Hopefully that addressed some of the questions, but we would like to see approval of this site as a standalone site.
I have received a bunch of questions from homeowners and other interested parties, and I think a lot of them relate to how you got to where you are now, and you can choose to answer it however you want. But one of the concerns voiced is that the original proposal involved fiber, and people, signed petitions and got excited about having fiber to their homes, and this is a different type of a solution that potentially has more community impacts. Can you, Stefan, kind of walk us through how you got to where you are and how your plans changed over time?
Sure. And let me just address the comment in terms of community impact. The community impact, actually putting in fiber, is much more disruptive than a fixed wireless system, because you need to actually construct, going property by property, a fiber optic network. But yes, you're correct, Sean. Actually, the origination of it was just to get broadband, and it was really, the genesis was really actually asking the incumbent carriers, CenturyLink, and to a lesser degree Comcast, if they would provide service in our area. And it would have actually been provided with aerial wires going over and being attached to IREA poles. That too was evaluated in the NeoConnect study that was sponsored by the county. And the cost of fiber in the county, and we discussed this with Keith and the IT staff at the county, was just prohibitive because of the topography, because of the proximity of the homes, because of the type of soils that would need to be disrupted by constructing fiber. We looked at it, we wanted to do it. It would be a preference, but the cost per home served would have never been sponsored by anybody. It was fiscally prohibitive. And that was also confirmed in the NeoConnect study the county has. So it was the last option we had. And actually during the petition, we never actually stated the technology of choice. It was all just to provide broadband. And I think some people wanted to hear that it was going to be fiber, and we wanted it to be fiber. But at the end of the day, you have to come up with the fiscal realities of what you can actually afford for per home served. And that's what we settled on, was a fixed wireless service. And we also, though, we did choose a frequency. It's the 2.7 to 2.9 frequency. That is a new frequency that was just opened up by the FCC at the middle of 2019. and it does allow for greater frequency use and greater broadband services. So we could actually technically operate under 200 megabits down and 50 megabits up, but we have governed our services to be 50 megabits down and 10 megabits up, which is more than twice the standard set by the Federal Communications Commission. So all of this was done with these various considerations in mind. I mean, it's not a simple decision. It's a fairly complicated network, but it's a network that we think provides upward technology mobility, has the least impact from a environmental point of view, from a visual point of view, from a disrupting neighbors point of view. You can look at some other communities like Ting in Centennial. That was a fiber optic network that is being built by a Canadian company, and they literally have to get easements from every property owner in order to put in their network. And they had a planned network of over 60 route miles, and they currently have less than a half a route mile that's actually in operation. And that's 4 years later. So, you know, you have to kind of look at the practical considerations of how hard it is to get this actually installed.
So just to make sure I understand here, and thank you for your detailed answer. It was kind of painted in the light a couple of times that I saw of, hey, this is a private corporation, Clear Creek Broadband, and they chose a technology that's going to make higher profits for themselves, when it sounds like the reality is this is the only financially viable solution based on the state grant that has been received. Is that accurate?
And not only the state grant, but it's the only viable solution for any type of community of this nature. A rural mountain community that has a number of trees, a number of nooks, you know, rock outcroppings. I mean, if you look at any community similar to ours along the Front Range, all of them have chosen fixed wireless as their technology of choice. And that was also the recommendation of NeoConnect, that we use a fixed wireless architecture. But yes, another one of the considerations was the ability to actually get it approved by the state, because one of their considerations to get broadband to those households that did not get service was the cost per home served.
I got you. And I only have a couple other quick questions. I see George is unmuted. You mentioned RF engineering. Could you describe kind of how you guys went about that, whether you hired a subcontractor, and maybe address the potential concerns about how you got to where you are, and there being the potential of better solutions out there that weren't investigated from an RF perspective?
Yes, we actually started with Lisa Lieben back in 2012, looking for properties that were a part of the county's open space. And at that time, they were looking at, I don't know, you can probably give a better characterization of this, Keith, but it was looking at mining claims that the county had that they would be willing to use for telecommunications uses, et cetera, et cetera. So we actually toured back starting in 2012, various sites that were controlled by the county that may have been candidates. And unfortunately, each of those sites were so remote and so inaccessible from a practical point of view, in terms of constructing, maintaining, and operating facilities in those locations. It wasn't fiscally feasible. And then we went to and started looking at other properties, either Denver Mountain Parks, the state park system, any public lands, and we're told, you know, the amount of time and the environmental impact statements and the things that were necessary to get approval for those lands didn't seem reasonable in terms of being able to get those accomplished in a timely fashion. So then we looked at private properties, and it was a combination of two things: being able to get the greatest amount of coverage per site developed, per serving site developed. So you wanted to be able to cover as many homes as possible with a single site, being able to see from site to site, so that if you had backhaul radios, which was the way in which you got communications to that site to serve all those adjoining homes, you had the ability to do that. And then the third consideration was having willing property owners that were willing to put their property up to be rezoned and to go through this process. I mean, this is not an easy process for somebody who's in retirement or semi-retirement. It's not the sort of thing a person would normally apply to do. So we took all of those things into consideration and we hired a company called 3DB with the company of choice, which was the equipment vendor. They have a RF tool that says, put in all of the XY coordinates of the properties you want to serve, your proposed tower of where you want the service to generate from, and the height of that tower, and we'll tell you how many homes you're going to be able to actually serve. And it's an iterative process. You don't want to go up any higher than necessary. You don't want to be lower and cut out service to anybody that should be rightfully served. And so we went through at least a couple of dozen iterations with potential candidates. We had, for the Echo Hills areas, we had over, I want to say, on the order of about 5 or 6 candidates. In the Upper Bear Creek area, we had about 6 or 7 candidates. We did look to go higher on the ridgeline, both at Brookvale and in the Birkin adjoining property. The Birkins were not willing to put any onto their property. There are some properties in Jefferson County that are willing to work with us that are Matt DeLulu's property, but they did not serve some of the areas that we were trying to get to, which was the Bendermere area and the area around Yankee Creek. So, you know, we're always trying to just trade off the topography, the height, the trees, and everything that's involved in doing that. And the reason why we're a for-profit corporation is that it was a condition of receiving the state grant. You know, we initially wanted to just be a nonprofit and say, you know what, we're doing this just because we need the service. It's kind of a public utility, but we would have not been qualified to receive the state grant under that auspices.
I got you. Super last question. Another concern is people are saying, hey, Elon Musk or some genius is going to come up with these low Earth or orbit satellites and basically make this conversation moot in a period of a year or 2 or 3 years or whatever.
Sure.
What's your response to that?
There are 5 low Earth orbit satellite companies that are currently proposing a similar technology to Elon Musk, which is Skylink. I have a written up answer that I can share with you. I wrote it up for one of the neighbors, the Johnsons that were there in the neighborhood. Skylink requires 12,500 satellites. Amazon is in a joint venture to do something similar, which requires on the order of 5,000 plus or minus. Teledesic is also, One World Web is also another provider. All of them have technologies that are very robust. There is still some concerns about latency because it's still going out to space, but unlike the geodesic satellites, which are Viasat and HughesNet, these lower satellites have a smaller amount of latency than the geosynchronous satellites. However, the complexity of their networks and the fact that there are so many of them up there, there is still not international approval for all of the management of space. Currently, there are a couple of organizations that are looking to come up with a standard, but there's nobody that's universally saying that these things are going to be able to operate all together without hitting each other. And these are all just proposals from Britain and the United States. That does not include Russian satellites or Chinese satellites or other nations submitting their satellites. So there's a great concern internationally on the management of space, the ability to keep them all from running into each other, and then operationally being able to actually transmit service back and forth. So just like other ambitious endeavors, this is a very ambitious endeavor. It may come to fruition, and the cost of that service today is greater than what we're proposing. The speeds are comparable, a little bit slower, but not precipitously. But we think that, you know, with all the risks associated with getting a satellite service, we're much better off using this type of service today instead of waiting for something that may or may not come to pass in the next few years. And I can send you that write-up. I mean, and there's a couple of technical papers I can send from the International Space Association as well, if you're interested.
George?
Um, well, I am. I mean, that seems kind of, we're talking about building some towers, which are going to have a known impact. And whether that impact is worth the benefit or not depends a lot upon whether or not it's true that without these towers, residents of these neighborhoods will be without broadband for the long term. So, I don't know how we look into that crystal ball, but anything you can provide, Stefan, would certainly help me make a decision.
Right. Obviously, it's clearly to us that it's very binary. I mean, yes, people could choose to pay for a more expensive service and for a service that may or may not come to fruition. But if they have the utility today, it's like buying water. If you have a public utility that's giving you treated water, yes, you can go out and buy bottled water, but you don't necessarily have to buy bottled water to live. You still should have the basic utility of having water service to your home and, have the ability to have that and even have the choice to do that. And so our service is not a mandatory service. This is something that people choose to get. It's not as though they have to have it one way or the other. But for those people that don't have it, they don't have a choice. There is no choice right now for them to get broadband service. And as you know, just by the witness of the fact that we're conducting this on a Zoom call, there's nobody here that can really do this call without some type of service that's a broadband service. So those residents that don't have it aren't at their home to participate because they just don't have the availability of that service today unless they get a geosynchronous satellite and deal with the costs associated with that, which is also a burden for a number of people because it's expensive.
I do have one other question. If it turns out that Elon Musk cracks the code and we have this awesome system that's affordable and widely available, would Clear Creek decommission the towers, or have you even thought about that possibility?
We've thought about that possibility. I think there's still going to be people that prefer our service to that service, honestly.
In the long run, I think there's also, we do make decisions. We've had franchise agreements, for example, in a number of neighborhoods to underground power rather than have overhead lines for the purpose of protecting view sheds and, the visual quality of life, and increase, honestly, the robustness of the system, its reliability. And that's not true everywhere, but there are places where people have made choices both to live and to be able to have those kinds of systems in place. So if it turns out that wireless overhead, ends up being, from the sky ends up being an alternative that is as robust, that was a good question that Sean asked. And with regard to choice, I mean, people, not having a choice to have internet, the choices are made. I think sometimes honestly, you can be excused in not understanding where internet was going and what it was going to take when we make decisions about where to live. But there are a number of places that we choose to live that have more onerous requirements. And we know that when we go there, when we live there. That's kind of a moot point when it comes to internet because most of the area was developed without that in mind.
Is there any possibility that Yankee Creek Tower could provide cellular phone service as well?
Probably not practically unless there was some link that could get it fiber-like bandwidth. It would not be a line of sight issue. It would be able to do it from a line of sight issue. It would be difficult from a backhaul issue, just because cellular networks, the way that they're designed, they require a fairly large pipe backhaul to get out. And, you're going to be faced with these issues, the county is, much more frequently than what we're talking about right now, because 5G requires exponentially a greater number of towers. And along I-70 and in public corridors, whether they're under the county's jurisdiction or not, they're going up all along I-70, and they're going up all along, high dense urban areas. I don't think they'll end up in any rural areas, but you know, that is the wave of the future. I mean, towers are going up everywhere, whether people know it, acknowledge it, or agree to it or not.
So, Sean, you covered like the lion's share of the things that are out here, and I appreciate that. One comment that I think I read, and I think it was in the Johnson family's letter, which is which is not about, well, it might apply to this site as well. In the Johnson's letter, which doesn't reference this site, they state that the viewshed map, they're in the light green on the viewshed map, meaning that it's not likely they would see the tower. However, they seem to be convinced that they will see this tower that's some 30 feet above the tree line. And so I'm not asking you about that tower. I'm asking you, in general, the viewshed map for this tower, which we are talking about. Do you think you're understating the visual impact with this map?
I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I don't think we're understating the visual impact. I think that we're trying to be open and honest with what it is, and that's the engineering, and that's what we know. You know, again, these are our neighborhoods. We don't want to put something in that's going to be this. I live literally a few hundred yards from this tower. I don't want to put a tower in that I think is going to diminish my property values, or it's going to be ugly in my backyard. Why would I do that? So, I mean, you know, it's not like this is done by somebody that's, you know, in Black and Veatch or some engineering firm that really has no vested interest in this. This is where we live. And so, you know, we're making every effort possible to make it so that all of our neighbors get a benefit in terms of their an amenity that they need to have in order to stay living in place in their homes today, as well as, you know, not being any more invasive than what's absolutely necessary in order to achieve service.
I know we've
Yeah,
already gone over. I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
I was not trying to ask you if you, you know, lied in your viewshed map, just for the record. I don't know, like, this is my first experience looking at a viewshed map and then seeing something built and then seeing how well that viewshed map matched up. And we've got a comment that seems fairly persuasive that, you know, if a viewshed map is saying it's not going to be visible due to the trees, and then we also know that we're talking about a tower that's going to go 30 feet above the tree line, seems to me that that calls into question whether these viewshed maps in general, through whatever process, are accurate. And I don't know
You have to be,
resolve
so
that.
when you're viewing something, you're typically at your height. You're 6 foot above the ground. You're not standing on top of your roof or standing on top of a tree in order to see the view. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Your perspective is you're looking up through the trees. It's not as though you're looking from a drone 20 or 30 feet above your house, or even on the peak of your house, where typically these radios are placed. So you have to look at it from the point of view of where the radio is, not necessarily the point of view of where persons are looking. So, you know, there's two different points of view here, if that makes sense.
I have a quick question.
Did that answer your question? Did that answer your question, George?
You know, I don't know that there is a great way to answer my question, except to like maybe go look at some historical examples or something. This wouldn't be the first time, if this map turns out that what it's representing is different than what we actually get when it's built, it wouldn't be the first time something like that happened, right? I am not trying to say that you're presenting something different. I just, you know, engineering processes are about prediction, and
Right.
what's on the ground is sometimes different. And so that comment really kind of just stuck out to me, and I wanted to ask it, but, you know, I don't know that we need further.
But again, it's from perspective. It's like looking at Google Earth or any of the, you know, computer renderings. You can look at it from the perspective of the ground. You can look at it from the perspective of the house. You can look at it from the perspective of the roof. And each one of those perspectives gives you a different view. The radio is actually looking at it from the highest view, and both from the transmit point of view and from the receive point of view. The individual sitting in their dining room or in their bedroom is looking at it from whatever the elevation is of that particular view. You know, you might be able to see it if you got a drone or a ladder or a boom and went up above the trees. But typically when you're driving or when you're walking through the neighborhood or you're sitting in your house, you're not looking through the trees and able to see the quote unquote antenna or the tower.
I'm sure that's absolutely true. At the same time, to be able to predict it through some of the methods that we have today, even using Google Earth and a lot of our different ways to achieve virtual perspectives, you know, the streetscape that you see that's actually been photographed from a given place on the ground is usually quite different. And I think this is to George's point, quite different than what happens when you go on Google Earth and let, you know, and let the cloud and a mapping tool try to tell you what it looks like looking at the side of those mountain with the trees. As you begin to descend and go into a view on Google Earth or most applications, you don't see it depicted. I'm sure you've done the best job you can, and I totally understand what you're saying. You live in the neighborhood, and you've taken every attempt you can to make this right and reasonable. I think when people who live maybe in a different spot than you live, where they do have a good vantage point, are able to imagine a given, or actually physically see a given point and imagine something that is 60 or 75 or 120 feet tall, whatever it is, they're going to get a different answer than you get looking at it. And I say that from an experience as a surveyor myself, having done that a little bit. It can be a lot different than you expect. Well, and I was trying to imagine a way to really get a good feel for it, but it doesn't involve anything that we'd be doing in the wind that we get in the winter, which is to simply put a balloon on a string and run it up there and see what it looks like from those places. You know, that'll tell you quicker than anything.
Right. We actually tried to do that a few times, and the wind just never allowed us to do it. Plus, we couldn't get a balloon big enough that would be able to stay on a tether that would, I mean, that became a project in and of itself. It wasn't a successful project, to be honest.
Maybe a drone. I don't know.
We've done drone footage. We have drone footage for all of this.
I think there's a more specific question that might help get to the bottom of this, which is, so this analysis chooses a perspective. Does it choose a ground level perspective when it draws these maps? Does it choose a second story height perspective?
It chooses a perspective for the RF analysis of what's the minimal height that you have to be at in order to transmit a signal to be received at a given home. So if you're living in Yankee Creek and you're trying to get a signal from Brookvale, how high does that tower need to be in order for that signal to propagate to be able to get a low enough signal to noise ratio, dB, that it will allow you to receive a sufficient amount of frequency in order to get the desired outcome, which is bandwidth. So it's that calculation that's involved with this.
Yeah, and so that's how you calculate the height of the tower. And then you,
Correct.
I imagine, do a separate analysis about whether a tower at that height is visible at a certain location. And with reference to that analysis, what's the height of the perspective?
So the height of the perspective of the receiving end is not at the ground. It's typically some portion, some place located on the structure that's the receiving end structure. So
we're talking about perspective. I think to clarify this, I think George's point is that the view shed perspective, when you're trying to say from when you create a different map that is from where can you see the top of this tower, that perspective, is that perspective taken from the ground? The receiving end.
We don't have the ability to take a picture at 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet at each house and have it shoot back to a theoretical tower.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of any way that you could physically do that and be accurate, because you'd have to construct the tower in order to say, can I see it at 20 feet? Can I see it at 30 feet? Can I see it at 40 feet?
I'm not expecting that you would do that. I just think that you have to choose a height when you're doing an analysis of view shed impacts and whether you can see something or not. You have to choose a height of the person who's seeing the tower, right? So is that
Right.
height ground level? And
Yes,
that's, I mean, it seems like,
typically we choose that, we think that when people are looking back at something, that they're going to be on the ground looking back at it.
okay, so the height is the ground level. Okay.
The other part of that analysis is what are all the obstructions in the way between where you're getting that visual feedback and the tower itself. And that's where I'm saying that our virtual projections of that are based on how high are the trees, how high is the forest through that area, what is there that's in the way. And that's where we're quite inaccurate, because, you know, Google Earth doesn't tell you how high the canopy of the forest is.
No, that's right.
In your view.
No, that's
So
right.
there's a lot of
And
guesswork in here.
Right, and typically, once we get done with the RF analysis, we are actually looking in between tree branches. So it's not as though you can see the very top of the tower and it's shooting down on your house. You're actually going in between large branches, and we're fortunate in a good number of neighborhoods that we have ponderosa pines, and the density of those branches is fairly low. When you get into fir trees and into lodgepole pines, you have a slightly different calculation, and you have to be very careful not to overstate what your transmission is going to be, because some of those trees could impact the propagation of the signal.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that view shed map and how it was built. And so this is a question that has been already, the answer has been implied, but I just want to sort of state it explicitly. Each tower is individually viable from a network perspective, as well as like a financial perspective. Like your company will operate a tower, a single tower, if you only get one tower.
Yes, we can do that. We'd have to give back some of the money to the state because we wouldn't have spent that money. Also, we would have neighborhoods that we wouldn't have served entirely, like Old Squaw Pass and people in Echo Hills. So there's about 350 homes thereabouts that wouldn't get service at all. But there is a dependency between the two towers on Echo Hills. The one tower views down and can see King Murphy, but to serve the second tower, unless we got another out at the fire district, at the firehouse at Bergen Park, it wouldn't have a way to connect to the rest of the network. So we would basically be telling the residents of Old Squaw Pass and Echo Hills that they're not going to receive service.
Okay, so this tower,
doesn't depend on those other two, but those two towers do have a dependency.
so from a network perspective, okay, and then from a perspective of your grant funds, if you're not able to build all three towers, do you give some of the money back? Do you give all of the money back?
We give the money that we didn't spend to give service to the people that do not have broadband back.
Okay. And have you run a?
Is broadband no longer a priority for the county? It sounds like this is not a service that's still desirable, which is, I find curious.
I'll be happy to answer that question in a moment. What I'm trying to do right now is just understand your plan. And I appreciate your patience, Steph, and I realize that it often feels like an interrogation and feels really negative. I'm not negative about this project.
I would like to come in and I'll give a real brief answer while George is thinking, which is I'm not negative about the project. Some of the things that have been brought up have raised questions, and I think Sean and George and I are each asking those questions. And I know it feels like a gauntlet, but it has more to do with actually trying to confirm the veracity of the underlying concerns that surround the questions that have been submitted to us. So.
I understand, Randy. I just think that there's a balance, that there are people that have concerns, but there are also a majority of people that want the service. What we found is that when we go to the neighborhoods, there's people that are signing up for and want the service every day. And, I just want to make sure that those voices are being heard as well.
Yeah, and kind of along those lines, that I think we're already over time, but one of the things that I would also like to see, probably from staff, if it's possible, is some sort of a readout on property values, because we have seen some concerns, and I believe they're from homes that are rather close in proximity to one of the proposed towers. I don't really know how much weight to put on those, whether those folks have, deep expertise in what it means to have an aerial near your home. But what about the other 99% of the homes in the service area in terms of the saleability and the value of those homes, which will now be available with broadband instead of no broadband? Because I would imagine the answer on a whole, if you look at the entire service area, it's probably going to increase the home values and as an aggregate by a significant number, maybe 5 or 10%. I mean, I would love to have some expert opinion on that, or some informed opinion besides the anecdotal stuff that we see now.
Okay, yeah, that's something that, just for your information, that's something that the Planning Commission asked the applicant to provide when they continued the two cases from December to January. I would have to look into to see, number one, if county staff has the capability of generating that information, or what resources we have to find it. I don't know, but I can look into that.
We did provide a number of links, Commissioner, of national studies, some done by the University of Colorado Boulder, some done by real estate associations. There's a few international studies. There's actually going to be, it's my understanding, and I'm not a realtor, we've been told by realtors that there are a additional checkbox on whether or not broadband is available to a house when it comes to your listing, your whatever that listing is. And so we have asked, we're not real estate experts. All we do is read the studies nationally and say that we confirm what you've stated, and that is that there is an aggregate benefit. And we know, and another anecdotal example of that is just the number of homes that don't sell in certain areas because they do not have, and it's kind of, people want to have this utility because they have kids, they want to work from home. I mean, it makes logical sense, but we're trying to get some empirical numbers behind that so that, you can put that issue to bed.
Also,
Yeah, I don't see, that's the first, go ahead, Brent.
I was just going to say, just looking at time and everything like that, I wanted to let everybody know, Steph and I wanted to let you know that I do have your PowerPoint presentation if you are still interested in using it. Also,
I think this is a much better conversation, honestly, Fred.
Okay. Also, what I can do is I can also put up the two comments that we received over email. I can share a screen and put that up if the county commissioners think that would be helpful.
I don't think it is necessarily. I think just take the time for everyone to read those comments. I think posting them, first of all, I think this is a really good conversation, Stefan, and the questions we're asking, the level at which we're asking them, if we do go to a continuation rather than approval, for example, today, it will inform, that next meeting, if we have one. And I don't know and if that's the case, I think especially trying to we've got like about 11 minutes left right now today. We do need to allow public comment, not just our regular public comment, but public comment on this hearing as well within that time. So I don't think putting those up and trying to read them or have everyone else read them is a good use of time.
Hey, Randy, this is Keith. And at 9:30, it's manager update. And I'm totally amenable to postponing that till later on this afternoon after the CDOT meeting. So if you want to go until 10 o'clock, that's fine with me. It's entirely up to you guys.
Thank you, Keith. Would this be a good time then to ask for public comment on this project, or do you have other questions? And we can go back to other questions, I think, after public comment, George and Sean, if we need to.
I want to kind of finish a line of inquiry that I was going with Stefan about whether each tower is individually viable. I'm just curious, I'm sure you guys built a pro forma to show that financially the business was viable with all three towers. I'm curious if you've built a pro forma around the operation of a single tower.
No, we did not.
Okay. And
From your knowledge of your business plan, do you think you can run in a sustainable manner the operation of a single tower?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, there's enough demand in that area on the Upper Bear watershed that we think that there's enough demand there. It's, it's a majority, almost a majority of what we would be able to serve for the entire state grant. It would be a much scaled back operation. Obviously, I mean, our desire was not, I mean, from a selfish point of view, I was just trying to get service to my house. From a community point of view, we heard the desire of the people in Old Squaw Pass and the frustrations that they have. We still get a number of inquiries in people that live in Floyd Hill, in people that live in areas that were not a part of our application because they still do not have service along Little Bear Creek and the area just to the south of Idaho Springs. We still get inquiries from people that live up in St. Mary's Glacier, and the fact that they still do not have service. So, we just want to expand to where people feel where they're asking us for service. We're not trying to go into neighborhoods that are reluctant. We know that there are some neighbors or some property owners that are hesitant in Echo Hills, but we believe that that's just a handful of people from what we can tell. They're very vocal people, but it's a handful of people.
You mentioned something that I was curious about as well. Your state application called out specific areas that were unserved. There are other areas adjacent, which I believe are probably within the line of sight of the aerials. Will you be offering service to, for example, CenturyLink customers who have 40 megabits or something like that?
Not initially. We're trying to do at least go to knock on every door and offer in 4 different ways service, either by email, phone, direct mail, and literally knocking on the doors, because we want to meet the obligation of giving service to those that qualified initially under the state grant. I mean, that's our obligation, I guess, is the way I look at it. So we're not looking to go to properties that are adjacent, but from a business perspective, once we get done with the state grant and we've exhausted and offered service to everybody, sure, we would love to be able to offer service to people that live in and around the areas where we wouldn't have to put up a new tower. That would be great because they get the benefit without having any of the impacts.
So if somebody lives on Greystone who has CenturyLink right now, you're not going to reach out to them to market to them. But if they reach out to you and say, hey, will you give me service? Are you going to say yes or no or what?
We put them on a list. We call it phase 2, and we just put them on a list and say that if we can get to you, we will, but we have an obligation to serve all the people that are in the state grant initially. And we have people from as far away as Soda Creek all the way up to Little Bear Creek that have been put on that list.
I know this started out as, and by the way, I don't think I've said it in this meeting, but you've put a lot of your own time and energy as a volunteer into this, and I wanted to acknowledge that. And we're asking good questions, I think, and I think that's our responsibility. But I wanted to acknowledge, the sweat that you put into this and the volunteer team, and that's kind of what I'm going to ask about. At some point, this is going to evolve into a legitimate for-profit ongoing concern. Are you guys going to hire staff? Are you looking to sell this business to an investor at some point? I mean, what's kind of the end game for this beyond your, good neighbor, help your neighbors get internet? What's the end game?
Well, this may sound Pollyannish, particularly after the questions of today, but the idea was to start out here, prove our business case then take it to adjoining neighborhoods, prove it out there, then take it to additional neighborhoods inside of Clear Creek County where we know that there is a lack of service. You can look at federal auctions, you can look at the state maps. It's very clear that there are pretty significant pockets around the county. So the whole idea was to go and to apply for additional state grants to get to those other pockets around the county and truly become a countywide broadband service that aren't being served by the incumbents. I mean, that was the idea. And we have no, we have, our investors are local. And we have no desire to just kind of, flip it. I mean, obviously if it becomes crazy valuation, that would be a different thing. But I mean, we're trying to just give a basic service to our neighbors. That's the whole intention here. And it's turned into being a much bigger project than probably any one of us thought at the beginning. But our desire is to really offer broadband service throughout the county to pockets that currently have no service.
Okay, thanks.
So my question about the viability of 1 tower versus 3 towers was slightly different. And I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm it. Is there, from an engineering standpoint, is there a technical reliance of any of these locations on the other locations for signal or operability? In other words, is there any communication interaction between them that makes one less viable without the other two?
Right. So the two on top of Echo Hills, the one we call the Snyder Mountain site that's on Sinton Road that looks down into the valley.
Mm-hmm.
The second tower that's on the other side of Echo Hills that actually is designed to serve the eastern part of Echo Hills and into Old Squaw Pass, that is dependent on there's a connection between those two towers. That second tower wouldn't be viable without the first tower being built.
But those are both Echo Hills towers, is that correct?
Yeah, right. So we could technically build the Brookvale Tower and still serve the Upper Bear watershed. We could build the Echo Hills Tower or the Snyder Mountain Tower, which is the Sinton Road Tower, which is the first applicant, and not serve the rest of Echo Hills or Old Squaw Pass. But we can't build that second tower without the middle tower, if that makes sense.
Okay, but the first tower in Yankee Creek is not technically reliant on either of the other two.
That's correct.
For anyone that it serves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and the other question George asked was the business model and how it plays out. We'd
have to scale everything way back, and obviously that's not our desire. But you do what you need to do in being flexible.
I'm kind of surprised that we haven't heard from anybody from the Old Squaw Pass neighborhood. It would seem like there might be some cheerleaders who have been suffering for a long, long time who might weigh in on this conversation.
I don't believe they think it's an issue.
Well, it's an issue if it doesn't get approved for them.
Right, but I don't think that they thought that it wouldn't get approved. I think is kind of, at least the people that we've talked there, they thought that, why is this even being debated? They don't understand that it's even an issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's because it's not next door to their house.
Right. Well, but they're still going to be able to see it. At least some of the residents there will be able to see that second tower.
So there's a question in the chat, in the question and answer. Many of us in Echo Hills want the truth and transparency. Will every home in Echo Hills be able to have access to Clear Creek broadband internet? Oh, and what is the cost compared to the internet service we have now? I think that falls into that area you were talking about, the list that you were talking about, people who are already served. Stefan, is that correct?
Yes, and that's one of so to answer the question clearly, we will serve everybody. If both of those towers are approved in Echo Hills, we will serve everybody in Echo Hills. There's the coverage for all of them. The question with respect, I'm sorry, repeat the second part of the question, Randy. I'm not sure if I'm answering it.
What was and what is the cost compared to the internet service we have now?
Right. So our plan is a $70 plan for all the fees, everything included, one price, no charge for your router or anything in addition to that, just $70 a month for 50 megabits down and 10 megabits up. We've compared that. The reason how we derived at that cost is it's $20 less than what's being proposed by Skylink. We did this without Skylink being a factor. We looked at what HughesNet was offering, what Viasat was offering. We looked at what, this was prior to Comcast and CenturyLink offering their deeply discounted plans, but we looked at what they were offering for comparable speeds. We looked at Rise, and we looked at a number of competitors to say, you know, what's a good sweet spot for the service in this type of area.
What does it translate in terms of pro forma returns for your investors?
Over what time period? So,
10
I mean,
years?
once we get to like positive cash flow, I believe they're getting about a 10% return or 8% return, something like that.
Which for private equity is nothing to write home about.
No, they're investing because they're neighbors and they think it's a good cause. They're not investing, I think, because it's the, you know, it's going to be a financial home run. That's my personal view.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, clearly CenturyLink or Comcast would be here.
Exactly.
And this is about us not waiting for incumbent providers to decide to invest in our communities.
Right.
That makes sense.
I don't, and Sean, I don't say that to disregard your question. I'm interested in the answer as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's sort of a public narrative that someone's going to get rich on this, and I just wanted to see what Stefan commented on that. And one of the responses is challenging your answer, Stefan, about the service of 100% in Echo Hills. So you stand by that?
I do. I mean, after the public hearing that we had in December, we did rerun the analysis and went back to Cambium. They have a tool, it's called CN Heat. Cambium is the carrier. You can look it up online. You can look up the type of radios we're looking at. They're Citizen Band. CBRS is the acronym. And there's all the technical papers printed there. And there may be one or two houses that are way behind a rock, but according to our initial analysis, we should be able to see 100% of the homes in that subdivision. That's not true, by the way, of Old Squaw Pass. There are a couple places in Old Squaw Pass where we'll still need to get a repeater or do something to get around a few rock outcroppings. And the same thing is true, in fact, of Upper Witter Gulch. There's a few places in Upper Witter Gulch that will need to get a repeater.
Is a repeater something that doesn't require this process, that would basically mount to a home and you would give a homeowner free service or something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
And actually, are you guys planning, you never answered my question about how you're going to staff this. Is the plan to basically have full-time employees or hire contractors, or have you gotten that far in your thinking?
We have contractors right now, and it's truly dependent upon being cash flow positive or cash flow neutral. We don't get there until we have a certain number of subscribers. So we need to pay for our connections to the internet. You know, that's $1,200 a month. We have to pay for, you know, all of the installers and all the equipment and that sort of thing. So, you know, this is kind of related to, I think, Commissioner Marlin's question, which is that, is it financially viable? Well, you get to a full-time staff if you only have a quarter of your intended subscribers. So if we only end up with, so our projections are somewhere, you know, 450, 460 subscribers. You know, we're not going to get everybody because there's a lot of seasonal homes. People, you know, have alternatives. But if we get to that number, we would have a full-time staff of a technical person that lives in the area that can service immediately if there's an issue, and an administrative person that would be able to make sure that people are getting their questions answered and we keep the lights on.
In the meantime, does the support line ring in Stefan's kitchen or what?
No, it actually goes to Justin's kitchen every once in a while. And we do have Melanie, who's a contractor who's working for us. And she's been incredible in terms of being able to get back to people and answer questions. on an ongoing basis. But, we're trying to set it up, and we have a website, where we have frequently asked questions. We have a way in which people can ask any question, and we try to get back to them as soon as we can.
Well, I'll tell you, Randy and George, I think this has been a great conversation, but I think we have more data to gather. Or at least I think I want more data before I decide one way or the other about. But in my mind, I think it's okay to evaluate the Yankee Creek Tower in advance of the other two towers. So that's how I feel about things right now.
I think if we can just be any of the questions that those are, and if we're going to continue this, if that's the direction we take, then having a real good finite list from all three of us is important. I think before we go to that list, it could be, I see we had the same questions from 2 or 3 sources about Echo Hills and the line of sight. We do have one comment from a person who says they get good cellular internet service now at $20 a month. They can see one of the towers if it is constructed, but they do support the project. Other than that, I think I think we need to open it up to public comment. And I think if we open it up to public comment at this moment, and then we can come back to that defined set of questions, because public comment might add to that set of questions, and we can, we can send the applicant away. If we go with what Sean was saying, we send the applicant away with a hard list of things to do for us. By hard, I mean finite. So let's open this up to public comment at this time. You can, if you're in the participant list and you have something you'd like to say, I see Carl and Ula Corinne Johnson. Carl Johnson, if you could, Beth, if you could elevate them. Thank you.
They were just gonna.
And anyone else that's on the attendee side, if they can just use that attendee list, the participant list, to raise your hand. Or we can bring you up for comment when the time comes.
Can you hear me now?
I can, and yes, and if you could keep it to maybe, I think we usually go with about 5 minutes max on these. Would appreciate.
Yeah, no, I'll be extremely succinct here too. Just wanted to, as I said in the letter we wrote in, just to be really clear, we want to make sure that the conversation really is focused on, this is a land use rezoning, and I misstated and said commercial. It's not commercial. It's for the proposed development use. It's not against broadband. It's not a question of broadband or no broadband, and the reason being that there are other alternatives that are underway. And even the question for me is not necessarily about, is it only about a single tower versus if the other ones are completely not approved. My point would be that there should be other alternatives, even if they're slightly more onerous to go through the process to get them. For example, the Bergen State Wildlife Area has a clear-cut area on top, road access, can see all of Echo Hills and the entire southern area there as well, including the King Murphy area. So I would tend to think that's just an opinion that we got from one of our neighbors, who a very close friend who's very much pro this project, and we obviously have our concerns. But our concerns is the tower location and the single one tower. If they could be relocated, multiple towers is fine. It just really needs to not impact individuals. I also wanted to just clarify a couple of notes. It talked about, like a monopole not being viable. I don't know the answer to this one. Are the monopoles that are more camouflaged, are they available in smaller versions? I honestly don't know. Could they have like a 60-foot version of that? Because one of the issues that we have dealing with is that according to one of the FCC regulations, it was I forget the number on it, 4906A or something. After this is up, without any further approval process, the commissioners here would absolutely have to approve up to a 10% or 20-foot, whichever is greater, increase in tower height with no other additional approval process or review. Meaning that we're really voting on, for example, at any one of these towers, an additional 20 feet in height on that. And obviously our concern is on the Sinton Road, or she called the Snyder Mountain Tower, whatever, not really the others. So we're not really commenting on it on the Yankee Creek as it doesn't affect us directly. Also wanted to make a really quick comment about the Starlink data that was presented. As far as needing 12,000 satellites, that's actually not true. There are currently 901 satellites that are in orbit for moderate global 24/7 coverage. They need 780 satellites to achieve that. They already have that. So we already are at moderate 24/7 global coverage. For 24/7 complete coverage globally, they need 1,440 orbital satellites. They'll achieve that by the end of March, according to the launch plans that are in place. Obviously, we can't speak that as accuracy, but he seems to be pretty much on the schedule. So, or they are. Just wanted to clarify that. Also, just Stefan, just to correct you on one thing, it's not Skylink, it's Starlink. Just, I mean, that's a small thing, but just to point that out. Yeah, and then the other item was on the view shed and perspective that is there. When we look out, we actually do see the sky from our balcony, bedroom, dining room, and whatever. And it's a very clear view of the entire edge of the tree line across the street for that area. Once again, that's also just, that's not relevant to this discussion as this isn't the tower that's being discussed. So but I included that anyway. We can also provide links for further information if you'd like it. We also would like to invite the commissioners to come and stand on our balcony and have a look. You know, if you wanted to have a perspective, you're going to come and do a site visit, please let us know. And we'd be happy to have you. And Stefan as well, if you want to come in and do this, if you know CCB wants to come and stand on our balcony and look at it and go, wow, okay, yeah, how do we remediate this? That's fine too. We're not opposed to the overall project per se. It's purely the one location, which, as I said, is already postponed for the next. And I do think that's probably everything I had to say. Thanks for the time.
Thanks. I don't see any other raised hands at this time. So I think we should move on to a finite list of questions that we have and information. Beth. Oh, Rachel.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yes, you've received my letters. We are very vocal here in Echo Hills. So aside from kind of reading that letter, because I'm sure you guys all have, this is rare, I do want to speak specifically to some things I'm having issues with after listening to this meeting and the testimony as well. First thing I'd like to mention and want to really ask is how many letters went out to the Upper Bear Creek and Old Squaw Pass property owners with regards to the Yankee Creek towers? I find it very interesting that there is a lack of public response from either of those very large neighborhoods. Sub areas, rather.
Commissioners, do you want me to answer the question now, or do you want me to wait? This
Why don't you go ahead and answer it, Fred?
Okay. So the requirement is to send notification out to adjacent property owners within, I believe it's within 300 feet of the property, as well as referral agencies and any known homeowners associations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my question was how many Old Squaw Pass and Upper Bear Creek property residents, property owners received letters?
I'd have to check the records, but none were sent out on Old Squaw Pass because they aren't within 300 feet of the property.
Okay, that's probably why there's a significant lack of response, and property owners in the areas aren't aware of what the view impact is going to be. Okay, so look, I think there was a misunderstanding about those opposing these rezoning cases completely, like as if we completely misunderstand the size and the scale of the towers. We are all very clear on what those plans show, the size of the towers. It is certainly exceeding the tree line, and we know that this is not a quote unquote cellular tower. However, if you look at the official development plan, we also know, and it is stated that there is an open-ended opportunity for numerous installations on this tower, which essentially means that there could be a number of added equipment to make the visual impact more obtrusive and more significant. So I wanted to state that. Again, we should be looking at the number around 400 for the quote unquote approximate total number of people to take the service. It is not that upwards of 700 or 2,000 number. The number of individuals in total, from my understanding of reviewing the last planning commissioners meeting, is that a little over 60 people in total have signed up or at least put a deposit down for Clear Creek broadband services. Only about 10 to 12 in Echo Hills have committed to that service. So I think those numbers are also important to keep in mind. There are many people, maybe they're not quote unquote broadband internet services that community members are using, but people have adequate internet and make do, even if the quality isn't as great. So take into consideration that a lot of people aren't just going to convert from the services and equipment that they already have. I would like to understand what fiscally feasible means. For the record, I don't know how much weight that would carry in a courtroom. So when an applicant states that something is not fiscally feasible, what are those numbers? To the greatest extent, what was reviewed as far as the cost for alternative solutions? I'd like to know exactly what that means for financing. We're all aware the governor has set aside funds specifically for school districts to increase their internet services. There is state money also available. And so again, we are not saying no to enhance internet and broadband services. We want to get creative and have solutions as a community for something that, as a 20-year plan outlook within your master plan, is something that is reasonable into the future, long term. Looking at a Band-Aid and a short-term fix to the broadband or internet issue is not sound. So I did hear the word zero broadband in specific areas were noted. I see my address on the list of addresses that were sent to Dora as receiving minimal broadband speeds. I have Rise Broadband. I live in Echo Hills. I get excellent broadband services. We all three of us in my home that are of age can stream at the same time and have zero issues. So once again, taking a lot of these claims, looking at these addresses, really assessing that view shed and these supposed drone images should really be looked at with a very fine eye, because we have already seen substantial issues with the information that has been provided by the applicant, not only to Dora, but to the county as well. I think that the repeaters conversation deserves a more in-depth discussion. Clear Creek Broadband had mentioned to a neighbor, you may have to rely on your neighbor for service. Well, if that neighbor moves or they don't decide to have it, there are still going to be a lot of people that don't actually receive this service from these towers. So I want to make sure that people are being mindful of this repeater requirement for some neighbors to provide free internet to others. Stefan, you said you live approximately 100 yards from the proposed tower location. I see your address on Upper Bear Creek showing that you live, it's actually 587 yards from the tower site on Yankee Creek. I find that to be, that's very luxurious. With this proposed plan where I live in Echo Hills, I would not be living that far away from this tower. So I just wanted to clarify the proximity to the applicant's residence. Two more things. Many homes have various floors and a variety of views. I have a south-facing home. You plan to put this tower to the south of my home, impacting my passive solar, and it will be above the tree line. And so I didn't realize there was drone footage available for all of those impacts and who, who's going to be seeing this tower. I do believe that those images should be viewed at all levels of the tower. Going to the top of the tower and taking some images doesn't seem to be adequate. So yes, going ahead and taking drone images or standing up or getting on a ladder, you can do that at all heights, all the way around. We are on a steep mountain. We all will have various views in various windows and various floors of our homes. Let's see. Yeah, so a comprehensive images would be helpful. And let's see. Okay, so regarding property value overall, it is, we can all understand that as a whole, it would be wonderful for everybody to have high-speed internet, and that would be such a great pull for our county. In Echo Hills, we have new people moving. I see on our Facebook page, we have new people moving to our neighborhood every month. There is no issue with selling homes. For example, in Echo Hills, I would imagine Upper Bear Creek as well, in Old Squaw Pass. We live in a highly, highly desirable county, and I would say I would be willing to bet one of the best counties in the state as far as quality of life, views, the scenery, and this is a huge impact to many, many people. And I would say the majority don't even know that this is going on. And what I will tell you is I did not volunteer my adjacent property to decline in value along with my quality of life. And so, primarily in Echo Hills, it is one of the most challenging places to live, especially in the winter at our elevation. And I would like to tell you that even with the obstacles that this type of living presents to homeowners and neighborhood residents, again, we sell homes just fine. Equity has risen, property values continue to rise, and people know about the barriers of internet when you move to the middle of the mountains. So I just want to make sure that those points are taken into consideration, and also for the planning commissioners where there does lie a conflict of interest because they reside in these areas of the service area. I think it should be also discussed that they recuse themselves from voting, as Russell Clark specifically asked for is the tower able to be taller? So I can see it from my home. I think that is unprofessional and inappropriate for the dialogue with regards to planning commissioners. And
thank you. Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else that wishes to make comment before we move on to creating a list of things that we'd like to see able to be addressed at a continuation hearing? Seeing no more raised hands, I'd entertain from either one of the commissioners, based on the conversations and the comments we've had today, let's have a finite list. I know home value plus and minus, an aggregate home value you talked about, Sean, was one.
The other one was if there's a way to do a little bit more meaningful depiction of viewshed and what that might look like. And I'm open to what that could be, but I was kind of thinking of maybe some pictures with a model of the antenna superimposed, just so we could see it from a couple of different perspectives, including the folks who have voiced their concerns on this call.
That's a good point. Those would be really good geographic data points from which to try to analyze this a little more carefully.
And maybe one from Old Squaw Pass, and just, a representative sample so we could get a good feel for how it would impact the entire served area from a viewshed perspective.
Other questions?
Randy, did the board want to determine if a site visit or site visits would be appropriate, and if so, what date that might occur?
I think so. Based on today's conversation, especially, I think my choice would be yes, and perhaps with a little bit of understanding to see the sites and be able to see the places a little bit to accomplish a kind of a firsthand visual, a little bit of, Sean's request for a closer look at a view shed.
And I know we did that in kind of two different forms. We did one when we were looking at the proposed greenway alignment. And then we did a different one when we did the North Star property. And I would be open to either of those formats.
Not familiar with what we did for the North Star property, but
I think that one, Randy and Tim and I met there. It was a publicly announced meeting, but we were the only ones there. And the DLD, there was a bus that somehow got commandeered, and some members of the public accompanied us on the tour.
I think I prefer the former. We'll hear the public comment. I think. What are your thoughts, Sean, having seen both of those two?
I'd be open to either one. I don't really have a preference.
I'm not sure. I mean, sorry, Sean, didn't mean to interrupt you. It seems like we publicly noticed the North Star meeting and then the public chose not to show up. I imagine if we're going to meet on site to talk about business, we would publicly notice it. And if people choose to show up, then they're allowed to.
Yeah, that's true. If you do a site visit as a board, it has to be publicly noticed. And of course, the public would be allowed, that's not a good word, but the public could attend. I think what we have to do is set some ground rules beforehand. And I believe we've got those protocol policy in place. When we're on a site visit, essentially we're there to collect information and to observe, and we don't want to get into a debate at the site visit with the public. That occurs in the hearing room, so to speak. So
Yeah,
a site visit, I'm sorry, go ahead, Randy.
No, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, Keith.
No, I was basically done.
I think that's, I kind of agree. This is a little bit of a fact-finding mission, not a, eyes on.
Right.
To have a better perspective on it, not necessarily a public hearing, but it is a
Right.
public meeting by virtue of having all three commissioners together in one place. And so the public has to have the opportunity to be able to observe and see and hear the conversations that take place. And it's not that there couldn't be some questions of someone that's there, but it's not a public hearing where everybody gets 5 minutes or we get into a
Right.
debate or anything like that. It's just to see it and be better informed, make a
Right.
better decision.
So Beth, do you have some potential dates and times that the board could conduct site visits?
I usually do that off their personal schedules since we don't do them during regular business meetings. So I would defer to the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is important, so I would be able to move whatever I have on my calendar other than, the Tuesday Board of County Commissioner meetings. And then we need to notice it, but I don't know that we need to find an exact date right this second, right?
Yeah, it has to be noticed, but you're right. Although for the benefit of all those people listening, sometimes it's nice to set the date now. And as far as notice, I think, Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, but we got to be a little bit careful. If we don't set a date and a time now, is there some kind of a time requirement? If we're going to have a site visit, do we need to post and publish like 30 days or do you recall what the requirement is, Fred?
Oh, so for doing a site visit, and I may have to defer to Peter on this, but in order to do a site visit, I think you will fulfill your public notification requirements by scheduling it in this hearing.
Right.
And notifying to the world that you're
Right.
going to meet on this date at this time. Otherwise, yeah.
I also do an agenda for those and post it out to all of our agenda recipients and online so people can see it at any time.
I think the preference would be to go ahead and set a date and a time now, so we don't have to worry about public notice requirements.
So I've been looking at weather forecasts, which are not reliable. So that crystal ball says that maybe Wednesday the 13th could look a little bit better than some other days. But I mean, it's a crapshoot. And I have availability on Wednesday the 13th. I mean, just like, go ahead.
Yeah, I do not have availability. Well, I have availability early in the morning on the 13th, January the 13th, early in the morning. And, but I have an 11:15 in Golden that I've got to be down there for, and I can't change it. And then we have the Resiliency Collaborative at 1:30, I believe, that day.
Right.
And that goes until around 2:30. So it would need to be, 3 o'clock in the afternoon or early in the morning on Wednesday the 13th to me.
Thursday, the 14th. I see.
AM. I have I-70 Coalition in the afternoon and
Yeah, my preference would be to do it if we're going to do it Thursday, to do it first thing, and same with Wednesday the 13th, like 8 o'clock or something.
Sure. How's the weather look on that day, George? I didn't pull up weather yet here.
Wednesday is let's see here, late that week, there's going to be a storm coming in. But who knows what it'll actually look like. I mean,
Well, there's Thursday. That's what we were talking about, I think, just now. Either Wednesday or Thursday, 8 o'clock works for me.
And we also need to determine, if possible, an address of a location where you're going to meet. I don't know. I don't know if you want to meet at one of the addresses in the application, or if you want to meet at a public area up there somewhere in Caravan. Not sure.
I would suggest that we meet up Highway 103 in Winter or Echo Hills area, somewhere up there, and view those two sites, and then head over to Yankee Creek.
Does anybody have an address or a mile marker? Pull out.
I would recommend that we all just meet at 1372 Sinton Road, which is the first of the three.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just right at the intersection of Lodgepole and Sinton. It's pretty easy to see. Although I have a question, Fred. What is access like in Yankee Creek? When I went to attempt to, I think the actual site is quite a distance away from the gated driveway, correct?
Yeah, if you want to take a look at the actual site, you will need to we'll need to get into the property and drive up. Stefan can probably clarify that, but yeah, we'll have to drive into the property a little ways.
Right, and I'll have to ask the property owner for permission because it's kind of in the middle of their, there's several hundred acres there, Sean. It's not easy to get to.
That's a good point. I don't know if it's crucial that we actually get on site.
For Yankee Creek, George, or
for any of them. I mean, I think what I understand we're trying to do is drive around sort of in the area, get a feel for what the view shed looks like from various locations. And not necessarily, I don't think we'd learn much from being at the site at the base of the pole.
I think being at the site at the base of this pole is a good orientation to be able to, I mean, see that first and then look to see where, we've got to be able to see to that spot.
Yeah, it's easily done for Echo Hills. Like I said, I visited both on Sunday and it's no big deal. But the other one, I'm kind of interested because it's not clear from the road. It's quite a distance and there's a ridge and I couldn't really discern where it might be on that ridge.
Yeah, just let us know and we'll contact the property owner to get access to the
Okay.
property.
So do we want, since either day works, do we want to go for the 13th and have a better window for weather? Maybe.
Do you want us to be at this site visit, at these site visits?
I think it would be informative. Yes.
No, I can't make the 14th.
13th is fine for me if we can do it at 8.
Okay, I can do the 13th.
Me too.
And we do have one more person who did not make public comment but raised their hand now.
I couldn't never.
We're actually overdue right now for time, and we've got a consent agenda to get to, and then a quarterly update with the Open Space Commission, and that quarterly update is only 9 minutes from now. I think since this is going to be a continuation, I would request that we went through a public comment period. We'll have another one when we have our continuation. So I think we're done with public comment for the day.
Okay, can I do just some cleanup? Peter and I were talking offline a little bit, and we thought that it would be best just to show. Can I screen share the two letters that we received over email to enter them into evidence?
Briefly, but we've got, again, we're running overdue right now, and we're going to continue this meeting, and
if we're going to,
the record is good for certain.
sorry to interrupt, but if we're going to do a site visit anyway and come back and revisit this for an ultimate vote and everything, I think we can always do that at that time if that works.
Yeah,
I think
and it's posted on the website, right? The county website. I think I searched and saw.
Well, yeah, Peter, thanks. Well, yes. So since this is being continued, all of the information that I've received is going to be in a subsequent packet.
And it will be posted on the website, and
Yep.
those letters will be there for review.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I think, Randy, a couple, and correct me if I'm wrong, a couple action items. We need to continue the resolution 2104. I don't think we've done that yet to a date certain. And then we also need to set the site visit.
2103. Is that right?
I think it's 04.
Oh, you're
Looking
right.
at my-
The numbers are 2, 3, and 4. You're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to do 4 on the same day that we do the other
Yeah.
2?
That's the question, I guess.
I think it makes sense. And maybe that means we schedule another half hour or something along those
Yeah.
lines.
Scheduled 2
Okay.
hours up from 8 to 10 that day.
Got it.
We're already over. We're after 10 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the public's engagement, and I think that this is certainly an issue that deserves our first-class attention to it. So, thanks for everyone's engagement.
So we need a motion to continue. I'll make that motion. I move that we can continue resolution 21, consideration of approval of resolution 21-04 rezoning case RZ 2020-0004, rezoning to planned development for a 125-foot communication tower and property located at 280 Yankee Creek Road to, what was that date?
February 2nd at 8, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yes.
I got it. I got it.
Okay,
I seconded.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And I don't think we need a motion. We just need to have good staff. Let's set that meeting up for Wednesday, the 13th at 8 a.m. from 8 to 10 or 10:30. I've got a hard stop by 10:30 for the site visits to those 3 locations.
At 1372 Sinton Road.
Right.
Got it.
Okay. So I think our next item of the day, I think that concludes this hearing for the day. And our next item of the day is the opening of the sealed bid for the 2021 County Legal Newspaper. Beth Luther.
I just opened the sealed bid. We received it within the time frame allotted in the public notice. And the bid is from Evergreen Newspapers, which I think has recently been bought out by another company, but it's from Evergreen Newspapers, and it is for the exact same price as last year, which is 40 cents a line in the first publication, 29 cents a line in the second publication, and thereafter. So I think everything's pretty much the same. It was our only bid received, our only local newspaper. So if that is acceptable to you all, we just need well, actually, we have a resolution of acceptance if you decide to accept that. It's under the consent agenda. So I don't think, Peter, do they need to make a decision right now or just wait till the consent agenda?
They can wait for the consent item.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item then is our, thank you, Beth. The next item is our consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of resolution 21-01, resolution to extend the emergency disaster declaration. Item number 3, consideration of approval of resolution 21-05, resolution to designate the 2021 county legal newspaper. Item number 4, consideration of approval of resolution 21-06, resolution to designate Clear Creek County depositories. Item number 5, consideration of approval of resolution 21-07, resolution adopting revised investment policy for Clear Creek County. Item number 6, consideration of approval of Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation CDBG reimbursement invoice. Item number 7, consideration of approval of resolution 21-09, resolution adopting a change in policy regarding employee benefits. Did we want to pull any of those out?
I don't think we need to pull this out, but I just have a question about the second item, extending the emergency disaster declaration. It's not entirely clear in my head that that's a Board of County Commissioner action versus a Board of Health action.
So it is a BOCC action. It is not a Board of Health action. So the
Right.
board is not sitting as the Board of Health in this instance. They have to make the decision as the BOCC. We have the authority to extend that disaster declaration. The Board of Health actually does not have that authority.
Okay.
Right. It was done originally as, I think I declared it the following day, we ratified it originally, and it was a BOCC action. It's just a disaster declaration as opposed to a public health order. So.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Any other questions? Do we?
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Additional Board of County Commissioner action item, consideration of approval of final settlement payment, release of retainage held, $44,313.66 to PLM Asphalt and Concrete LLC for the Fall River Project. Carl Schell.
Yes, good morning, board. This is a paving project that we started in 2019 and finished in midsummer of 2020. The final cost of the project was $886,273.11. This is the retainage and the last payment to clear the books for the year on that project. And the project went well, although the 2019 fall, we decided to delay it and continue in 2020. But the work was completed satisfactory. It's also been advertised in the paper. There are no liens that we know of for the project. So we are looking for approval for final settlement.
I don't have any questions.
I move we approve the final settlement payment, release of retainage held 44,000 and change to PLM Asphalt and Concrete for the Fall River project.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And there we are, 10:15.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what time our next thing was scheduled to start, but I would sure appreciate a couple of minutes.
It was scheduled to start right now, but I think 2 minutes is great. We will just ask Martha and Frank and Amy if she has anything to say to just talk faster, just quicker where we're going. So
Is
let's
it
take 2 to 3 minutes right now.
okay? Okay. For a second, I thought you were proposing that we ask them to talk fast and then take the 2 minutes.
It does call for eggs.
Okay, then there's eggs. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Oh my God. Okay, I'm using it. Good.
Wonder who P. Lichtman is.
Martha, you're not on mute.
Thank you.
Well, we're back in session, and I'm pretty sure Sean's behind that picture.
Uh-oh, hang on.
Oh, you can see little cutouts and glasses there. He's got his eyes looking through them. He's behind the picture. Okay, our next item is our quarterly update with the Open Space Commission. We've got Martha and Frank representing Open Space,
And Jackie Doust.
and Jackie Doust is also here. Hi, Jackie. So take it away.
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, I just say good morning to everyone and start. I wish you all a good new year. And also, this is the start of the 21st year of the County Open Space Program. So we're looking forward to a number of things that we have we're planning to do this year as far as commemorating the 20 years of this service to the counties that will be hopefully be able to schedule later in this coming year after things die down a bit with our current situations. What I'd like to do today is Martha will give kind of a rundown on what we've been up to lately and some of the things that we'll be working on as the year progresses. And then we'll just kind of open it up to questions and discussions for as much time as we want to use here. Jackie, do you have anything to add before we launch into this? Jackie is muted.
There she goes.
So
Yeah, and sorry, I'm on my phone. I haven't used this on my phone yet before, but no, I think I'm all set, Frank. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, let me see if but I'll try to share my screen here to my PowerPoint. And let's, except I have to go all the way back to the top. Oh crap, hang on. How do I get this? Hang on, let me get back. I didn't have it primed to start from the beginning, which is always a problem. Oops, there we go. There, can people see that? Are people able to see it? Give you a thumbs up. Okay, great. So as Frank said, thanks for the opportunity to meet with you. It's bright and early in the new year. And so we're glad to be here. This is a list of members. We still have one vacancy. We've had 2 people express interest, and hopefully at our January meeting, we will make a decision of who to suggest to you to appoint to the commission. So that's where we're seeing on that. I wanted to present to you put the mission out. I know that in previous conversations, there's been discussion about sort of what is open space. I'm not going to read it all, but it is open space, and our mission is greater than just protecting open space and views. It includes protecting recreational opportunities, cultural resources, etc., for both residents and visitors. And so as we get into discussions, it's helpful to keep that in mind. Based on, it came to my attention that as of our result of our meeting we had with you in October, there was a request to have us come up with budget information for you during our presentations. What you see here before you is what was in the budget you approved last month. It's just where we were in 2020 and 21. We did have a budget meeting with Brent and Amy et al., and we do need to restructure our budget to be more transparent as to what is in management funds versus acquisition funds. And hopefully we can do that within the first quarter or so. And that will help make things clearer, because I'll tell you that these numbers that look right here don't make any sense to me. And part of it is that we actually have contingency funds that have not been appropriated. And so we need to be able to track those. We do have money in acquisitions. We have enough money to cover our costs in management at the moment. But what we really need to know from you is what information would be helpful to you in terms of financial information on a quarterly basis when we come and meet with you. So when we get to questions at the end, if you guys can help us answer that, then we will be able to provide you with what you want. And this was just our best take at doing it at the moment. Floyd Hill Open Space Park, as you are aware, I think we mentioned it last time, but all the trails have been completed. Signs have been installed by the trails crew at all the intersections, so people won't get lost. And James and his folks put in temporary parking bumpers on the overflow lot to help make 2 rows of parking, which will allow us to fit more cars in. James's counts are getting us 1,500 to 1,800 users per week. I'm assuming that was before the snow. I do think that we are still getting people there whenever it's not snowing and it melts off. As you're aware, we did get the Resilient Communities grant from GOCO to improve the trailhead. That we are underway in starting the process. What we did submit, and this is very much a schematic, it was done by Stoy for us. If you look here, you'll see the existing temporary parking lot, which will be made a more formal parking lot and actually properly graded. And then if you look up here, we have the double row of parking, which is sort of what we have existing now. Once again, as a temporary situation, we will be having design work done on this and have it properly graded. We'll have fencing and retaining walls. And on this side over here, we're going to put some fencing that actually has breaks in it, but in an attempt to keep people from parking in the meadow, but yet allows some movement of people, but not enough that you get social trails. The entrance will get redone to be adequate for getting 2 cars in and out. I reached out to the folks who did, the engineering folks who did our work on the original parking lot to see about getting design work done on the whole project. Our goal is to have the RFP out for bid in sort of a March timeframe, so construction can begin in a May, June timeframe, depending on weather. We also are going to have to go through the public ways process, and I have drafted the first part, the answers to the questions for the application, and I hope to get that to Fred Rolandhagen within a week or so, because it's actually a fairly lengthy process, because I think it has to go through the Planning Commission at least once, if not twice, and you have to give public notice and all that kind of stuff. So this is what we're going to be working on. The other part of the grant that is not straight open space related is that we will be hiring youth crews to help on trail work in the summer. And I think it's 5 weeks of hiring teen works and 2 weeks that Jefferson County Open Space is given us of their trails crew to help us. And so there'll be some work done here on Floyd Hill and other work done on other trails in the county. And then just, let's see. These are just some nice shots of pictures of people using it. And the revegetation behind the Monarch building is improving, so that's going good. Alvarado Open Space Park, other end of the county. We had a work group out there with Mountain Youth Network and folks from Open Space, and they worked on clearly defining a trail that goes between the 2 bridges. We have definitely seen that it's getting use. We would like to do some more work days with the students, but have not been able to do that given COVID. So hopefully, as the weather gets nicer, that will not be an issue. We also had a master's students from University of Miami of Ohio who went out as part of a project she needed to do for class and identified 2 trail options that are the section between the creek and the interstate. And this map shows you the red squiggles wandering around there are what she has proposed as 2 different trails. We probably would only do one of the major trails, but we will look at that, go out, she GPS'd it, and then mapping, put it on the system for us. And as you can see, like here, there's 2 different lines. She gave us sort of different approaches. But this will be something that we will undertake looking at implementing this summer so that people can get out and actually have some place that guides them through the property. Next, Peaks to Plains Trail, Clear Creek Canyon Phase 2. As you're aware, We gave the contract for construction to Concrete Express Incorporated, CEI. We have had our pre-construction meeting with CDOT. CEI is working on their project schedule. They're going to begin doing off-site work soon where they're going to be precasting things in their yard that they'll bring up into the canyon. The intent is to move into the canyon when water allows. They're very concerned about not beginning construction and having stuff get washed away when we get high water. When we last met with you, we had an RFP out to hire somebody to do construction management, testing, and document management for us on this project. And we hired Day and Associates, and they are on board to help us. And so we will be working on that, on the things that we need to do from that end. Recreation Department activities. As we've been working with Amy and James as part of the department to work on the definition and development of it. We also assisted with the non-motorized trail grant application, and we also assisted with the grant application for the Floyd Hill open space trails that we received. Last time we talked to you, we mentioned that there was an issue with CDOT right away, and they're thinking about disposing of it near the Whitewater Park, and that we actually had county-owned lands that were an artifact of when the interstate was put in. BLM owned those lands, which we now own. We were looking at that point at a piece next to the Whitewater Park. That has been resolved. CDOT has suspended the sale. But during the whole conversation with this, CDOT became aware and asked for information to know where there are these overlaps, that they have right of way and we have land ownership, that they don't have what that they thought they had ownership over. So we worked with mapping and provided them with a whole map system that are mapping for the whole corridor that shows them that. And as a result of that, they discovered actually, that we own land that they need for part of the Floyd Hill rework that they're going to do. And the two yellow pieces on this map on Floyd Hill belong to the county, and CDOT thought they owned them. And they're actually, if my cursor shows, right here is some more pieces. This is only showing the pieces the county owns that are in CDOT right away. We actually own the stuff here, which is Sawmill Gulch. And we also own a piece up here, which is where, if you remember their alternative where they were going to go in for the going into the tunnel, where the entrance is into the tunnel, the county owns as former BLM land. And when you get over here where the tunnel exits, it's land that we bought as part of the stuff that's near Hidden Valley exit. So we are providing CDOT with, quote, the title work, which is really the patent that came from the US government. So they then know that we have these properties and what they then need to deal with this. This gives us leverage in terms of working with them. As you may recall, the alternative that goes on to the south side and is all on viaducts actually cuts across Sawmill Gulch, which is open space property. So they will have to work with us on how to deal with that. Similarly, but in a different area, down in the canyon, when they put in US 6, there are pieces of land that were BLM land when they built the highway. This they had been aware of for years, and we actually have been in negotiations with them for a number of years. You signed deeds and an easement 2 weeks ago, I think it was, to give CDOT a permanent easement through Tunnel 6 and to give them the deed to the land for the right of way. And it's actually on the next page, this sort of through here. As part of those negotiations, they are going to be sending deeds to us that will come before you to be accepted, in which this little triangle here is given to the county. And there are a couple other little pieces in which they have right away, like here, that are on the other side of the creek, and they don't need for management of the road, but would be beneficial for us as part of the greenway. Lastly, looking ahead to 2021, these are sort of the big things we'll be working on. We will be working on the trailhead improvements and all that's involved. And fortunately, the intent is to have that done before we get into the second half of this year. Peaks to Plains, the construction down in the canyon, that will take until the end of the year, but hopefully that will get done. The weather gods will work with us and we won't have extended high water or major floods. We will be working on Alvarado open space and trying to figure out, we've got reseeding grass, we have some roofs that need to be repaired, and trying to put in that trail. We have over the years been wrestling with how to do commercial permitting process. Commercial use of open space is not allowed unless there is a permit. And this is a way that we could actually get some money into the open space system by charging commercial guides, et cetera, for use of our property. But we have to put together a resolution that then will come to you. So we are going to try to finalize that. It's been in the back burner for a couple of years. And then, as you're aware, we had a joint discussion with you in October, and the plan is to have another meeting in a late February, March timeframe, and probably some beyond that. And we're looking forward to that as we explore sort of open space strategies, so both sides have a better understanding where each is coming from. And with that, I'll put up a pretty picture and thank you and ask for questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen so people can see people instead. Let's see if I can do that. How do I do that? I go stop share. There it is.
Thank you, Martha. Do we have any other comments from Frank or anyone? Or Jackie?
I would just say that was a pretty good summary of what we're up to, and that it's said, let's open up if you anyone has any particular items that we mentioned that you want to discuss, or if you have any ideas or anything you want to add at this time. Let's go ahead and do that.
Thanks for the presentation. I had two questions, one of which previous conversations between this board and the commission, we have asked about options for the Jordan House. Curious to know if you guys have had any evolution of your thinking in that regard. And the other one was just kind of a expressed desire from this board to engage in more of a long-term strategy process for the commission. Just love to hear an update for both of those.
On the Jordan House, based on our discussion we had with you last month, we're putting together a committee to actually sit down and look at options. And because of the holidays, we haven't had a chance to actually get that up and running, but it's on our radar. In terms of the strategy process, I think that's part of what we are planning to have a meeting of just open space before we have our joint meeting with you. And I think that is part of where we see those discussions going as sort of the focus of the discussion we have with you in that March timeframe. The last one we had with you was really a lot about budget, and it would be nice to talk about a much larger sort of strategy, where we're going in general.
I guess one follow-up question I have around long-term planning is, have you guys considered bringing in outside resources, or do you feel like you have all the talent and the planning and strategy horsepower that you need there in your commission right now?
Frank, Jackie, somebody want to say something? I mean, I think we probably have a good place to start. I think we can, if we get into it and decide that we need more, we can decide to go there. But I think we need to have the discussions, at least initial discussions among ourselves to start with.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and Sean, this is Jackie.
I
Could you?
would say that it's kind of a mix, Sean, that we
Sean, would you be able to clarify a little for me what you mean by outside resources?
Well, it's kind of a parallel conversation we've been having inside the county.
I
Jackie,
think
about-
Martha just said what I was going to say.
Sorry. Frank, you're blank. Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, about long-term planning in general. And my personal belief is that it can involve a pretty specialized skill set that we probably don't necessarily have enough of at the county level. And so I guess it wasn't necessarily a leading question, but I would expect that your commission probably maybe would need a little bit of help, like hiring a consultant or someone to facilitate the conversation, or basically, because I mean, you guys are a volunteer commission, and I wouldn't expect, you know, a lot of heavy lifting to go on based on history.
Are you talking more for rec planning, Sean, or for open space commission in general?
Well, open space is a subset of the rec planning, so I'm only talking about what affects you guys right now, but it is a larger conversation for sure.
Yeah. And I think that's something that comes up quite regularly in our, just our in general rec meetings. And I think it would be great for all of us to sit down in our next meeting and really have that discussion about what the BOCC has it look, you know, thinks it looks like, and what we think it looks like as well, and come up with, I think, something together in a sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just, I mean, one other comment, and it's not a knock against your group at all, but it's typical for the headlights to shine out for maybe a year or two. And, you know, we're talking about recreation planning in a context of decades right now. And I don't think that the county has quite yet got our hands around that. And that's, I'm just bringing it up.
Sure.
And I think, and if assuming that Amy's successful when she does her presentation and CPW gives us money to do rec planning, I think that much open space will be a participant in that rec planning process. And I think that in many ways, that long look you're talking about will get generated within that context.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the plan or the hope, both of the recreation plan, and I think, as Jackie is implying, it's the intent or hope of the ongoing strategy sessions and conversations with the Open Space Commission and the BOCC. I think those, the idea that I sort of have is that the BOCC and the open space has maybe a series of conversations over the next year to dig into some of the topics that came up at the end of our budget focused retreat session that we had whenever that was in October. And those are topics like what really are sort of the conservation strategies that we want to use in addition to making land purchases, if any. Are there policies that we want to use to support conservation? Thinking about ballot, what are the big picture, what's the big picture on ballot measures, and how do we want to go about that? How do we want to think about longer term funding of open space, and how might that dovetail with recreation funding in general or not? And those are some of the topics that are, I think they're top of mind really on the Open Space Commission's mind and on the Board of County Commissioners together, you know, whether you're talking about them at your breakfast coffee or, you know, not, but they're there, and those are the ones to pull out and try to get agreement on and get on paper, so those can guide the recreation plan and guide the conversations that you all have and Open Space Commission members have as a team and as you go about your business, you know. So multiple fronts, I think, is the key.
Yeah, I think another element of that conversation is around making recreational opportunities available to Clear Creek residents and our visitors too. So I mean, conservation is important, of course. You know, our resources now, especially since the COVID era began, in our neighboring counties are completely overrun. So that's something that's at the top of my mind as well.
Yeah, right. And how to really decide how to prioritize those different competing and equally important and codependent forces. You know, conservation and recreation are hand in glove, you know, which is which. And, you know, if you did an exercise where you asked everybody to put it on a pie chart, you know, what proportion of resources would you devote to conservation versus recreation versus administration, you know, how would you draw it? Would everybody draw it as thirds or not, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, economic development, I'm sure figures into that conversation.
Economic development, absolutely, absolutely. And that also circles right back to government revenue and how do you function as a community, as a government, you know? So those are big chewy topics, and by doing it kind of piece by piece, having these conversations between the BOCC and the Open Space Commission, having, you know, moving forward on a recreation plan and trying to do that bit by bit, you know, and housing, land use, it's all giant webbed together, but you just kind of have to start moving through it bit by bit.
This is Jackie one more time. This is going to sound a little silly, but I also think it would be really great to have and you know, I'm kind of new to Clear Creek in the past 6 or 7 years in a sense. I think it'd be interesting to know any recreational policies or conservation policies or, you know, that the BOCC has put out in the past, to know what some of the BOCC's goals were for in general. And I know we have the county, you know, plans and stuff that have gone out, but I think it would be helpful to see what has been put out in the past as guidance, and also just get a little guidance from the BOCC as what they see this rec plan look, you know, how they see it serving our county. And then all of us going from there, and how the open space fits into the recreation department would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm comfortable with the sort of proposed plan, which is that Open Space Commission continues their meetings. We do a series of meetings this year. We just start to try to chew this. I'm kind of curious. Well, I'm just wanting to get back to a question that was asked of us at the beginning of the presentation, which is what kind of financial information we want included in these quarterly updates. And I don't know if I have a great answer. In the context of a large line item called contingency, it makes a lot of sense that we would want like real-time, year-to-date versus budget stuff, and we could ask for that, but I don't know if it's as necessary as it was given the structure of the budget in 2021. And maybe I'll just stop there and hear what Sean and Randy have to say.
Yeah, I mean, my personal take is the larger the contingency numbers, the more questions I'm going to have.
We had that conversation before, and I think it's clear I prefer to see planning reflected in, you know, finite goals reflected in budget, rather than we're an opportunity fund, and when something comes along, we'll let you know what it was, and here's what we want to spend the 75% of our funds that are in contingency on. That's just not a viable fiscal management strategy.
Yeah, and I think we got there. Because I mean, I'm happy with the budget as it's proposed. The contingency is reasonable. And so sort of, I'm not sure how to answer the question about moving forward, what kind of financial information we want in these updates.
Brent came on. Brent, you have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that based on the conversations we had during budget development, any expenses that come out of that contingency are highly likely to be brought forward to the Board of Commissioners So I don't see money coming out of any of the contingency funds without presentation to and approval of the Board of County Commissioners.
Mhm.
And it's definitely true on the acquisition side. In order for us to buy something, we have to get your approval because you are the ones actually buying it. In terms of, and I'd have to go back and look at the budget, but in terms of on the management side, that's really there for example, Sean wanted to know if we needed to hire, if we were going to hire a consultant, and it took us beyond where we had allocated for outside services, then we would need to come and ask you for that money, because we'd be moving it, or depending on the size of the contract. Once things are over, I think it's $50,000, it has to go up to, it's either Keith or then on to you. So, I mean, if the question is, if you want to know if we have spent contingency money, we can report that. I mean, and you may already know, but we can make a point of making sure that we sort of check that box if that's what's happened, so that you are informed and you're aware that you've done it. You know, we will have come to you, but it would be a, you know, sort of more of a accountability piece, I guess, that it's aware that that's what it was.
I think I think there's still, Martha, like when you were looking at the 2020 versus 2021 numbers, you know, I think there's still a little bit of, I don't know, organization or nomenclature or something to do and figure out how to talk about balances and versus the unspecified chunks of money that was budgeted in years past versus this year, where we budgeted more expenses than the revenue this year, but it was for specific purposes. So just figuring out how to, right, that's not inaccurate, right, Martha?
What we talked about doing in the meeting that we had with Brent when we went through the budget and did numbers is, right now you've got revenue, and then you have the management piece, and then we have the acquisition fund.
Right.
And the thought was, we really need to have what would be a complete budget, a revenue and expenditures for management and a revenue and expenditures for acquisition, because then it's clear, because right now it gets kind of messy.
Right.
And I think that if we do that, that will make it clear to all of us where, and then I think we need an asterisk or something that says, we have not budgeted this amount of acquisition money and this amount of management money, if it's the contingency stuff we're talking about.
Right.
So we know that it's like over there, I'm going to say, like, it's in the savings account.
Right.
So that we know that it's there. If the need comes, then we know where to go to get it. But so I think we need to sit down with Brent. We were waiting. Brent was in the midst of trying to get budgets done.
Right.
And so I think what you will see in the future is almost, it's 2 half pages of budget that are kind of complete, and then you have the bottom line. I think that'll answer some of the questions, because it'll be much clearer. Whereas right now, other than our line items on what we do on management, it's just hard to understand, especially for one to the other.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And I think the other thing that in my brain I'm just wanting to keep in mind is that the fund balances are the fund balances for acquisition cannot be used for management.
Correct.
Fund balances for management can be used for acquisition. So that's where the restriction and how they're organized gets a little bit funky, right? You still need to keep track of them separately, but just keep in mind that the restriction is really only one way.
Well, and given that we have less money in management, and we have an increasing costs in management, the more you take on facilities and things,
it'll start to
very, very unlikely, I think, to ever take money from management and use it for acquisition.
Even in the fund balances?
Even in the fund, I think, yes, I think because you're talking about a 60-40 split. And so
on the revenue side, but on the unspent side.
Right, that means I'm refilling my acquisition budget every year with 60%. But where we are right now on management, we are actually facing increasing costs on management. When we do when we put in real I forgot to mention, when we put in real restrooms at Floyd Hill, instead of having the cost for the porta potties, we will have the cost of hiring somebody to actually, you know, whether it's a contract or whatever, but to actually clean them and maintain them, so that what I anticipate in the future is you are going to see increasing management / maintenance kinds of costs. But we don't have an increasing, but we have a declining budget, not an increasing budget. So the likelihood that you would actually take management money, which is a scarce resource, and use it for acquisition when you have a pot of money that you can only use for acquisition.
Right.
I don't see
Well,
that.
yeah. I mean, I think it's just, you could, right? The rules allow you to spend any dollar on acquisition, but not any dollar on management.
So it seems to me like, I mean, I don't know in terms of these regular meetings, what kind of updates we need, but I do know, like, as part of the annual updates, it seems very clear, and I'm just restating something, that having a breakdown of that fund balance is important. And other than that, I don't know that there's anything I'm motivated to ask for.
Thanks for addressing that, George.
And I think the issue is that we're receiving that at some measure at this time, and it will continue to improve. We have a different budget layout than we had before, and I'm sure we'll keep working on that.
Great.
Well,
And I will have that breakdown on the fund balance and the split between management and acquisition by the next quarterly update to the board.
Perfect.
So we can present it at that time.
Great. And we can flag, I mean, if we bring you contracts and such, if we reach the point, and I don't anticipate it happening, but it could, where we've exceeded what we put in for outside services, for example, and therefore we need to hire somebody and we need to go into contingency. In our memo, we can flag for you that it's coming out of contingency.
Correct.
Well,
Okay.
Go ahead, George.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't have anything else.
Okay. John, if you don't, I think we hit 10.
We're almost there, yeah.
What, Martha?
I said we're almost there. It's 10:59. I was gonna say we're almost time to switch. Susan's here.
Yeah, among others. Yeah.
Among others, yes.
So thanks, Martha, Frank, everybody.
Thank you.
It's time.
You're
for
welcome.
I beg your pardon? Somebody said something. It's time for our COVID update today. We have the first question, does anybody need a quick break? If not, we'll plow right on. We don't have Tim Ryan with us today. I know Crystal Brandt is supposed to be coming on, but I don't see her over on the attendee side yet. And I checked the two phone numbers at the top, and neither of them is her mobile number. So Suzanne, I think I'll let you take it away for right now.
You're on mute.
You'd think I know by now, right?
Yeah, right.
Wow. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Crystal is supposed to join us. So I'll do a brief update from my perspective. And then I do have information that Tim provided since he couldn't be here with us today that Crystal's going to give. If she can't make it, if something has come up, I can give that information. So essentially we are in an exciting phase in our response of starting to receive vaccination doses from the state. And that is great news. What we are working on now, the public health team and the emergency operations center team, is figuring out an equitable and efficient way to get those vaccinations out according to the state phase plan. Many of you know the state, right before the New Year's holiday, the state made some changes to that phased plan. So now within phase one, there's phase 1A and 1B. And within those phases, there's a little bit more tiers as well. And this is based on a lot of variables that the state had received and was considering. Unfortunately, we didn't get notice ahead of time that that was going to happen. So what we are doing now is trying our best to make decisions as to how to do that. So I've been working with the whole public health team, as well as EMS, and specifically Olivia Watson, our public health emergency preparedness coordinator within public health in Clear Creek. Last night we made a few decisions. We'll be able to, what we're working on now is being able to get that information out in effective public messaging. We are anticipating that we will be able to allow folks that meet the criteria of being at least 70 years old and primary residents of Clear Creek County as their primary residence, to be able to sign up for a certain time and day for a vaccine as they are available starting early next week. The reason we haven't been able to do that yet is because we have, as all of the counties in the state are doing, trying to figure out, we get regular shipments of the Clear Creek gets the Moderna vaccine. So we get regular shipments of those doses of vaccine. We are told a few days ahead of time how many we're likely to get, based on many factors, supply chain at the federal level and going down to the state level, and any decisions that might need to be made at that level. We don't exactly know how many we'll get until we receive them. So far, it's been generally what we've been told we were going to get. But those are the variables that we're working with now. I want to emphasize to all of our Clear Creek County population, thank you for your patience. I know this is hard. You hear that vaccines are available, and while we are just starting to be able to give vaccines, we are carefully looking at all the guidance and our phased approach to making sure that our primary goal is to vaccinate our first responders that want the vaccination. Remember, there's 2 doses, 1 month apart. So it's not just 1 shot. We have to schedule them for 2 shots. So those are the logistics that we are working with to make sure that, first of all, our emergency services and public safety are able to continue operating within the county. Now we are expanding based on those phases that apply to Clear Creek County. As you know, we don't have hospitals, we don't have a healthcare center in Clear Creek County. So we are able to move a little bit more ahead within the state phases in coordination with the state. They are emphasizing that they are doing their best to coordinate statewide. Every county will not be in the exact same phase at the exact same time. However, the state's, clearly working to get phase 1 folks vaccinated first, then we move on to phase 2. So if that's what we have been continuing to emphasize in our public messaging. So I would encourage folks to continue to look at the state's website, which is, we have the link on our website, where they have the phased approach, the revised phased approach. I call it the seasonal graphic. It's really saying that phase 1 is probably this winter, which means essentially starting late December. Exactly when, we don't know, because it really depends on how many vaccines the state gets from the federal government and then how many they're able to distribute. So if we look at the phase 1 timeline, that is winter. Phase 2 will likely start in spring. It could be early spring, mid-spring. We'll find out once we receive the vaccines. And then the phase 3 general public remains looking to be summer of 2021. So the great news is the vaccine is here. We are receiving it. Clear Creek is receiving the Moderna vaccine. As you've heard, there are a number of vaccines in the queue for potential emergency use authorization, so we don't know what the next months or few months will look like as far as if we will get others. So I want everybody to understand that expanding quickly the amount of folks that qualify under the state's phase 1 was a major jump from what we had been planning. We had been planning to do that, but not for a few months based on what we were getting for vaccines. So we have worked, starting right before the holiday, through the holiday, and through late last night to figure out a great approach. And now we're working with our public information officer, Chris Kraus, to put that information together so that everybody can receive it at the same time. The one thing I want to emphasize, it's going to take Clear Creek as well as the state and the country, but Clear Creek County quite a while to vaccinate everyone. But everybody who wants a vaccine that's a resident in Clear Creek County will be able to get one. You may not be able to get one immediately. So, but we are going to make them available to everyone that wants one. So that's the message that I want to share about vaccines. So we're excited about this, moving forward on this, and more to come today about all of that information. Yes, Randy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you were concluding on vaccines, that I was working with Tim on this a little bit over the weekend, and also with Livia. And we understood they were going to try to get with Matt to try to identify who our people were who were in that 70+ crowd throughout. And I got also with Matt to check and see how he was doing it. He said he really does not have a robust database that has those numbers. So I've accessed both out of the voter activation network and our county clerk. And I just received the county clerk file about 9:30 today. So I haven't even I opened it and looked at it on screen for a second, but other people were up. So we'll use that to try to provide public health with a finite list of at least the registered voters who are in that 70+ range. And we're actually looking at the whole county, so they can break it out as that expands, be able to use that, because the age base, which is one of the ways they're looking at it, is it's going to be important to be able to make direct contact, and could even come down to a direct mailing to people that are out there or something like that. But that's for Tim and public health to work out. But I'm just providing a broken down database for them to be able to discern age and who's out there, figuring that most of the folks that are in older ages, and we know this demographically, the vast majority, up in the 90+% range of them, are registered voters. So it's a pretty easy way to tag them and identify them.
Aren't you like personal friends with most of them, Randy?
They're all my best cycling buddies, actually. Yeah. But and then the other thing just to know is that when that popped up last week, we were really, the county and public health was caught completely by surprise on Wednesday morning by the governor. I mean, our public health found out the same time everybody else did in the press release, pretty much. And so one of the concerns was that if you got the word out and said, everybody come down to the fire station, then you'd have a line of 1,000 people with 200 doses inside the building. And so they're trying to do what they can to get it taken care of. I did ask the question about the senior centers, and they did that day on Wednesday get the word out. And some folks did come down from Mitchell White and Project Support. And I believe the plan this week is to actually go to Mitchell White and Project Support, or transport the people down and try to vaccinate those entire populations. They expected to receive 200 doses today, and I think they got, they were going to get 200 more doses, or 200 they thought doses coming in, and then that changed to 100. And previously they thought they were going to get 100 one day, and when the delivery showed up, there were 200 doses. So that's the kind of stuff they're having to deal with, which is a surprise a minute when it comes. So when folks are kind of wondering why this hasn't been done or that hasn't been done, it's because the information and the rules coming out of the state, and even the supplies of vaccines, are varying on a moment's notice from what's expected.
Yeah, those are all great points, Randy. And as you had mentioned, there are a number of different ways to identify, our 70+ population in Clear Creek County. Right when the new information on the phases came out just before the holiday, everyone in public health here in Clear Creek, as well as our public information officer and myself, have received plenty of phone calls and emails with names of folks, people asking to be on the list. I see that there's been a few comments that no one's gotten back to us yet. I want to reiterate to everyone, if we have your information, we're going to start working on it this afternoon. What I mean by that is we are figuring out, again, making sure that we have the proper doses scheduled to give the second dose to our first responders, because we don't have wiggle room for that. We have to do that a month apart, and then make sure that we can get it to our most vulnerable population according to the state approach. So what we're doing is really trying to manage all the logistical efforts. I think we're in really good shape, and I appreciate everyone's patience. I know you want to know immediately. We have to consider a number of things. We have to consider folks that may not have transportation to get down to our vaccination sites. We may have to consider folks that are working full time and looking at the hours that we need to do. We need to consider, a number of different factors such as that. And so I wanted to let everyone know this is, as our vaccines come in, we're going to be setting up days for vaccination sites. We're going to be putting out a schedule for people to get themselves scheduled for their first and second dose. This is going to go on for likely all of 2021 because of, as Randy had mentioned, so far we have received a total of 300 doses in Clear Creek County. So if we get 100 each week, we might get more, we might get less, but if we get 100 each week and we have approximately 9,500 folks in the county, now granted, some of those are not eligible because they don't meet the age requirement for the vaccine, that's 9,500 people to vaccinate with 2 doses. So those are the things that we're working through. We're working together very well. The team is amazing, working really hard to figure out all these logistics. So please be patient, and some public information will be coming out today on how to start signing up and scheduling yourselves. Now, like other counties around us and throughout the state, like Summits, I have read about, and I'm sure you all have heard about, once vaccination schedules are open for people to sign up for, they fill up very quickly. All that means is that meets the supply that we have for that week. That's all that means. It doesn't mean you won't get one. It means you will get one, but we'll have to continue to be patient and continue to do the things that we have been doing of wearing your mask, social distancing as you can, as best you can, and wash your hands. It remains difficult to do that, I know, but that's where we are as far as vaccination goes. I saw Alyssa had a question.
Yeah, just really quick. It's just a request for anyone listening and basically anyone in the community. Please do not show up to the vaccine clinic asking for a shot. Last week, we had people that heard word of mouth that we were doing it and showed up. I am begging you from all the staff in public health, please do not show up. We will be in contact with you. You need an appointment in order to be able to get a vaccine, okay? Even if you're within the category that's able to get them right now, please do not show up.
Yeah, that's a great point, Alyssa, because we are, we've been working very, very hard to figure out whatever our allocation is. Again, as I mentioned, soon we're going to be doing the second dose for first responders. And then we are, and with the doses that we have, we couldn't get all responders on the first day. So we are working very, very diligently to make sure that we are able to notify and confirm all those folks in their first dose and their second dose. So yes, I would emphasize that once that information comes out about vaccination days and times, please make sure you have an appointment. Do not show up. We will not be able to give you a vaccine if you just show up, because we are allocating down to the last dose to make sure that we do not waste any doses. The good news about the Moderna vaccine is that unlike the first vaccine that was approved for emergency use, the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna vaccine you can store, it doesn't need an ultra cold refrigerator, so that helps us a lot within Clear Creek. Also, it doesn't have to be used within 72 hours, like if you open it like the Pfizer vaccine does. So we got a little more breathing room. So, but during our vaccination sites, that's what the the nurses that administer the shots are doing. They are looking at the vials, making sure that they don't open another vial unless they can use every single one of those. So those are all the things that we're working on. So I just want everybody to understand that we are working as hard as we can to get this out as fast as we can, being able to provide the information to the public in an easy to understand manner. And as Randy mentioned, we know that within Clear Creek, there are challenges with accessing our technology, whether it's the internet. Some people might not have cell service at their homes. So in order to make this equitable to everyone, these are the things that we're also thinking through about how to get the information out to everyone in a fair manner. So that's really the summation of the vaccination update. I have some just a little bit of other information related to testing and contact tracing, but I just wanted to make sure that to see if there were any other questions or thoughts from you all about the vaccinations.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you do encourage people to get in touch with you and get on the list so that you can be notified and get a date. Is that correct?
Yes, once the information comes out later today. As everyone knows, we have an amazing public health staff, but it is a small public health staff. So if we get hundreds of phone calls, and we have 2 or 3 people answering the phone because we're still doing testing, we're still doing contact tracing, and we're still doing the regular, if you will, all the regular activities that the public health department does and had to do before COVID. So I would say if you could just hold on, later on today, that information will come out about how to do that. So appreciate everyone's patience with that. So
I think I recall that Tim also said that rather than have that happen is to wait until, keep an eye on the website, for example, and see when the notice comes out. And then there will be an online form. The first thing is to get an online form to be able to do that. And that would be coming up within this week, perhaps as early as tomorrow, something to that effect.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll be able to get it out today. I think we will be able to. So you're right. The approach is generally is there will be an online form similar to what other counties are doing right now and this is what we did, similar internally within the county to find out how many people may want the vaccine. That helps us in our planning. If every single one of our, 70 and above members of our population would like the vaccine, then we know how long that might take based on what we're getting. If only half of folks decide they want it, then that affects our planning and when we move on to different phases. So yes, all those things are under consideration. So if we can just hold on until later today where we put the information out, it will be on our website. We'll do the way that we have been sending out public information on our website via social media, via Beth's email list, via a number of other email lists. And also we will be putting information in the newspaper. As we know, the newspaper schedule is their newspaper schedule. So we are also looking at other ways to get that information out to folks within that 70+ community. We also, of course, are going to have an option for if people cannot access this online form, or if they are uncomfortable accessing online forms. So we're going to have that too. So we have had to put that in place as well. So those are all the things that we are tidying up this morning and getting our public information prepared in order to put that out. As far as other information related to, I still don't see Crystal on. So
Suzanne, just quick question before we move off of vaccines. It sounds like you guys have a good plan that is going into place. And so I don't have any further questions about that. I'm just curious, have we received any indication that at any point we'll start to receive more than 100 vaccines a week?
As of right now, no. The way that the process works is, that each state in the country puts in an order to the federal government for a certain number of vaccines, and the federal government makes that determination based on a number of things, population and other variables as to how many the state gets. And that's just dependent on the supply chain and what's available. So right now, no, but as we have known for 10 months of this with COVID, we are on many calls each day, getting more information and learning what is happening. So if and when we find out any information, if that might change, if we might get more, then we will inform everybody about that. That's another one of the variables that we have been working on, anticipating, knowing that we're gonna plan for at least 100 doses a week. There may be a point where we get less than that or more than that. And so those are the other things we're planning to be able to, quickly ramp up and expand our ability to handle and distribute all those vaccines equitably. So right now, no, there are no plans or no information indicating that we'll be getting more anytime soon. But that could change.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard there are, of course, a variety of vaccine candidates out there, and presumably once additional ones get approved, that'll be more for everyone. But I have a question related to, I guess I would call it adoption rate. What are you seeing so far in the populations that have been offered the vaccine in terms of what percentage have actually accepted it or wanted it or taken it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would have to defer back to Tim, or if Crystal's able to join us, as far as population, either countywide or public information available statewide. We, on a recent call with our regional 10 county healthcare coalition, they talked about how the hospitals had done that kind of survey about how many folks might want it and how many folks ended up getting it. And I believe it was around 70%. I don't have those numbers for Clear Creek, but I can coordinate with Tim to look into that, to be able to provide that information, soon, and see what we can come up with about that. But that's a good question.
Yeah, I heard about your number about 9,500. I mean, whatever the number is, I'm sure not 100% of the people are not going to step up and take their coat off.
Right, 100% won't for many reasons, but as we know, currently the Moderna vaccine that we have, is not for every age group. So it is, and so you have a good point there. I mentioned that earlier too, is that there are quite a few vaccines in the queue, pending potential emergency use authorization. One of them, which may not be available for many, many months, is a 1-dose shot. Whether that will get approved or not, we don't know. So that would be a different way of us providing that vaccine to folks as well. So those are, yes, we are continuing to take in all the information and do the best we can to get that, the vaccines out to the folks within the county as quickly and safely as we can. Other information, yes.
I was just going to say, to put a little bit in perspective, if you just look at, there are a number of target groups out there that I know public health has talked about, and a lot of citizens have brought forward that are good ideas and important, and other folks on the page right here, but in the room, we've talked about everyone from the school teachers, because of the exposure that they have from the people who are staff at commercial and public establishments throughout, whether it's the post office or the grocery store or the restaurant, wait staff, where people are in those buildings and they work in there all the time. And the data shows that, wait staffs tend to become ill at a little higher rate because of that exposure. And so all those are out there. But if you just look at the 70+ crowd alone, there's somewhere around 1,000 in Clear Creek County, depending on where you look in the data, and 1,000 to 1,200, and still pinning that down. And so if you look at 100 a week, you got 9 to 12 weeks just to try to get that demographic alone, if you were to get all of them. And obviously we won't, to Sean's point. So patience and keeping an eye on the opportunities to sign up and get in the queue and on the list. It is important when you see that, though, to get on the list, because one thing we want to do is be able to use up the doses that we have, so that the state will be inclined to continue to send us doses at that or a higher rate if we're able to accomplish it. If we find we're unable to implement and execute those doses, then they're going to be disinclined to continue to send us as many as we're getting even. So it's really important that we do have a queue, a waiting line for them, so that we're able to keep using them up as we get them. It's good for the community, and it's also good for our future supplies.
I just have a couple quick recovery updates for whenever we're done, just very quick.
I spotted a vaccine related question about people who are on immune suppressive therapy. I don't know, Suzanne, that you would be able to answer this, but people who are on immune suppressive therapy, which phase do you think they would fall into? People, I think, who are not 70 years old.
Sure. The best answer that I would be able to give based on meetings with our public health folks, and I can clarify that with them later, is that if those folks are under a physician's care, call your physician and talk to them, because public health departments are not the only ones, as you all know, giving the vaccine. That is determined by the state. People have had to sign up as providers, but as you know, the first priority was, healthcare workers and those in close contact with those with the virus for a certain amount of time. So the medical profession and all of our healthcare providers that have signed up with the state have some ability. It doesn't mean that if they're a medical provider, they can provide the vaccine, but they may. So I would encourage folks that are in that situation, please contact your physician's office, because especially if they're a large organization that has offices in many counties, every county is not doing it exactly the same. That's what the state is hoping this guidance will help with. So yeah, if they don't meet that criteria, that would be the best approach right now with the information that we have got.
Okay, thank you. And I just pulled up the thing, and it looks like phase 2 is in the spring, and that's where we start talking about high risk individuals under the age of 70.
Yeah. And I will say that we are, continuing with what we have been doing for about 10 months or so with continuing making testing available. It is now, because of the demand and scheduling capability, we have our mobile test van in Idaho Springs, and all that information is on our website. So that is the curative van. That is where people can sign up to get tested. And if they still need that, the public health team is continuing to do contact tracing. So all those standard public health functions are still going on with all of the planning for the vaccination. So, absolutely great job by our public health team, our whole emergency operations team, and especially our public health nurses and EMS being ready to vaccinate and care for folks as needed. So thank you, everyone. That is all I have.
Any other questions?
I think Alyssa had an update as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah.
Two quick updates for everybody. As everyone knows, the CARES deadline was extended through the end of this year. I keep saying next year, 2021. We are still planning on spending all of the funds. The business grant officially is over tomorrow. The applications are already closed, and whatever I have tomorrow is who will be awarded, and everybody has been notified that it's kind of in the process that the deadline is tomorrow. So that's the update for the business grant. The only other update quickly that I have is that between New Year's and today, I've had several conversations with CCI regarding the state's COVID relief program for the businesses. This is that money that's coming from the general fund that's going directly into the business community. There's been a lot of back and forth on whether we are eligible for these funds. And after multiple conversations, it has been decided that we're going to go ahead and apply. And if we get accepted, great. I think there's some varying opinions between DOLA and CDPHE if we're eligible, because the restaurants were open to orange, I think like a week and a half ago. And so we're going to go ahead and apply. I'm submitting that application today. It's due the 8th. And so we should know fairly soon. This will be fairly small loans. We're not exactly sure how much, probably around $3,000 for eligible businesses. It's still not clear whether restaurants will be eligible to receive this money or not. So more information to come on that.
And just a minor clarification. I think these are grants, correct?
Correct. Did I say loan?
Yeah, but
Sorry, meant grant. Thank you. Loans are in my head, but it is a grant. Thank you.
no worries.
That's all I got.
Okay, any other questions, or are we getting any other topics to come up regarding COVID today?
Just a comment from me, as we move into the latter part of January and wrap up all of our CARES money, I think it would be good for this board to spend half hour, an hour, just seeing what was spent, how it was used, what future opportunities for funding look like, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's a
Totally
good.
agree.
Yep.
I'm planning on, one of the reasons that we're looking at wrapping this up sooner rather than later is so that we can start really doing a deep analysis of where all the funds went. And so right now I don't have anything to present, but I would say within the month I will, once we can get everything wrapped up and tracked.
Yeah, I think maybe a first step might be to agree on like what metrics we think are meaningful in this conversation, because that's not really clear to me. I mean, we basically, it's what we want to know is, did the funds do their job? And, you know, we need to drill down further than that, of course.
I see a question from a couple of questions up here in the Q&A. Back on vaccines for a minute. I think I know the answer to this one because we had talked with Tim, but I think the best answer is to look on the website in the next day or so. Corinne asks, will you be using the same system to schedule others who are in tier 1B, frontline workers, et cetera, after all the 70 plus people are, or would they be scheduled concurrently? And I think the real answer is keep an eye on the on the website, because the rules change constantly, number one, about who is eligible at this time. And I do know from talking with Tim that the suggestion, I think with Olivia as well, that the suggestion is going to be to get in the queue, you know, as we were discussing a little earlier. Lynette Kelsey asks, does Suzanne have new case data? And I just pulled up and saw that we picked up about 3 more last night. So we're sitting at about 294 yesterday. Right now picked up about 3 more cases, and at about 3 cases a day, you kind of hover right at that 350 per 100,000 2-week cumulative data. And we're sitting still at 369. So we're still barely into the red. And Tim had said we were vacillating between just kind of down. I think one day we dipped for a day down to 349.9 or something like that, and then back up into the red. It's been running about 350 to 410, just up and down depending on the number of cases that come in and fall off. So we're doing a pretty good job of at least staying down at the top end of orange. Really hope to make inroads on that and try to drive that count down. Craig Abrahamson would like us to discuss 5-star. It's not on the agenda for today. And certainly I did talk with Tim today. He had said he had not seen a plan yet, so he can't really render an opinion one way or the other on a plan that he hasn't seen the details of. He did express that multiple counties had who got into 5-star are a little upset now because they've moved into orange anyway without the administrative load, and that right now they're unable to keep up with their administrative load of the number of restaurants that are coming in. He pointed out that our numbers were still in red. And so we would be hoping with 5-star to move to yellow, which you couldn't do if your numbers are still in red anyway. They have to be consistently in red for 2 weeks before you can do that. And also pointed out that with the doubling of the capacity, it's questionable whether you'd really achieve a safety increase for the county, although the main purpose is to be able to help the businesses while maintaining, I think, a relatively similar level of safety if possible.
Hey, Randy, that guideline about no going from red to yellow, has the state universally applied that across all the counties? Because it seems to me that there are some counties, perhaps to the west of us, that have achieved a higher level of occupancy for indoor dining that are still in red.
I know they had previously when they were getting into orange from, but I can't answer the question on the other one. And since they just issued their 2 new dictates in the last week, I have no idea.
I think it's safe to say that there hasn't been anything that's unilateral across all counties.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that jokingly, like that's just been communicated to me multiple times.
Yeah, and Sean, similar to when we originally were indicated by the state that we were going to move a level, and then we had that conversation with the state, that continues to happen. I mean, the governor said what he said last week about moving the folks that are in red to orange. So we were really already there in a lot of ways, but now we're in orange. But as far as moving a level from now on, we need to, public health department will have the conversations with state health about moving a level. So it's the same process. So can't really say if any individual specific county has already had those conversations with CDPHE. That would be my guess. But unless there are conversations between, our public health directors, it's kind of hard to know exactly what happens with the other counties. I know that, with the state's revised guidance and color changes, they're trying to have that consistency across the state, but as we know, every county is not at the same place. So not an easy answer, not a direct answer for you, but that's where we are with it.
Right. And maybe behind the question is there a path for us to be able to safely offer our restaurants increased capacity to, avoid them shouldering most of the economic burden of what's going on around here?
Sure. I think the short answer would be yes, there will be a path. What that path is, not perfectly clear, but Tim is continually working with the state and within our guidance and within what our case numbers and positivity rate, what those are, to communicate with the state that that is everyone's goal, is to be able to safely move to a level where we can get back up and running as much as possible. So Tim is in many more calls on that than I am, as far as the public health director communicating directly with state public health. But it still involves the looking at a 2-week period and what your variables are within that 2-week period. So it wouldn't be something that would be able to change in a day or two. It's that same 14-day look at where we are.
Right. Another question I'm kind of wondering out loud is that 350 number. I mean, when it came out, I thought it seemed somewhat arbitrary because I never saw any kind of anyone connecting the dots to why that was the right number. And I wonder, as we learn more, have better treatments, get more sophisticated about how we're handling this problem, whether that's still the right number. And like I said, that's probably a good question for Tim.
Yeah.
Right. I think the bottom line is as we're able to work on our counts, as we're able to get people vaccinated, as we can get frontline people vaccinated, then even our view of what those numbers are and what our strategies are can change. And we rely on our public health director to inform us, with his data. Mike Hillman, on another topic, has a question about the relocation of the vaccine site. I was unaware of this, working with Dr. Ryan about a new location to the resource center. Can you speak to that?
I would say that is one of the sites we are looking at. There's been a lot of work with Mayor Hillman, so thank you for coordinating with that. I would hesitate making that announcement. I would like that our public health department will be able to make that announcement about where and what days and what hours of the vaccination site and how to sign up. There's many variables that we're working on. We, hope to, have that as one option, but that's not our only option. So I would hesitate to publicize that information quite yet, please. Thank you.
Just briefly going back to the conversation about 5-star, it's my perspective that this continues to be something that we need to look at. I'm appreciative of the volunteers for putting together a plan. And I know a lot of it relates to how we will accomplish the workload. And I don't know anybody on our staff right now who is in a position to take that on. I was anticipating that some clarity would be had about our recovery staff. And I'm not, just so you know, speaking as the county manager, but I was thinking the recovery staff could potentially do that. It just depends on what the workload looks like after CARES is done, and after we're done with administering the state relief grant program and the housing components of the federal stimulus program. And so it's hard for me to be enthusiastic about moving forward quickly if I don't know whether in-house resources will become available that are sufficient to do this, or whether we would have to hire somebody else. And that's kind of something in my mind I'm thinking we'll have clarity on in the coming week or weeks, and we can really start to dig into that conversation.
And the primary workload of administration of 5-star, I mean, other than the initial paperwork of signing up, is actually almost a public health function, which is public environmental health function, which is to confirm compliance, both in the plan and the setup and in the execution. And so it's really a public health. It's kind of like the building inspector. You know, I know there was some talk about getting help from within industry to actually perform that function. But I think the problem is, and it's not casting aspersions on anyone's honesty or anything, it's what I'll ask Peter Lichtman to explain my terminology here, but there's what's called a perverse incentive, where someone has, and it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them morally or anything else. It's just there's an incentive to, to be self-beneficial. And so that's usually, it'd be kind of like asking the builders to inspect their own building in construction. And I'm sure they would intend to do a good job. But that's the problem I would see with that right off the bat. However, I do think, because like George mentioned, I appreciate the fact that the community has rolled up its sleeves, the industry, to try to do something about it. And I think the advice would be, the very first thing that Tim mentioned was, which I haven't seen this plan, so I can't really even weigh in pro or con on a plan that I haven't seen. And then he threw out those problems that he's seeing coming out of the other counties where they've instituted 5-star, where some of them wish they hadn't now, because now they're stuck with the administrative load and they're in Orange anyway, and would have been. So it's pretty hard when the wind blows back and forth like that to adjust your strategy. But I would say that if you have, as well as the plan is put together and the best plan you've got is at least give it to Tim to look at. So then at least he can render an actual opinion about the plan that's there. And we could, if it comes down to it, then we can put it on the agenda to discuss. Once we've got a way to be advised by public health on it. That's my take. The other commissioners may feel differently.
The only other thing that's in my head is, who knows what's going on with this variant that's 70% more contagious. And I think we're right now within a period where if that variant is going to dramatically alter our case rates, we should start to see it in the next few weeks. Kind of referencing Sean, you mentioned whether 350 is the appropriate number. There's a different virus in the air.
Yeah, and even, I would think at some point when restaurant staff are vaccinated, that changes the equation too.
Yep.
And George, back to your comment or question about resources kind of transitioning from the recovery effort into quote unquote something else. We still have quite a bit of work to do relative to recovery. And I think you heard Alyssa say that, she's going to continue to seek additional funds, grants, whatever it might be, whatever resources might be available. But saying all that, and this is an ongoing, ever-changing problem that we deal with, the whole pandemic. It seems like, we move from one component to another. Initially, it was the testing and the tracing, and now the vaccination. So it just, that's ongoing, and that does require a lot of resources, as Suzanne and Alyssa was saying. But, that's something, that's a discussion that the team, the public health team can start discussing. Would be, what does, the next month, 2 months, 6 months look like from a recovery standpoint? And as we change the area of focus, what kind of resources might be freed up, if any? So that I appreciate the question, and that's something that we'll certainly be taking a harder look at, and hopefully we can have some additional information for you.
We did apply to be a part of a 2-year recovery roadmap program with the state. And so we're waiting to hear back from that as well. And so if we get accepted into that program, it's in collaboration with potentially Gilpin and Grand. Those are the 2 counties we applied with. Clear Creek would be the lead on that program. And it would be a 2-year, fairly intensive program led by an organization of consultants. So haven't heard back yet, so I don't have a lot of information on that, but that is on the horizon.
It is 11:47. Any other questions or anything? Comments?
Just a final comment from me. It seems like rolling out vaccines, if we staffed our health department to be able to effectively test and contact trace, now we've got vaccine rollout, which is no smaller effort. I'm wondering if we're appropriately scaled even for that, let alone the 5-star. And that's not to say whether we should or shouldn't do the 5-star. It's just, I think I just kind of want to put it out there that I'm open to us having an adequate staff to do all of these things, and would encourage us to, where we think we need more resources, go ahead and get them in terms of labor.
I appreciate that. We talk about that how many times a week, Suzanne and Alyssa? My gosh, we're constantly looking at the needs that's placed upon our current staff and our current resources. Keep in mind that from a vaccine distribution standpoint, we have, and I hear it quite often every week, it seems as though at this point we have sufficient resources to administer vaccine. Keep in mind that there are a number of personnel within the organization that are qualified to give vaccinations, and that includes a lot of the EMS personnel, fire personnel, that type of thing. So I'm not sensing at this point, George, that, oh my God, we need to bring in more resources in order to vaccinate the public. I think we're okay relative to that.
To the extent which we are receiving vaccines at this
Yes.
time, that's true, but we are certainly not overstaffed for that purpose either, because having, the logistics of seeing that get done, just like the testing, is not insignificant. And listening to Suzanne describe, what they're, trying to make sure that this doesn't run away from us and we don't end up with too many people even trying to come down or calling us, or so that we can't, the more people that are calling, the more people that are coming down and showing up outside for whom there is not vaccine, the control of all of them, as well as managing what goes inside the building does take up pretty much all they've got, I think, right now. And they're repurposing people from other jobs to come in and do that on vaccine day to kind of bolster the crowd to handle it. So, but George brings up a really important point. Hopefully, as these new vaccines come online, the number of vaccines that, it would take us with 1,000 people if we could get all of just the 70+ crowd with 1,000 people at 100 a day, you're looking at 10 weeks. If you look at 9,500 people, you start looking at a year and a half to try to administer the vaccines. Hopefully we'll be getting a lot more vaccines. That kind of execution is going to require either more people or a more finely tuned organization getting it done of those people that are getting it done. And really the path to being more open is having, more people vaccinated, more people safe, and continuing the message, continuing what got us where we are, which is a fairly low count considering what I still believe our potential exposure was to this virus because of our location, the number of people coming through us, resources, the number of people we got, and our age demographics. We've done a phenomenal job so far, and it's because we have been really careful and focused first on public health to stay safe and healthy first in order to try to be open. And compared to a lot of the folks around us, if you scan around through those surrounding states and look at their incidents per 100,000, you can tell we're doing a pretty good job.
I had a quick question for Keith. Keith, have we, I don't want to use the word champion, but have we identified someone within Clear Creek County to be the contact person regarding 5-star conversations?
Well, I think Tim is probably the appropriate contact person relative to that.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I mean, I think about like what's happened in Grand County, and I know they have a very active and robust chamber, and I believe the chamber in Grand County has taken a kind of, I would even say, a lead role in helping define and implement their program. And I understand we need to be cautious about potential conflicts of interest, but I know that there's numerous stakeholders in our county that want to at least see us investigate this and evaluate it, and I'm in support of that too. And I don't know what, if anything, we need to do, but it seems like we've been talking about it a lot, but we haven't actually done anything yet. And maybe that's appropriate, but maybe it's not.
I think on the county side, your original question, I kind of tend to agree with Keith that on the county side, the place you get the straightest reaction to the plan in terms of what it really means in public, from a public health standpoint, is, you know, making sure that it's in front of Tim, because we rely on Tim and the other people in public health. And so having the information in front of them so that they can even render an opinion to us, so that we're informed when we discuss it, is important.
Yeah, I mean, he almost certainly needs support, right? I mean, Tim probably doesn't have the wherewithal or the time, bandwidth to take on major new projects. And essentially that's what this would amount to.
Yeah, and I can have that conversation with Tim and just see what his reaction and his response would be.
Thanks.
The other thing, I'm sorry, George, real quick, relative to resources, and perhaps Suzanne already mentioned this, but we do have the National Guard coming back, or they have come back to assist with the county operations relative to the pandemic.
Great, thanks, George.
Oh, I was just going to say, if the bandwidth exists within staff to delegate somebody to start to help build these plans, then that sounds great. If it doesn't, and it sounds like it probably doesn't, sometimes we have a commissioner show up and help inform those conversations.
Yeah, or we find new resources, right? I mean, we've gotten pretty good at that over the last 10 months.
And to be clear, my comment about Tim was not that he needs to be managing the execution and development of a 5-star plan. It's that as a point of contact to give a first screening of how real is this and what does it really mean in terms of viability that could be supported by public health. The sooner it's in front of him in a defined form, the better a read we've got, so that people aren't, for example, as Sean implied a little bit ago, maybe it's not, maybe that's the way it's supposed to turn out. But the quickest way to find that out so that people aren't wasting their time is to make sure we have a well-informed opinion from our public health director.
Yeah, and there's even this, I would take it one level more to say almost like ownership, right? Unless somebody's sort of accountable for driving this to a decision, we're going to just continue to not drive it to a decision.
I will say regarding those resources questions, George, thank you for that. That is one of the questions that we ask on every emergency operations center call. That's one of my questions to all of our first responder departments, our school district, Clear Creek Fire Authority, and public health of how is this impacting you? What resources do you need, staff or personnel? And that's how we determined that we needed some assistance. And, I work with the state, and yes, we have Alex Voss back. He is back today. He is here in OEM supporting the EOC. Next week, we will be getting Cindy Yoho back. So this is very exciting that we were able to get 2 of the 3, John Jaws was out of the country. So he didn't have an option to come back. So working with the state and working with the National Guard, I'm very, very thankful that we have both of those folks back. They have that familiarity with Clear Creek. They know what how to work with us and what's needed. But that is a question that we ask on twice a week, minimal, for identifying resources. And you're right, there are a number of ways to identify those resources. And luckily, with the National Guard support, the state, in coordination with the federal government, the state is covering all of the National Guard costs, so it doesn't cost anything for Clear Creek County. Those are clearly going to be the resources that we look to first, those type. Plus they're amazing support. So we definitely, will, if it comes to a point where, as the EOC, if I can't find personnel or resources, I will absolutely ask, Keith and the BOCC for help finding more folks to expand our capabilities. So thank you.
One other point of resource that we just received, we just received a grant from NACCHO to be able to support the vaccine clinics. So we will be able to hire, I believe, Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 or 2 people part-time to be able to run the vaccine clinics, which will free up public health staff so we don't have to all be there assisting, which is also huge.
We're running like a Swiss watch today. It's 11:57 and we're running out of words, and at 12 o'clock we're supposed to take a lunch break, so we don't have to. We have other stuff we'd like to do. Peter, I have a question for you, although I don't know that I saw it on today's agenda, which is, I see no notice of a potential executive session on today's agenda.
That's correct. There's no notice, and I was not seeking one today.
Okay. Okay. Well, based on this silence, this pause in conversation for a moment, I think it's time that we take a break for lunch. Back at 1 o'clock for our CDOT quarterly update. CDOT Region 1 will be here at 1 o'clock. Neil and a few others from CDOT to talk to us. See you then.
All right, thanks everybody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Hi, Neil.
Neil,
Good morning.
it's good to see you. Well, it's afternoon actually,
Afternoon.
but it's good to see you. Obviously, you survived the holidays.
Barely.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
How about you all?
Same.
Well,
I'm
we're here.
skin in my
Let's put
teeth.
it that way. Yeah.
Nice. Hey, we do have some other speakers. Is that going to be challenging to do?
No, Beth can move. Just tell Beth who do you need to move over, and we can move them over. Beth is in charge.
Can we do all the CDOT folks? I know that.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
have to tell us who they are, but yeah, we can do it.
Okay.
Do you need
Looks
the
like
name,
we've-
Beth, or can you tell from the
So
participant
it's like
list?
Alizar's on from CDOT. Brent is on from CDOT.
Yeah.
I don't see any other CDOT people there yet. Oh, there's Julie George.
Julie.
Hi, everyone.
And then Fritz is with CDOT.
He's here. Yep.
Let's see.
Hi, Fritz.
And Happy New Year to all of you who I have not said it yet to.
Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year.
We're getting some action up at the tunnel. There was a brief accident west of the tunnel. We had a traffic hold, so we got some spun out CMVs. Traffic is still moving slowly but surely. The last I heard, there was a 5 to 6 mile backup. Plows led the release of the traffic, so west of the tunnel should be okay. But as this band moves through, we're getting a lot of high snowfall rate just in the tunnel and Bakerville. That's about it. I mean, east of there's really nothing going on that we can see.
Very good.
That's great. We need all the snow we can get, all the moisture we can get. Let's put it that way.
Moisture. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. Yeah.
Looking at a bit of a squall here in Idaho Springs coming
Yeah.
through.
Here.
Pretty exciting.
Chris, we're waiting on Randy, it looks like, to call us back to order, and then we can get going.
It's snowing in Eagle as well. So I think the entire corridor is probably seeing some form or fashion of snow.
So Neil, I have a phone number in the attendee list, but I don't know if you recognize that as one of your team members or.
I don't even see the phone number.
Okay.
You look at the participant list, Neil.
There we go. Thank you.
And I don't know why I'm still coming up as P. Lichtman, because I did change it to Peter, but hopefully the next time it'll work.
Yeah, for all of you that do not know Peter, he is our new county attorney. So Peter Lichtman, county attorney. I think we still got Bob hidden away in the background somewhere.
He's locked in. I've locked him in one of the other offices, so.
I got this image of like Bob getting literally wheeled out. If
Excellent.
or in this case, maybe wheeling himself out as we're like, no, but no, there's one more little, there's just, I just want your advice on this little thing.
If you hang on a second, my dog wants to join the meeting, so I'll be right back.
Very good. Fritz's dog. Excellent.
He feels better now.
All right.
So are we waiting on Commissioner Wheelock or?
Waiting on Commissioner
Yes.
Wheelock. There he is.
I'm back. He's back. Well, welcome to the 1:01 o'clock CDOT quarterly update. And I see Neil and Fritz and Vanessa and Julie and a whole pile of people here.
We got the whole crew, Randy.
I think they've got us out. They've learned. They've got us outnumbered this time. Well, welcome and thanks again. Some of you I've seen plenty lately, but it's a pleasure again as usual. And so if you'd like to take away the update today, I'm not sure who's leading the parade on this one, but
it's all of us. It'll be fun. All right. Well, thanks everyone, and Happy New Year. Good to see everyone here today. We did want to do quick introductions because we do have some new faces here. Try to do it, as streamlined as possible. So I don't know if commissioners, you want to go first, and then kind of key county staff, and then I can just run through our CDOT team, just so everyone knows who's on, and then we'll jump into this thing if that works for you.
Sure.
So go ahead, please.
Commissioners, take it away.
John Wood dialing in from sunny Evergreen.
George
County
Marlin, sitting here in Idaho Springs.
Randy Wheelock here in Empire.
All right. Anyone else from the county want to highlight?
Yes, I'd start with, well, I'm pointing over to Amy right there, and then there's Beth over there for me. And Keith is down over there, and Brent's directly under me here.
I'll introduce myself, Amy Saxton, Clear Creek County, obviously.
Keith Montag, County Manager, Clear Creek.
And you already met me, Peter Lichtman, County Attorney.
I'm Brent Worthington, Finance Director.
I'm Beth. I send you all the emails.
And then also on the line, we've got Sheriff Albers and Carl Schell, our Public Works Director, although their cameras are not on, but I think you probably know both of them. There's the sheriff and there's Carl. So that's it for us, I think.
All right, perfect. Well, then I was just going to go through these quickly, if that's okay with the CDOT folks.
And I'd be Cindy Neely. I saw her pop up there. So Cindy also is part of the county CDOT team. Go ahead, Neil.
All right, perfect. So I guess first off, I'm Neil Ogden. I am an engineer for CDOT Region 1 West program. Been working on I-70 for a while now, so been working with this team and stakeholders in general for a while. So that's me. Next on the list here is Mike Kelman, who's our West program engineer. So my boss keeps us all in line, or at least tries to, right? Then we've got Jessica Mickelburst, who's our Region 1 Deputy Director of Program Delivery. So she keeps Mike in line, which is even harder than keeping me in line, and manages all of Region 1 projects. Right, Jessica? Something like that.
Yeah, that's close. Thank you. It's nice to meet you all. Paul Jositis is traveling on vacation today, so he sends his best wishes from the beach. He might be on a plane right now, but nice to meet you all.
Who the hell let him out of his cage?
So I just noticed that Mike Kellerman, I didn't even recognize him at first. Now I know why he wears a beard, is so he'll look a little more mature. I didn't realize you were that young, Mike, with your beard.
Yeah, my kids still are pointing and laughing at me. And again, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know? Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll keep going down the line here. Brent Spahn, who is our Deputy Director of Maintenance for Region 1, so manages the entire maintenance team. Thanks, Brent. Then looks like we've got Mr. Jeff Tackenhorse, who is our Section 9 Superintendent, so manages all the highways in Clear Creek County, among others, I'm sure, and keeps those facilities running. Jeff, do we have our deputy on or no? I think that's it.
I have Paul here in my office with me, Neil.
Oh, okay. So Paul Fox is our deputy, and he helps Jeff keep highways open and in line as well. Let's see. We've got Alizar, who is our Region 1 traffic engineer. Thanks, Alizar. We've got Vanessa Henderson, who is our Region 1 Environmental Program Manager. Recently moved from I-70 Mountain to entire region. So congrats on that one, Vanessa, and thanks for joining us. We also have Jeff Hampton, who's a project engineer. I think most of you know Jeff very well. Who's running the peak period shoulder lane project now, and he'll provide an update here in a few minutes on that project. And we've got Julie George, who's our local government liaison. Thanks, Julie. And let's see, make sure I'm not missing anyone.
Fritz and his dog.
Fritz, thank you. Fritz, how can we forget you, Fritz? I-70 Corridor Operations Manager. And
Danny
the dog.
Herman.
And Danny Herman, who's our Region 1 Planning Manager. Did I get that right, Danny? So confusing sometimes.
Close enough. That's good.
All right. I think we got everyone. Thanks for going through that. Did we miss anyone? Are we good? All right. So can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. So first, in terms of just a high level of what we're going to go through today, relatively light agenda. So first we'll go through project updates, hit on our construction project first, the big one, obviously, that everyone's aware of. Then go into our design or planning projects. Again, hit on our big one, Floyd Hill, which is still moving along well. And then go into some miscellaneous projects and some general updates. Then talk a little bit about maintenance and some updates there. And then time for open discussion and questions at the end. So, please jump in though as we go through this if there are questions, and definitely a discussion here, and want to provide as much information as we can. All right, so the first one is the project updates on westbound peak period. Jeff, you're going to provide the update on this one.
All right. I thought I was everybody's best friend up until Christmas, and then everybody quit calling me. So I don't know. I guess we're back under the radar now or something. But making light of it, we did get a lot of work done getting into that Christmas holiday. So thank you guys for the patience. I realize it was pretty bumpy, but if you drive it now, you can see we got quite a few things dialed in out there. That big paving push, we got all the milled surfaces covered up. We still have that little half-mile westbound in between the two, or right around the 240 area. So still work going on in the Idaho Springs parking lots and kind of what we got going on there. But, I'm not going to lie, those were a couple long days leading into Christmas, but the holiday felt good knowing that we left things in a little bit better position. So kind of where things are at as far as the status of the project, you won't see us quite as visible out there. And I think that's been apparent the last couple of days. There are still crews working, partial shoulder closures here and there. And a lot of that's associated to the ITS work that we have going on. So that second bullet there is the sign installation that's still ongoing. The big overhead signs, we have one of those to move and one of those to put up, and then those are in place. So beyond that, the work that's going on is we still have to put up the CCTV cameras, some of the tolling equipment. So there's a lot of little things happening on the edges of the roadway for that process to continue. The exciting part of that is right before Christmas, and what's happening right now in the background is we're able to turn on some of those new big signs up there. So the equipment's in place, the network and all the stuff that goes into the cabinets, and it's stuff I won't try to bore you with because I don't understand half of it, but it's a whole lot of computer stuff that we put in those cabinets and turn those signs on. And unfortunately, I didn't grab one for this slide, but we do have pictures that show a couple of those signs online and lit up. So we're pushing that in the right direction and keep that moving. But the upcoming work that we have going on, we're going to be focused in those Idaho Springs parking lots. There's still utility work and things that we're working on right in there. And the last part of that is widening that 240 off ramp westbound. And that'll kind of get everything in place to do the last bit of pavement through there. There's still quite a bit of permanent concrete barrier and the permanent metal guardrail that needs to go in. The majority of that concrete barrier is in that 239 to 241 area. It's all the stuff in the center median that we still have temp barrier out there in place. And then the permanent metal guardrail, the majority of that stuff is going in along the new MSE walls that we constructed in the median between 235 and 239. And then there's a few places on eastbound where we have the emergency pullouts completed that we need to get that put in place so we can get temporary barrier out of those areas. We're still working on the State Highway 103 improvements. So those are the pedestrian and sight distance improvements on top of that bridge. And then we're going to move down. This was something I guess it's hidden in the plan somewhere. We've got a sheet where we've actually got some similar improvements at exit 241 for that eastbound off ramp. So I had a crew out there today, a survey crew starting to lay some of those things out. And then the exit 239, the sound wall in there, we have the new posts in place. I'm actually just waiting on the contractor to get the materials in so we can see a test panel on that and get that one rebuilt. But basically what it is we're pretty well dialed into the majority of the work that still needs to happen is right around that 240 area. The timeline for it, we're kind of looking at things as far as when we're going to be actually wrapped up, done and out of here. That's still, the June 30th, right in the middle of summer, their time frame that we turn everything on and we walk away and we're all said and done. A lot of this work that's happening on the edges, I'm hopeful that we're going to have those done here in the next couple months. And then the paving, of course, is just going to be as soon as we can get good warm temperatures again. Last thing I've got on there, the springtime paving and the rock mesh, that springtime paving, our big push was trying to get these things done and make it safe, but now we've got to wait until the asphalt is available again. And that's all dependent upon oil and when a certain polymer comes available again. And it'll be probably about mid-April timeframe. And then of course the temperatures. So when we've got nighttime temperatures that are right for us to come back out here, because I'll be perfectly honest, I don't want to do any more daytime paving up here for a while. So, and the rock mesh, we've got an area there. I'm sure Jeff and Paul will remember well. We had the rock slides there Thanksgiving 2019. That area that we did the blasting then in December of that year, we've got a redesign just about finished that's going to kind of change what we had planned for this project. So we're going to look at getting that crew back out here in the spring to finish getting that safe. We'll get the new barrier in along the bottom of it once the mesh is in place, and then get out of your hair for a little while. Hopefully not too long, just long enough that you miss me. So that's pretty much all I got. That's it's a quick overview. There's still a lot of nuts and bolts. I know Amy and Cindy have been involved in a lot of that, so they're pretty well up to speed on where we're at and some of more of the details. But if you guys get any questions, let me know.
Hey Jeff, would you be able to maybe offer a couple of key lessons learned? Or I know that it's not like we're going to repeat exactly the same circumstances of around what happened around Christmas, but what sort of hindsight are you taking away?
You mean other than I don't want to pave in the daytime?
Other than that.
I think honestly, and I don't have my PI machine sitting here, but I think we actually did a really good job of, once we really figured out what the traffic impacts and how bad those were going to be from the first week to the second week, I think things were a lot better that second week. So instead of kind of doing the normal CDOT game of, expect delays and trying to downplay it as much as possible, we went out there with the full message that, hey, it could take you up to 2 hours to get through here. Plan accordingly, do what you got to do if you want to get through. And if you don't, stay home, pick another day to travel. I think that Monday and Tuesday traffic wise was a whole lot better than the previous week because expectations were clear. So I think that's the biggest takeaway, is that rather than being kind of soft and touchy feely, we need to just hammer it and say, here's how bad it could be. If you choose to be there, you made that choice. We're sorry. This is how long it's going to take.
Yeah, I'll add into Amy, if that's all right. I think another lesson learned was, Project First. I think this is a good example of Project First at its finest. I can't tell you how many morning meetings, afternoon and evening meetings we had with Graham, the contractor, obviously CDOT, and then APC, the paving contractor, and saying, what is it we need to do to get this roadway in a situation to where it is safe and for the traveling motorists through the holiday weekend and through, January, February, March, April, May. And very much like Jeff said, what we can do as CDOT is we can get the message out. We can look at the traffic counts, our traffic people, Alzar, and we're like, well, if you can, you can go maybe an hour earlier, maybe an hour late, but So that's what we could do. APC, brought extra trucks up, an extra paver, and then Graham, they came to the table too of getting the lanes cleaned and traffic control set up. And again, I think it was one of those ones where it could have been a lot of finger pointing, not our problem, it's on you, type of thing. But I think everybody stepped back and said, people going skiing, people going up to the mountains for Christmas, for the holidays, they don't care whose fault it is. They just want to be able to get up there in a safe manner. And so I think that was a good win. I think, was it easy? Absolutely not. And I think, one of the other outcomes of this is that my family gave me a New Year's resolution to quit cursing as much as I did during that time. So if you see me drop and do 10 push-ups, that's because I missed my New Year's resolution. But I do think, all kidding aside, that was a good. What is it that we can do to get this done for the people who travel this corridor?
And I get that. I think that's an important thing. I think one thing you mentioned though was that, being able to recognizing that those people don't care during that week, they just want to get there, so they don't care whose fault it is. So I think there's another way you can look at this too, which is, at one point we were, I know that the goal was aiming to get this thing fully operational and done, other than, ready to rock by Christmas if possible, or ahead of that. And it's obvious that at some point, more than a week or two ahead of time, that wasn't going to happen. I mean, anybody could see that. And so I think maybe it's possible that a lesson learned could be that it's not a really good idea to pave during the day, during the week before Christmas, or the week before the week of Christmas, at all, because it's going to be a train wreck. But of course, once you're, but the deal is, once you were in it and took it as far as you possibly could, I understand. I would say it would be the Sean Wood analogy that, once you're in the middle of the river, in the middle of the rapid, you're in the river, in the middle of the rapid, you're going to have to do what you have to do to get through it. And that's where you were once you were at that point on the schedule that late in the game. You had no choice but to make it safe before Christmas, which took you right into the week of Christmas. Yeah. Having recognized that a little further in advance, and just know that those weeks in future projects, and hopefully we won't see the future projects for a while during that time period, but Floyd Hill's coming, thinking about those weeks as just being sort of verboten, and thinking months ahead of time about that might be helpful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Wheelock, on that. I think you're right. I think we started the path and there was a point of no return, exactly like you said. And I guess I'm cautiously optimistic that that when we can flip those signs on and open up that express lane and have tolls waived, that maybe that will be the silver lining in all of this. But no, I think if we could rewind the clock, to Amy's point, definitely some lessons learned here, as to a go no go date of are we going to cross that line or not, and what are the risks of crossing that line? So yeah, absolutely.
Well, and I can echo one thing there for Mike too, is that I was actually kind of surprised as much detail and effort as went into getting these plans and specs put together. I sat in meetings for a year prior to this project and was just shocked at the level of detail that was being taken into consideration. But the one thing that surprised me, and I've actually got it open to that page right now, is in my traffic control general, Christmas 2020 was Christmas Day, and that was it. It was the only thing listed in there as a no-fly zone. So that's definitely one of those things we need to take into consideration, especially for Floyd Hill. A lot of the other projects that I think that are in the pipeline up here are one season projects and going to be done and gone in those really busy periods of time. But I think when Floyd Hill rolls around, we need to take that into our planning purposes first when we start laying out that schedule and what it's going to look like, and say, is it 2 weeks? Is it 3 weeks that it's just a no-fly zone through here, that we're just not out here? And then base everything on that, and how because that again, that's the key, is how do we make the roadway safe? Well, we had a couple of good days of paving, and then we got hit by a couple of days of weather. And the first phone call I get is from Paul Fox saying, "Hey, what are you doing to my plow guys out here? I got a 3-inch drop off from one lane to the other." Like, hey, I feel you, brother. There's not much I can do there, but I'll get it paved in as soon as I can. And it's unfortunately, that's the picture, and that's the corner we got painted into. But I think it went well. I think overall we were able to get things where they needed to be. And it was just in the nick of time with that fantastic snow squall thing we had come through. But yeah, there's definitely some good stuff we can take forward and plan accordingly and for future projects.
Right. And I think that in terms of how you handled the rapid, I think you did it pretty well considering what you had. There was just going to be a couple of people get thrown out of the raft, and it might have been better to hit the takeout before that rapid. That's all.
Steer into the skid.
Yeah, I think we probably need to move on here, but I will just say this, that absolutely, no, this is not going to be our modus moving forward here. This is, I think the intentions were good, but moving forward, like on Floyd Hill, like Jeff said, and other projects, now definitely lesson learned here. I think for everybody's sanity, nobody enjoyed it. I think, all around the table, contractors, people living in the county, CDOT. So I think that's the biggest lesson learned, Amy, that we got from this one is, while the intentions were good, we'll probably be a little bit more conservative the next go around.
Thank you.
Something I'm curious about before we move off of this project, and it's locals, we're going to earn back this time over the life of this project. Our lives are going to be better as a result, clearly. And so I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, but it seems like it was early November in our last quarter meeting, which was about 3 weeks before the bonus deadline. And it was reported to us that there was optimism that that deadline would be met. And I don't know if it was reported to you that, or who does the timeline estimating. But then to find out 3 to 4 weeks after that deadline that we were still working, seemed to me there was just and I don't know if I missed some context that was maybe more subtle than it should have been in November, when we were asked to make a decision about, can we accept more broad closures to accelerate the timeline? I didn't really realize we were talking about accelerating the timeline on December 22nd or December 18th.
Yeah,
Can you guys help me understand what happened with that?
yeah, absolutely. I can feel this one, and then Neil and Jeff chime in where you may. I think this is a case of where we were asked by our director, you know, what can we do to get this lane open? Again, with the good intentions of for the traveling public, and based upon the amount of work we saw at CDOT and our level of expertise, we felt that it was accomplishable. The timeline was going to be tight, right? You know, the old working in the winter in the mountains, you never know what's going to happen. But based upon the amount of work we saw left out there, we felt that it was accomplishable. I will say that you know that days continue to go by where maybe we're seeing the production that we wanted to see, and us as CDOT, you know, we can't control the work or direct the work and say, hey, you know, get more crews. Hey, why are you paving over here when we think it'd be better to pave over here? Because then we take on that risk. And so I think, Commissioner Marlin, as time went on, our optimism window really started to shut. And then it was like Commissioner Wheelock was saying, all of a sudden we got to a point of like, well, holy cow, we've kind of painted ourselves in a corner. What do we do to make this a safe situation? And again, I go back to, you know, we could step back and say, hey, promises were made to us that you'd get this done and you'd get this done. So we're folding our arms and we're going to turn our back and walk away. And instead it was, hey, we got to get this done no matter what. We really do. And so it's not the best answer to your question, but I'll be honest with you, that's really what happened was, you know, at that time in November, the last time we chatted, we felt that there was a reasonable chance that they could to hit that milestone. I'd also say maybe we were off as well. You know, I'm not pointing the finger at the contractor completely on this one. I'd say maybe, you know, we were a little bit over optimistic in trying to, you know, deliver more than maybe we should have. And maybe should have taken a little bit more conservative approach, you know, that under promise and over deliver kind of thing there, you know. And so I do think, you know, the again, not pointing fingers at the contract. I think it was a shared situation to where moving forward, again, definitely a lesson learned there. Do you have any, I don't know if I really addressed it, but go ahead, hit me if you have something else on your mind.
No, I don't have any follow-up. I mean, that sounds, sometimes the weather just isn't the way you need it to be. And I'm certainly not trying to drag you over the coals. I know that all of our intentions here are to make sure that we can get through this corridor safely and quickly.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very fair question. You know, I'll be, you know, our director asked the same thing, you know, and so it was, she said, you told me, you know, it was going to be, you know, the week, Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And then you told me it was going to be, you know, the 18th of December, you know, and so we've had to answer these questions, you know, and that was the answer we gave all along is we were optimistic. We were going on with the contractor had told us what we were seeing with our own eyes, and moving forward, we probably would be a little less optimistic, if you will. And that's a tough one for me saying that Jeff Hampton is optimistic, because that goes against, you know, but anyways.
I was going to say Mike's being a really nice guy there, and you know, short of airing the dirty laundry of the project, I mean, it was on my shoulders, and that it's a very fair statement, is that we were probably overly optimistic as to what could be accomplished. You know, I'll take the full responsibility for that one. I didn't have good numbers on what was left to pave. And once my staff and I really started digging into it, which was after Thanksgiving, and that's the wrong time to do it, that's when we really started figuring out it's not 6,000 tons, it's 12,000 tons. And when you're putting down 800 a day, you know, those days add up really quick. So the correct, you know, the correct response from my point of view was just, before Thanksgiving, we thought we had a chance. When we hit Thanksgiving and realized where we were at, we shifted from, we're not going to get this done, to what do we need to do to make it safe and make it safe long term. And that's where those projections kept changing daily, is where are we really at? How many tons do we need to put down and what's left? And I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with this one too. When we hit that Tuesday before Christmas, the first projection was that we needed to put down about 1,200 tons that day to be done. And we ended up putting down 1,900 to finish the work. So, you know, it's when you're blowing estimates like that, we've got deeper issues that we need to delve into on the project. But, you know, that's kind of how these things went in the last month and a half. And I'm the project engineer. It's on my shoulders, and I need to have better information to pass this stuff up to Neil and Mike and these guys and make sure they all know what's going on as well.
Hey, Randy, this is Keith. One quick question for Jeff or anyone else from CDOT. Given the fact that we got into some pretty cold temperatures and inclement weather, do you feel as though that the integrity of the asphalt was affected, or was there any compromise in the quality of the outcome or the product?
Right.
So
Let me get
gonna,
this one, Jeff, and then you can chime in with the details.
Okay.
Absolutely, a conversation, Keith, that was had, was, are we taking 2 steps forward to take 1 step back come spring, and we're going to cause more headache and heartache out there. And so, we got with our materials folks and everybody here, and I won't claim to be a materials person, but I know and this is where Jeff can chime in, we were using a warm mix. And so, the spec was temperatures had to be at 45 degrees. We were looking at it and we were getting great test results going below 45 degrees. And so as CDOT, we gave the head nod, hey, we got to make this decision as long as, and again, I won't bore you with details, as long as we are getting the results we wanted, the density, as long as the asphalt at what I call the lab or whatever, they were getting the right, AC content and all that stuff. And so based upon those results, we felt comfortable moving forward. I will say, I'll probably be holding my breath, as we do enter the springtime and just make sure that the pavement is holding up and that we aren't going out there and removing a bunch. But based upon the information we had at the time, we felt that the risk was lower on the material side of things than it was on the safety side of things. Jeff, what do you want to chime in there?
No, you're spot on again, Mike. But being the boots on the ground and seeing this stuff go down and kind of what it looked like over those few days, I feel pretty confident we have a good product out there. Aside from the snow squall hitting us there in the last couple of trucks, but the benefit is we're going to go through the worst part of the season now. We're going to hit January, February, March, where we get these heavy wet snows and then they freeze, and we're really going to see what we've got out there. And we're not gone yet. It's not like this was a push that we then accepted the project and wiped our hands and said, see you guys later. We're still out here for another 6 months. So if we start seeing any deterioration or anything kind of, going sideways, we're still going to be around to fix it because we got some other places we're not done yet anyway. But overall, I feel the quality's there. I think this is something that it's not something I'm going to feel bad about when I drive through 3 years from now to take my kids skiing or something. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I let them pave this. I feel comfortable we're going to hit the timelines that we're supposed to on our asphalt.
Good. Thanks, guys.
Knowing that, I know concrete, for example, the mix can make a difference. It doesn't show up for even a few years, balding and things like that go on. That's got a life that is affected by those things. And when you mentioned coming through, Jeff, saying I'll be happy, it's not something I want to feel bad about 3 years from now. Well, hopefully 3 years from now, if something did go wrong and we were mistaken about that, there would be a rectification that would be made so that we didn't end up with a substandard highway. That's a very important thing to us, especially with something like this that's supposed to be, a 15-year shelf life, but which could easily end up being used for a lot longer than that, a ton longer than that, based on funding and other kinds of projects and priorities that happen in the state, looking at the 10-year plan. So hopefully we have assurances in place that whatever doesn't work will be able to be funded and not go at the tail end of a long, long list as a result of, these decisions. That would be my hope. That if we are mistaken, good faith effort, and we are mistaken about that there will be a way to fix that, that way, some recourse, some remedy.
Yeah, Randy, I'll field that one. Yeah, I agree with you. We have very limited taxpayer dollars, as you know, and every one of them needs to be put to its best use. I know when we built the twin tunnels, same thing. We were watching everything and had some winter paving, and before you knew it, a year or two later, some stuff blew up on us. I would say, it would be something that we would definitely keep our eye on. And I know we've got our maintenance guys on here, and these guys are probably cringing, saying, all right, you're going to hand over this lemon to us, and then it's our job to keep it intact. But no, I think we hear your concern, Commissioner, that you don't want us up here every 5 years impacting traffic. I can't tell you right now that, Jessica has a pot of money that she's put aside for this very thing. So, but I think we definitely are share your concern and would, want to address it. We're not going to turn a blind eye to it.
That's enough doom and gloom. Otherwise, in terms of for those weeks, you made a lot of progress fast. It was pretty amazing.
All right. Well, yeah, good discussion. Thanks, Jeff, Mike. Anything else on peak period before we move on? We do have a couple other topics to talk about. All right. So now we'll jump into planning environmental projects. First, the big one is Floyd Hill. So over the last couple of years, and I don't think we have a ton of updates from last time. Over the last couple of years, we've really been working hard on this, with our teams, with the stakeholder groups, with a lot of the folks on this call. And we've advanced 2 alternatives to 20% design. And, it's a huge achievement. We've got enough design complete where we can thoroughly evaluate the 2 alternatives through the environmental process. And so right now we've got the design complete. We're working on wrapping up that environmental work right now. We're planning on releasing the environmental assessment this spring, and then releasing it for public review and comment. And then tied to that, so that environmental assessment will recommend an alternative. And then tied to that will be this virtual public engagement event, which I think a lot of the folks are aware of. The dates are still tentative, but we're thinking this is a March timeframe, and it'll be similar to other virtual engagement events we've done during COVID, where folks can enter this virtual room, review all the different project materials, provide comments, feedback, that kind of thing, and get any questions they have on the project answered. So, that's kind of what we've got going on through the spring and summer on this one. In terms of funding, I think we talked again last time on this. We've got a significant amount of state funding that should come to fruition in the next few months. And then we're working with our enterprise groups, Bridge Enterprise and the High Performance Transportation Enterprise, on different funding, financing, grant scenarios on how to fill that funding gap. And so, we're looking at this from a strategy perspective. How do we get this thing moving? How do we prioritize project elements so we can get boots on the ground, shovels in the ground, and then advance into construction while we find the rest of this money? So, we're in a really good spot in terms of this project. A lot of good momentum, a lot of support from CDOT leadership and public for that matter, and are optimistic that we're going to move into kind of the next phase of this project this next year. So that's kind of status update on Floyd Hill. Once in terms of next steps, once we identify that funding, once we get these dominoes in place, and after we get feedback from the environmental process, then we'll be looking to advance into final design and then construction, which is probably at least a year to get through that process, depending on how that all shakes out. So that's kind of high level what's going on with Floyd Hill. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add in real quick, Neil. I know the virtual public engagement, this third bullet here, I know there were some concerns, about how can we hear what the communities have to say. We're not standing in the high school around a couple of roll plots and in front of a PowerPoint presentation, but we've got Vanessa and Jessica online. And I know that we've done this recently very successful on 270, and I've seen examples of it. And so maybe they can speak to that, because I think that is kind of our next couple of steps to that, to how many responses we got and the amount of engagement we got from the public. So Jessica or Vanessa, would you just take a minute?
Yeah, sure. So on the I-270 environmental assessment in Adams County, we just wrapped up our second virtual public meeting. And I think we had over 1,000 visitations. So if you think of your normal, gym public meeting with stale cookies and cold coffee, you're not usually having about 1,000 people. In addition to that, we had, I think, 125 written comments. And a lot of those, 25% of our visitation was Spanish speakers, which for us in that corridor is really important. So we've found really tremendous success with the virtual platform. We absolutely have accommodations for people that don't have internet or mobile devices or tablets as well, that we can give them hard copies. We have hotlines and things, but we were really impressed and are really hoping that this is kind of the new way that we do public engagement. The flexibility of when you can visit the platform is a lot better than, a public meeting that's one night on your calendar and you have to get there to talk to somebody. So we've had, really a lot of enthusiasm from both Commerce City and Adams County as well on the success of that. So it's a good platform. It's been really great.
And in this corridor too, we've done some online public meetings in the past. I think it was for eastbound Perry Shoulder Lane. And even that one, which wasn't as interactive as the one that we're going to be doing for Floyd Hill, we got a ton of people visiting that and providing feedback and input. So we've been seeing, this virtual online feedback and visitation really growing, and it's great. We're getting more input than we have in the past. So like Jessica said, I think this is going to kind of start to become a new thing for us moving forward. So it's going to be fun.
Great. Thank you. Good additions. Any other
Neil?
questions? Yeah.
The environmental assessment is considering the two alternatives and the two parts of one of those alternatives. Our commissioners have seen the visual simulations of all of those alternatives. And so I think it's a fair question to say, and Clear Creek has expressed concerns about the south side of the creek. So I think it is a fair question to say, where are we in the selection of a preferred?
And so I'll start this, and then Vanessa, please jump in. So at this point, we have identified a preliminary preferred alternative that is leaning towards the Canyon Viaduct, right? That has been made public in other forums, and right now it's currently in review with CDOT. The environmental assessment is, and we're anticipating that would be the preferred alternative when that environmental assessment comes out, which doesn't negate but minimizes the concern on the south frontage road design option of the tunnel alternative. A lot of words. Does that make sense? Vanessa, did I say anything?
Yeah, I'll chime in a little bit on that as well. So we're almost done with our review process between CDOT and Federal Highways, and we haven't seen any big red flags come up. So I fully anticipate that the Canyon Viaduct is going to come out as the preferred alternative when the EA is released. So we do have all of the concerns that the county and other community members have expressed about that south frontage road documented in the EA itself. So we've definitely carried those forward, and they're noted, and they were incorporated into the evaluation process. So unless something huge happens during the public review period, I'm pretty sure we're moving forward with the Canyon Viaduct alternative. I guess the only other thing that could come up is if a contractor comes on board and, says that they could do something different. And that's a point to let you guys all know about as well, is we are taking that tunnel alternative through the NEPA process. However, we are pointing out the Canyon Viaduct as the preferred alternative, but we're not eliminating that tunnel alternative because we have not found any kind of fatal flaws with it. So it is still on the table if we need to go back to it in the future. But as we have said, at this time, it's the Canyon Viaduct alternative that's moving forward.
So I have a couple of questions about that. The one is that although it's documented, although our objections to a south side frontage road are documented, Isn't it also true that the main body of the work determined that there was no significant environmental impact to that or community impact to that south frontage road alignment?
Yes and no. So we did, note that it's significant to communities there, but environmental resource wise, through the NEPA process, we didn't see anything significant impact wise. So while yes, there are significant community concerns through the NEPA process, we did not identify significant impacts.
And then I would hope that once you get the contractor back in, the contractor's in and they give you the estimate, the contractor looks over the different alternatives since they're still going through that process and prices them out, that the long range costs are also still heavily weighed in looking at it, even if the contractor makes a recommendation that he can do one cheaper, because I know high on the radar, my understanding is in your executive offices is that, putting holes through mountains creates a maintenance burden and a future maintenance burden of its own. And so the overall cost of the project, when you look over the full life of the project, is significant regardless of the contractor's estimate for construction. Is that?
Yeah, Randy, so that's very good point too. With the contractor comes on board, they have to provide all of that information again. And with our CSS process, everything has to be run back through anything that the contractor comes up with. We have to discuss that as a group again and go through that full evaluation process. So there's not going to be anything that comes up that gets done without everybody's input. So
thanks.
Yeah, and I'll add on there too, Commissioner Wheelock. Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to save $1 to spend $10 in the future. We'll definitely look at those future costs as well. Yes.
and that's part of our sustainability and operations and maintenance categories in the CSS matrix.
It's true.
All right. Other questions on Floyd Hill?
I think it's important, Neil, just to kind of reiterate, you talked about the funding. I think these next couple of months are going to be key for this project. And it's good for everybody to recognize that, with the budgets being sent, I think we all have our fingers crossed, that the SB 267 dollars are allotted to this project. And that is, like Neil said, I'm just repeating what he mentioned before, but I think it's important that those are the first dominoes to fall, and then we'll get with our bridge enterprise and with HPTE and really, start chomping away at that budget. So just keep your fingers crossed that good things happen here in March and April.
Great, thanks, Mike. All right, we only have 13 minutes left. Let's keep moving here. So next one is miscellaneous projects and some other study updates. So I'll hit these first few, and then other folks will talk about the last three here. So first one is the Clear Creek Greenway and County Road 314 projects. So we talked about this last time. At this point, we're wrapping up final design on these, going through our right-of-way acquisition process. A reminder, these are partnership projects between CDOT and Clear Creek County, where CDOT's facilitating the design and construction, and then ultimately they become Clear Creek County assets. And so planning on wrapping this stuff up this spring, depending on how the right-of-way process goes, and then looking at construction starting this summer on both the projects and continuing through the summer and into 22. We're thinking about a year to a year and a half to get these things done. These ones are both off of I-70, and so definitely impactful for local communities, and so we'll be working just to minimize those impacts, but they shouldn't have major I-70 impacts anyway. So those two projects are ongoing. The next one is, there are questions on those? Okay. The next one is the State Highway 103 safety and passing lane study. So this one, we've engaged a consultant. They've collected all the data on 103. There have been some safety concerns on that corridor. And so they've got some data. The preliminary recommendations are to do some restriping efforts on the corridor. And so we're still waiting for that formal recommendation. but we'll be looking to implement those once we get that, as well as working with maintenance to cut some of the vegetation back to increase the sight distance along the corridor. So that project is ongoing. You know, I don't think it's a major impact by any means, but probably restriping effort, hopefully this. So that's ongoing. Questions on that one?
When is that happening, Neil?
So we're hoping to get the preliminary recommendation this month, and then it's just when we can engage and how we can engage a contractor to perform that work.
Okay.
So I didn't answer your question, but hopefully this summer,
Okay. Okay.
depending on what those recommendations are. The next one, I don't know a lot about. Mike, I think is going to help me with this one, but my understanding is this is increasing the fan and ventilation capacity at the Eisenhower Johnson. Minimal impacts to traveling public, but this one's just something, you know, obviously we're trying to take care of our existing assets and improve safety through the tunnel. And so this one I think is scheduled to wrap up in April, and again, no impacts or minimal impacts to traveling public.
Yeah, this is one of those behind kind of closed doors project that nobody gets to see. You know, it's not a sexy project, you know, but it's definitely something that's needed, like Neil said, provides the tunnel with some flexibility with their fans and how we vent that tunnel. I think it's key, and I'll kind of hand this off to Julie here coming up next, for everybody on this call to know that CDOT really recognizes that tunnel as an asset, as a major asset. You know, we've seen in the past with the fires or during COVID, thankfully, I guess I'd say that's kind of a weird thing saying thankfully during COVID, we had some frost heaving up there and the traffic volumes were so low that, you know, our maintenance folks were up there able to take care of those issues. But you know, all the way up the chain of command at CDOT, we really recognize that those delays were a week or two or three, you know, maybe four. And what we're focusing on is the long-term capital improvements to this asset, to the tunnels up there, to avoid something that would be catastrophic. You know, something where, you know, the eastbound or westbound would be down for, you know, months and months at a time should something, you know, happen. And so you know, we're kind of chipping away at that big mountain of projects that are up there to do, no pun intended. And I think we're gaining grounds on getting a plan together, and also on a funding source. You know, you can't do anything without any money. I know Director Liu supports you know, maintaining those tunnels. And if you will, Neil, I'm going to pirate your agenda here and kind of pass the baton on to Julie here on the grant proposals, because that's just, I think, another effort of like, hey, you know, we got to go. And I think we've got some good opportunities to get some additional funding here to continue to chip away and make sure this asset doesn't go down.
Hey, before we leave
Yes.
these little projects, I have a couple of small little questions. I don't know what the right time to ask them is, but couple of small topics, Neil, like there's a stop sign around the Empire Junction thing that we've talked about. There's also an ongoing issue with where the white line is of the westbound off ramp, but the Georgetown exit, you know, it's too far back and you can't, if you stopped at that white line, you know, what's the way to address those sorts of small issues and that are also not that small?
And before you answer, there's one more small one out there that I noticed the other day coming past Idaho Springs. And it could be that this is scheduled to be taken care of during your nighttime work, that the little bit that's left to go, which is the white striping that is still in place from the lane, you know, from the detour lanes back and forth right around the middle of Idaho Springs on the eastbound side is really causes people to start. I've watched it a couple of times and I've had it happen to me, causes you to want to start swerving around in the road trying to figure out where the lane is and where you're supposed to be. And it looks like I know it's tricked me a couple of times, fortunately, when no one was alongside me. So I just thought it may just be me, you know, but I just wondered if there's a plan for that, to remove that extraneous striping before somebody bangs into each other.
So that one was in Idaho Springs,
Yeah, it's right along by Safeway. You'll see it. Just travel eastbound at a high rate of speed and don't pay attention for a little bit. And then all of a sudden start trying to figure out which white line to follow.
Jeff?
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that. In response to the question, Amy, send those to me and Mike, and we can respond to those accordingly. The stops, just a quick hit on these. I know we only have 5 minutes here. The stop sign in Empire and that interchange, we do have a resurfacing project that the safety recommendation actually has some improvements there and some actually realignment. So that's something that, and I know I've talked to you offline on this. So that's something that I think we're going to be working on as a future project. So that's upcoming. The white line in Georgetown, I'm not aware of, but again, we'll take a look at it. And then we'll look at this Idaho Springs striping as well. And hopefully Jeff can get out there since he's next to it right now and see what's going on and try to address that as soon as possible.
Okay, I will bring that up with you separately. Thanks, Neil.
Cool.
Yeah, Neil, is Jeff still on or not? Sorry, this is Carl.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Because you brought up that white line zone in your update on Monday morning, so I know he's aware of that one.
Yep, and
I did have a quick question for you guys too. I've got a couple of follow-up issues with the Fall River Stanley Road Bridge that I wanted to talk to somebody about, and I've got some numbers from Patrick Pease earlier in the year with Daniel Sanchez or Paul Fox about maintenance, and just wondered who to follow up with that, because I don't think we ever executed the IGA for maintenance on that bridge either. And just some follow-ups. Actually, Mr. Leffler reminded me of that before he left us this week. Just to follow up on.
Well, I would say send it to me, and then we'll find the appropriate parties and get it taken care of.
Okay, and I sent an email to Bobby Van Horn because I believe he did the original write-up on that IGA with us.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'll catch you offline, Neil, and talk about it. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, we'll only a few minutes left here. Julie, do you want to do a quick hit on these hazmat stuff?
Yep, I will. Happy New Year, everybody. Believe it or not, it was almost a year ago that Amy reserved your room up there in Georgetown, and we had the scope of work meeting for the hazmat study. The report was released December 1st. So if anybody in the meeting here today didn't receive that and wants to see it, just please shoot me an email and I'll send it to you. It is a very thorough, over 200-page, dense report. I think for most people, the section 8 is the section you'll want to focus in on, because that is kind of the options that came out of the risk modeling. They used 2 different models to complement each other to come up with these options. Our final, kind of our final step, the next step for the study is a stakeholder meeting on February 4th, which will be virtually. I think, unfortunately, because I'm miss seeing people and actually having real interaction. And if anybody here hasn't received that invitation, also just email me and I can add you to the list so that you'll get the information on how to log on and all that good stuff. But just real quickly, basically kind of for the options and potential recommendations, they were broken into 4 categories. There's like the hazmat ratting category, the tunnel itself, roadway, meaning both Loveland Pass and I-70, and what might need to be done there, and then kind of operations and safety. And within each of those 4 categories, great summary in the executive summary of the report. If you just take a look at that, if you just want a quick update, I was going to go into that a little bit, but since we're short on time, I'll let folks look at that. But there's just options and recommendations, and whether or not the study team thinks that the recommendations might be ones to pursue. Quickly, as far as the routing goes, it runs the gamut from stay status quo to hazmat all the time, anytime, no regulations. The 2 within those 2 extremes that kind of rose to the top for potential further investigation are to allow hazmat during quiet hours, so meaning kind of middle of the night hours, and the allowing placarded but empty to run through the tunnel. But there would be a lot of steps in between that need to happen there. And again, we'll have a discussion on February 4th about the study, about the recommendations, and allow stakeholders to let us know their thoughts and what they thought of the study. Does anybody have any quick questions before I quickly touch on 2 other tunnel related issues? Okay.
Julie, before you go there, I just want to, be respectful of folks' time. It is 2 o'clock. Do we have to end this now, or do folks have a few more minutes to wrap this? I'm not sure what the commissioners have.
I'm good on our end. I don't know about our other participants. I
I'm
can
good
say
too.
what I mean.
Yeah, I can stay as well.
Okay, let's try for 15.
Neil, I'm going to drop off, but Jeff will stay on. I got another meeting to get to.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yeah.
appreciate it, guys.
I need to drop off too. Happy New Year.
All right. All right. Sorry, Julie.
No. Thanks for checking on that. And so, as Mike mentioned, the tunnels, I should say, are very important. The governor has, in his proposed state stimulus package, actually has called out the tunnel as potential transportation project that some state stimulus dollars could be used on. But in addition to that, I've been working with the Region 1 team, Neil Retzer and others, on a FEMA grant proposal called BRIC. It's building resilient infrastructure and communities. Sorry, the R's escaped me for a moment there. And our proposal that we have been writing and is right now in the Department of Public Safety's hands, because they're going to review it, and then they'll submit an entire state application. But we have written a piece to try to get funding to replace generators of the tunnel, which are the original generators, and about as old as me, and definitely, like me, need some care and attention, and actually they need to be hopefully get replaced with something that has more oomph, that actually could power more than every 7th flight. So hopefully we'll be successful there, and if we are, that will provide some much needed funding to get new generators for the tunnels. And then just kind of more in general, I've been working with that same group of folks to basically, we're coming up with a kind of dummy grant application, if you will, that as things like infra and build or other grant, especially federal grant opportunities come up, we'll be in really good shape already with kind of our background and our story, description of the various elements, whether it's lighting, whether it's the control room, whether it's drainage. Mike mentioned we do have some needs there at the tunnel that we can piece together proposals that will fit the criteria of some of the grant opportunities that we expect to see later in the year. So we're hopeful that we'll get some funding up to the tunnels to make some of those improvements and that important asset that we all rely on.
Great. Thanks, Julie. Questions on any of that stuff? All right. I think most folks are aware about the ROD reassessment, but Vanessa, do you want to hit this briefly? Are you still on?
I mean, this is the best one to talk about, so of course I want to talk about it, right? So yeah, a lot of you on this call have been involved in the ROD reassessment this year. So in 2020, we had a really big year of going through the ROD and looking to make sure the purpose and need was still valid. The implementation of the alternative to date has been effective, answering some questions that that weren't totally clear in the ROD, and then also developing a work plan for future actions. So we got through all of those. The purpose and need is still valid. The preferred alternative has been getting implemented pretty well, with the exception of more emphasis on AGS, looking at AGS, and we want to take a look at some CSS a little bit more. And then we answered the questions that people had and wanted clarifications on. And then this collaborative effort did develop a work plan moving forward. So it was really successful. We had 10 meetings last year between the CE subcommittee and the full CE. So we had a lot of commitment, which was awesome. And we do have a final report now, and I'm working on getting that uploaded to the website. And then I'll send that link out to the CE. So hopefully by the end of the week, that'll be out for everybody. So some good reading coming up. So everybody that has been involved, thank you guys. It was great effort and appreciate it. So any questions? Great.
All right.
Except thanks to Vanessa for all her work on this stuff. I really, really appreciate it. She's been a trooper.
Well, thanks, Randy. I think really this has been a true collaborative effort, and it was a really good process. So it was good to see it work so well. So thank you.
All right. Jeff, are you on, or is this Paul?
No, I'm still here, Neil. We're good.
Cool.
So just some highlights. We tried to stay out of Jeff's way there on the PPSL project. So we got a lot of work done, basically from Empire up to the tunnel. Did a lot of guardrail and clean ditch and things like that. And we did a little down by the Veterans Memorial Tunnel as well, and then some down in Clear Creek Canyon as well. But as you can see, about 4.7 spent already, 2.4 on snow and ice. So good things. We're 97% fully staffed. We haven't been at those numbers for 15, 20 years now. So we're real proud of that. We're getting there. It's making a difference. So we're looking forward. Questions, comments? I did have a note here that there might want to be a little more clarification on how we're reducing our chloride usage. Just to highlight on that some more, like I said, the people that we're hiring now, being fully staffed, it's helped us get more training, better training. I've set a lot more stricter limits. All the trucks are calibrated, things like that. And then with more people, more trucks on the road, basically allowing me quicker and shorter turnaround cycle time. So then we're also
quick, this is Sean. How did you address your longstanding staffing challenges?
I'll be honest. I've changed a lot of supervisors. How's that?
Right.
I brought in people that wanted to do their job, wanted to treat their people with respect, and I got a lot of people knocking on the door to come work for me.
Good work.
Then we're using what we call a tow plow. We call it the flat area. I know it's not flat, but basically from there at Hidden Valley up to Empire, it's the truck that pulls the big plow, another trailer implement, a plow behind it. That's a tow plow. So that's basically one truck doing the job of 3 trucks. So that puts 2 more trucks either there on Floyd Hill or up above to the tunnel. So that's helping a lot. But being fully staffed is our best thing that's happening. So questions? All right, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Jeff, much appreciated. So that,
Jeff, sorry, I missed the opportunity here. You had started to talk about how you were reducing chlorides.
Yes, sir.
If you could continue, that'd be great.
Okay, and the biggest reason there is the stricter limits on our application rates, if you will, and the cycle times. Before we was having to, our application rates were higher, where we would have to apply more because our trucks weren't going to come back through that area as quick. So we do not have to apply as much as what we've had to in the past. But the training has helped, where we got the guys understanding that we call it the dilution of the solution. And that's where it really doesn't work until it starts to turn to a brine. More is not merrier. It does not help. Things like that. So that's where we've reduced the chlorides immensely.
Neil? This is Cindy. If we have some specific questions, because the last figures that we had, Jeff, came from the 18-19, basically a winter season, which gave us, incredible sort of figures of what had been put on the highway. If we have some questions specifically about amounts, to whom should we address those?
Send them to me, Cynthia. You're right, we do track all that. The one big thing that we are not good at, we have forecasts, but we really don't have accurate data on the snowfall that we receive. So with that, where I'm going with, I mean, we might only get an inch of snow and it'll freeze. Well, we still have to de-ice that road. So we're still going to put material out, but we try to reduce those application rates. And so we don't have a real scientific method of tracking how much snow we get on the corridor.
Right.
I think, go ahead, Cindy.
I think that what part of what we were interested in was not the amount of snow as much as it is the amount of salt brine or ice ban or just general that goes on, and the rates of application, because as we glance around to other places, that's how they sort of report it, is in their rates of application. So we're trying to get a handle ourselves on understanding what's going on a little better.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to say. That's where I have those numbers. I have that data. But what I don't have is, like, this is, I'm going to say, a dry winter. So it's going to say that I've really reduced my chlorides, when in reality, it's due to the snowfall.
Right.
And what we're not doing is building a legal case for what you should or shouldn't have done or anything like that.
Oh, I understand.
The reality, the reason we're asking for this data is, like, in the collaborative effort, we're creating a new subcommittee on environmental impact, because we recognize that we haven't had air quality, a lot of different factors that have been studied, to even have a baseline to know what the results of our future strategies are, to see how they change the baseline. And so some of those things, like the chloride content, again, of the brine and ice ban, as well as where they were applied, how much was applied and where it was applied. And particularly when we look at areas, like from Idaho Springs to Georgetown, and then from Georgetown on up, because obviously we're going to see different things happening. But then we can correlate specifically in that locale what the potential impacts could be, to determine if maybe there are no concerns we need to have. But if we're able to correlate environmental impacts to the application that happened right in the area of the environmental impacts, then we'll actually know the answer. And we don't have baseline at this time, because we realize we haven't kept a lot of data in the past on that. But if we collect data now, then we'll be able to better plan future projects and future strategies to minimize that. And so we're asking for it in a way that can be a little more surgical, to be able to know what really happens when we do things.
Right. And I have that data. I will get it to you. It's all in what we call our work manager system. The guys do work orders every day, so we have that.
Cool. Thanks.
Right.
And Cindy, feel free to include me as well, because we do have a water quality working group, that I think it should be engaged in these discussions. So Jeff, if you don't mind, us being engaged as well, I think that's a good approach.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had our last water quality working group. I believe it was, I was trying to find the date, but the next one should be happening this June, I believe, was the schedule we were on. Amy's agreeing. So we should have all that data then. And that's when, we'll have all the de-icing amounts that Jeff provides, sand use. And we look at, we actually get to pull the snow totals as well, so that we can see if it was an average year, above average on snowfall, or below average. So usually in our water quality working group, we're able to provide a little bit more information, because we can pull the snow totals. And Tamara Burke is going to take that group over for me. So she is on that. So yes, please definitely include Neil, so that he can make sure that she gets that as well for the next working group.
Yeah, I don't think we want, we would like to get some of these numbers obviously before June.
Right.
But, and I think, you know, just listening to the conversation, and Cindy, tell me if this is making sense, but I don't think we really even really care about the snowfall. We want to know just how much of these substances are getting laid down so we can try to figure out what sort of impacts they might have, you know, and it's not really about trying to figure out whether you're putting down a justifiable amount or putting down too much or, you know, anything. I mean, that's certainly not irrelevant, you know, that's, but the point I think is to just really try to understand how much material is soaking into the earth in Clear Creek County, you know, and to try to get that information. So is that, am I right about that, Cindy? Is it really just?
Yeah, I think that's basically right. I think it will be clarified. We have a list of questions. We'll send them to Jeff and copy Neil, and they're very specific and they're sort of technical. And yes, of course, seasons change due to the snowfall, but basically certain kinds of rates stay the same.
Right.
Snowfall information might be helpful and we might apply it in the future to, hey, you know, to a discussion about that, but that's not what's critical. That's not, right now we're looking for what's been laid on the ground and then look and observe what's been happening in the area in a real factual way to just to look for correlations.
Yeah,
that's all.
So I found what we went through last year in June. It was June of last year. So, and it does have the fiscal year 19 and the beginning of fiscal year 20 in there. So
okay.
Amy, if you want to go back to that, if you don't have that presentation, let me know. I can send it to you, but the amounts are in there for those years.
Okay, great.
If you would send that, Vanessa, it would be good as a start, and then we'll, you know, still, I think, put together the question list just to make sure that we're covered.
Yeah. At least you'll have the more updated numbers than 18, 19. So
that would be great.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you much.
All right, good discussion. Questions, discussion. I apologize, we're running late here, but definitely want to open it up for any last minute comments or questions.
You know, I would just say again that regardless of all the discussion about lessons learned, that I thought it, you know, most of the time it was obvious that there were some people that were getting, especially in those last few days, a ton of work done. And I especially just want to let you know how much I appreciate once the, you know, once it hit the fan the week before, the level of response and communication that we got out of CDOT was exemplary in trying to solve the problem and figure out how to keep the next week from turning into an even bigger train wreck. And I just really appreciate that. All the effort to get it done as hard as you could and get out of the way, you know, before at least a couple of days before Christmas, and to keep us informed and let us know how hard you were working so we'd understand. And it was very helpful to get numerous calls and communications from people out of Denver and on the other end to know what it's doing on this end. What's it doing up here? How's it working today? What can you tell us? It was good to hear that. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, definitely want to make sure that Jeff and Mike are credited with that one. So thanks for the feedback, Commissioner. All right, anything else? Good discussion today.
Yep.
All right, well, appreciate everyone's time. Thank you very much. And we look forward to talking to you or hopefully seeing you one of these days soon, right?
Yeah, really. Stay safe, stay healthy.
One of these days.
Hey, Keith, is there anything burning from the manager update that you want to pass along, or can you put it off to another time?
If I could take maybe 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Well, that concludes our CDOT interview. You guys don't have to stick around for our other business that Keith's going to put us through.
Oh, perfect.
If you want.
I thought we had to stick around. So, all right. Well, thanks everyone. Have a good one.
Thanks all.
Everybody.
Thanks, CDOT. Bye, guys.
Bye. So board, I just wanted to real quick make sure that we're all on the same page relative to appointment resolution. We intend to put that on the board agenda next week. And I think we've got most of the names inserted. A good example would be replacing Charlotte Hampton with Gary Haig. He's phenomenal. He's doing a great job, and he'll do a great job in place of Charlotte. I think there was 2 or 3 different categories where we've inserted Gary. It's also, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I think we are, that Mr. George Marlin will be the chair for the upcoming year for the rest of 2021. And then Beth, do we have a vice chair or board? What's the sequence for vice chair?
So Sean should be vice chair, the regular rotation next year.
Okay.
So,
Is that cool with everybody?
That was my understanding.
Hey, really quick, I just wanted to acknowledge Randy for running the meetings in an extremely tough year. I mean, I did it last year, and it's definitely harder to run the meetings than just to show up and listen and comment. So you did a good job, Randy. Thanks.
Well, thank you. You know, honestly, I will say that I think when you're looking at people's faces, it's actually, and within a fairly, and I'm being serious about this, if you pay close attention, it's actually it's smaller and all that. You don't have them physically in the room with you, but you can hear people and you can see people, and it really helps when people's faces, when their faces are showing, because I thought it was a little easier to manage myself once we went into this, because you can see a lot of stuff at once. But thanks for the compliment. And the only thing I had was 2 things, I guess. Keith, I think a few weeks ago when this list came out, I sent an edited version back in which I just said, hey, here's the things I think, or an email back or something. I just want to make sure you guys got that. And it listed a lot of people that flipped over like that were kind of like archaic.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing it. Maybe Beth received that.
I'll look around and see if maybe I didn't send it or something like that. And then the other one is, Sean, are you sure you want George to be the chair, or did you want to move back in this year? I'm just checking.
I'm happy to have George be the chair. And one thing I wanted to mention too, the the Jefferson Center for Mental Health board appointment, I've really enjoyed it and learned a ton, and I'm not quite ready to give it up, but I would just say, I know, George, you've expressed interest in that, so maybe be thinking if you want to take that mantle next year.
Okay, thank you. I will think about that. And then I think in general, I mean, that list, there's a lot of stuff has changed, I think, since that list was made. I'll point you to the Tri-County Workforce Board. There's a lot of, maybe I'm just misinterpreting the list as a list of all the things we have appointment authority to, but there's a lot of, like, the CCEDC board, we no longer appoint to that board. And so it would be nice to clean that up or organize it in a way where we know when we're making appointments and when we're just sort of tracking who on our team is on various boards.
Right after this meeting, I'll check my emails and see if I sent that, and if not, I'll run back through the list again and make my own comments to it as well. That's
okay.
Yeah, and it makes.
Go ahead, George.
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess I've been expecting at some point we'd spend half hour or so, put it up on screen, talk through it.
Why don't we do that next week?
Well, we can. And also, I would like to go ahead and get it adopted next week as well. But we could start by putting it up on screen and then adopting it after we've had the discussion.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think it's a good idea to kind of sanitize that list, because I feel too like there's probably some historical artifacts on there that are not as relevant as they once were.
Yeah, there definitely are. I believe there used to be a list, and Peter, I'm gonna put you on the spot, but I thought there was a list once upon a time that said, here are the positions that the Board of County Commissioners appoint, like road and bridge supervisor, public health director, things like that they might have at one time had the power to appoint. And then you're right, George, the rest of them were boards and committees that we wanted a presence on and wanted to have a voice. And so we added those to the list, so we didn't forget about them every year. because we used to write, oh my God, like 35 appointment letters a year to various agencies. And we finally decided if we could put them on one appointment list, it would save a lot of time and we could just share the list with all these agencies we want to be a part of. So, but I mean, I don't know if there's a way to separate them out. I'm sure there is. We can look at, I'll work with Peter and we'll figure it out.
Well, I think it's a very valuable tool. I just think it's time to take a sweep back through it, which we do at the beginning of every year, like right now. And I think we've all been working on 1,000 things, and we kind of like, I think I sent an email back that said, here's the 10 things I see. And I don't even know if I sent it. So I'll go back.
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah.
And then, so we can do that next week. We'll do that as part of the agenda. And then also, I think, Beth, you had some Planning Commission, BOA, Board of Adjustment appointments that you wanted to talk about.
Let me just show you really quick. See, that did not work. Let me see if I can share it over here. Okay, can you see that screen of the spreadsheet?
Your email.
No, you had it, but then it went away.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'll move it back again. I have too many screens open.
Yeah, we're seeing your whole.
Okay.
We got it.
So the ones in yellow have expired already. And as you know, we have some pretty important hearings coming up for the Planning Commission this month, as with Clear Creek Broadband. And Board of Adjustment did not have a meeting this month. So we have until the first Thursday in February to reappoint, re-interview, re-advertise, whatever you guys want to do. I know you guys expressed opinions about not just automatically reappointing people, but interviewing them before we reappoint. And so right now, I think you do have that time with Board of Adjustment, but the Planning Commission is getting tight. And I mean, unless we can interview next week and we can appoint next week, that's kind of where we're at before their next hearing, which is January 20th. So
is there, sorry, Beth, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh no, that was all I was going to say.
Is there a way we could have, like, maybe rather than trying to do the interviews and get them all scheduled, could we just ask for some kind of communication from these folks about why they're interested or some, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way that we can hit a target that's close to that target.
So I sent you guys recently, I wrote kind of a best management practices for this. And I did include an application form that asks some questions like that, you know, just to kind of fill people out, see where they come from, why are they interested. I can send it to you again if you'd like to take a look at it. And if you guys are okay with it, I can send it to these folks and have them fill it out and send it back ASAP. I was gonna see if I can pull it up.
I'm curious, maybe I'm missing something, but line 96, the chair of the Planning Commission, it says it expired in 2019. Is there a story to that data that's there?
The chair, I think now is, it's either John Muscatel or Russ Clark. I can't remember.
I'm almost sure it's Lori Backel.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So it's been, I haven't moved the chair sign around because it changes so much. So, I mean, my list here is about 350 people, so I didn't keep up with who's the chairman.
Okay.
No worries.
Here is, let me see if I can pull this over here. So in my application form that I created for boards and commissions, here's the questions. Can you guys see that, or do I need to make it bigger?
Yes,
I can read it.
I have an error there.
And what are our recent advertising campaign or initiatives? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, based on the conversations going on around zoning, that there might be some new people interested in having a voice.
Yeah, so we do have somebody in the queue right now waiting to be appointed to the Planning Commission. And he came upon us right when pandemic hit and we were no longer doing interviews or anything like that. So he is still awaiting an interview or a decision from y'all. And then normally what I do is I advertise in the local newspaper. I also e-blast it out to all of my email groups and homeowners associations. We also put it on the website, right on the homepage, so people can see it and click on a button and, you know, hopefully send me an email and apply. Because right now the application process is to just send a letter to me, which I then forward to you and staff. And then you guys decide if you want to interview, and then we go from there for appointments. So I've created, I've been working with IT to create a form that you fill out online on our website. And it is this form that you're looking at here. So that people can apply online and submit, make it a lot easier, a lot less paper, and then get the information to you all faster, as well as staff. So if you all like this format, we can get it uploaded on the website, or at least forwarded to the people who are up for reappointment to fill out and send to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important role, and my personal view is that we figured out how to do remote interviews in the pandemic, and I would like to aggressively recruit for that and do appropriate interviews and get those boards fully staffed.
Yeah, if you'd like, I can go ahead and go through the process again of advertising in all of our channels. And if you're okay with this application, I can get it online and at least get it sent to interested parties until we get the form active on the webpage, so people can apply quickly.
Yeah, I don't know about Randy and George. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I also
I'm good
agree
with-
with. Go ahead, George.
I was just, go ahead. I thought you were done talking.
No, right. Go ahead, please.
I was going to say that I'm good with this form, and looking at, I know Planning Commission, we really have a week to have a full commission.
Yeah.
And so maybe with respect to the Planning Commission, we could just ask them to submit these letters and make decisions based on that. Maybe that's not the case for the other board, and we could actually just try to get those interviews scheduled. Was it the variance board that was?
The Board of Adjustment. Yeah.
Board of Adjustments, thank you.
Yeah, kind of same thing, yeah. So I can do interviews for the BOA and then send this form to the people who are to be reappointed for Planning Commission and give them a deadline for response. Or
As far as the people who are on the Planning Commission now, I'm fairly comfortable with looking at a response and re-upping them. Any new members to fill the 2 slots that are left open right now, I'd like to interview.
Okay.
But we should at least try to get as full a board as possible, as quickly as possible. I agree with George on that. That's my take, I think. I mean, as far as, I think, I don't see the screen's not back up now, but Lori and I forget who else was in the yellow there.
Dave.
Christensen and Russ Clark.
Oh yeah. Dave, Lori, and Russ. I mean, I don't know that I need to re-interview them to reappoint them, but it would be nice to see a statement of, you know, kind of like Sean said, you know, your interest in why you want to do this, or you're happy with the job, and you know, something.
okay, I could send them the application and then.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay, and I'll send you the results and then reappoint from there if you want to.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. I think you have to be a little bit careful since we're kind of halfway into a pretty major planning file review. It'd be tough to switch Planning Commission members at this point in time.
Right.
So I think that's a good approach.
Yeah, I agree. I almost could just reappoint them. And Board of Adjustment, new members, if Board of Adjustment doesn't have anything going on, Martha Miles and Bob Kershaw, I'd be happy to interview them during January. I would love to. I see Mike Stewart, I see John Jennings, I see John Muscatel and Julie Wiseman. It'd be great if we could interview them in like October or something, if we could get it on the calendar to interview them for a reappointment.
Sure. Okay.
And then I want to point out that there's somebody here, Michael O'Leary, I don't believe resides in Clear Creek County. And I don't know if he's been attending Board of Adjustment meetings and what the residency requirements are. We might need to look into that.
Okay. I will do that. Yeah, and I don't know, I'm not sure how relevant this is, but you know, we did reduce the membership of the Planning Commission a couple of years ago from the 9 members to the 7. And so I don't know if that's something you want to think about for Board of Adjustment, or if you like it the way it is. You know, it was just something we did a while ago, I think partially due to lack of interest, but
Yep.
so, okay.
Yeah, one thing, I don't necessarily want to interview the existing board members to evaluate whether they are qualified to continue. I'd love to hear from them though, just in terms of perhaps their recommendations about what we could be recruiting for, because I know every board is a group of individuals with a lot of different backgrounds, and we always talk about geographical diversity, but I don't know that we've ever talked about any other kind of diversity, such as, you know, a lot of volunteer boards, it's like a good idea to have an attorney on there, you know, that sort of a thing. So I know we're pressed for time, so I don't want to make this harder than it needs to be, but looking down the road, I like thinking about things in that manner too.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think I'm looking at, you know, people who have sat on these boards for the longest one is 7 years. I know we do term limits for county commissioners. And so I think that if we weren't going to, and we don't have term limits here, that's why I think it is appropriate for us to at least have some process to consider whether they should be reappointed, rather than have a situation where they serve until sort of at their pleasure, you know, until they're ready to not serve.
Until they get hauled out of there with their boots on.
I think in my draft guidelines, hold on. I don't know that I put term limits in there. I did. But I didn't break it down per board. So I could send you this document again too. It's just kind of like guidelines for boards and commissions that I was going to put on the website for people to review before they applied. And it does talk about term limits and what's recommended, but I have a lot of blanks in the document because I didn't know what y'all wanted to recommend. So that I will send this to you now so you can look at it and see if you want to add anything or anything. Okay. So BOA, we're going to try and do interviews in January to renew before their meeting in February. And then the Planning Commission who are up for reappointment, we are going to just give them the questionnaire and then submit those results from the questionnaire to you all, and then hopefully reappoint in January as well. And I have some deadlines for people who are about to expire. Let's re-interview them in November each year. And then maybe an additional question to the application form just about what recommendations do the current members have about the types of people or backgrounds to recruit for. Did I capture everything?
And one level of diversity I really appreciate is age diversity, and the fact that Michael O'Leary is serving. I think that's cool. I would love to see the younger generation show up in more of these leadership positions.
Yeah, definitely. So, okay. All right, I think I have my marching orders unless you all have some more recommendations.
Okay, thanks, Beth. The only other thing and this is, I think, perfunctory. Next week, we're also going to put the resolution designating county commissioner meeting schedule for you all to approve. And I think it's essentially the same as what we've been working under. What we've done is designate the first and third as regular meetings, and then the final first and third Tuesday regular meetings. The final Tuesday of the month is set aside for work sessions. However, we also have a provision in this resolution that during additionally, what it says is additionally, Zoom meetings will be continued following the pandemic to provide better access to the public in attending and participating in board meetings. So essentially what resolution is saying is giving us some flexibility that we can continue having board meetings every week if we so desire. And at some point in the upcoming year, if we decide we don't need to meet every week, we can do away with I guess it would be the second Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, right now we're pretty full for January, or not full, but we have items each week. So if we're going to go back to our regular schedule, I know it's hard to say, can I have a month's notice? But just saying out loud, because people, land use and other departments book out pretty far. So that was it.
Okay, so you'll see this resolution on next week's agenda.
Keith, one other thing I wanted to bring up, and we can figure it out later. I haven't heard any rumblings about how or when we're going to conduct our annual strategy processes. So that's something that I'm interested in, and we're in January, and I don't know that we've even really talked about it.
I hear you. And then in fact, ironically, Amy and I have been talking about that very topic as recent as Amy, a couple days ago, I think. So you'll be the board will be receiving kind of some information and some recommendations as to how we want to move forward in the very near future.
Perfect.
That
I
was
imagine DOLA probably won't be available for us this year.
You should ask him, but you're probably right.
Yeah. And I'm happy to see if Clay or whoever is available to come in, if you all feel that's a worthwhile exercise. Typically, we do that with new commissioners, but if you all would like DOLA to come in, we can do that. Amy and I feel as though that we at staff level can facilitate and coordinate a healthy discussion about the 5-year strategic plan and objectives and some other components that we'd like to bring forward. We don't intend to hire a consultant again this year like we did last year. I think we can do it at staff level.
Yeah, I mean, just my own take on it. I don't think we need to have DOLA run the meeting either. I think it might be useful to invite them to a portion of it, maybe a couple hours or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be surprised if they have the capacity, but we can certainly check it out.
Yeah.
Are we looking at 1 or 2 days? What are you looking at on that?
Go ahead, Amy.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't think we have gotten quite that far. What we're going to be ready to present to you, I don't know, maybe even in the next 2 weeks, I would think. Keith, yes?
Yeah, we'll give you a framework of what we've got in mind. And
yeah, it's just sort of the big picture sequence of how to look at the organization as a whole and how to approach strategic planning and the 5-year plan, the 2021 plan, and how to get staff more engaged and bring a little better connection. So the strategic plan, I guess, is kind of more in the drinking water for all the different teams.
And the reason I asked the question is thinking about DOLA and Sean's comment about DOLA, which I tend to agree with. I don't think they need to be there the whole time. I'd rather talk amongst ourselves too a lot. But would they come? We might want to have them a little later in the game after we start by grouping ourselves and
sure.
Describe everything.
Yeah, and I guess I hope that it's not going to take hours and hours. I feel like the 5-year plan framework that we have right now is a strong framework to use as a starting place, and the 3 primary goals that the 5-year plan is based on are built from our mission statement, and that because of that, I'm hopeful that we won't determine there's a need to reinvent that wheel, and that then we're looking at what are the objectives that we have in 2021, what are the objectives that we had in 2020 that didn't get done, How do we better integrate those objectives across the divisions and departments? Who are the owners of the objectives? What additional objectives do we want to add on the 5-year time horizon? And I don't think we are going to, hopefully, I mean, maybe I'm, optimistic. Well, I'm definitely optimistic, but I don't mean to be applying too much optimism here, but I don't think we're looking at a couple of 8-hour sessions or anything. I think, this is sort of maybe a half day kind of thing.
Right.
But
we'll provide you kind of the outline, the framework that we've been thinking about, and Amy and I have been talking about. We want to make sure you're comfortable with that framework, and then once we're at that point, then we can go ahead and set up, like Amy says, a half-day session or a full day. It wouldn't bring DOLA in, but we want to make sure you're comfortable with kind of the outline and the framework that we've got in mind. So I'll be sharing that shortly.
I would add to that. I think it might be really helpful to create a rhythm of revisiting this throughout the course of the year, because I think in the past we kind of tend to get all excited in January, and then I couldn't name the goals with a gun to my head by June.
Gotcha. Amy talking about that as well.
It would be nice to do maybe not schedule a full hour quarterly update or anything like that, but just having the managers' reports every once in a while.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do, not a problem.
I think even a full hour quarterly update would be in order. I mean, I don't think that's too far at all. I think that's that actually would seem like the minimum.
Yeah,
I do like that.
A 10-minute one every one, maybe, or 5-minute every, just to sort of give it some attention and accountability and visibility and keep it front of mind.
Yeah, and I think that's those are in addition to building on the 5-year plan work that has already been in place. How do we then take the steps that you're recognizing the need for, George? How do we spread it out a little bit? How do we make it a little bit more real? And how do we do that? So that's the stuff that Keith and I are cooking on, and are very close to having something that we can share. And I'm excited.
That's it for me.
Everybody else?
Peter, you had your first meeting. Do you have any words of wisdom for us yet?
Words of wisdom, it was really well run. There will likely be an executive session on the next meeting, but we haven't said anything yet.
One thing we had that was something Bob liked to do was, it's been a busy year. There have been a lot of things that come up, and we certainly, I can assure you that all 3 of the commissioners here are pro-transparency. And I mean that in the most serious way. That said, there are a lot of things that come up that are sensitive things, especially in a COVID year like this, that we need to talk about, that it'll either have legal or strategic implications that are legitimate subjects. And they popped up so frequently that Bob, as you know, had a practice of just saying, we're going to have a line item that says, if needed, executive session on every, so that we can keep things rolling and take care of stuff. Is that a policy that you support? Are you okay with that? How do you feel about that?
No, absolutely. I'd want to continue it. I think the reason why it wasn't on this one is because we knew there was not going to be an executive session, and it was going to be the first meeting that I had. So that's the only reason I think it was not on there, but it should go on subsequent agendas.
Okay. All right. Well, with no further ado, I think my brain's had all at once for the day.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.